Chapter 1325. Brother Lu, where are the reinforcements of the Zhang family and the Cui family? Are they far from Guanqing? Inside the tunnel of Lu Rengui's rented house in Wanning Square. Little Yu asked after listening to Wei Zheng's analysis. Lu Rengui shook his head and said, I don't know. Logically speaking, the Cui family's army should be in Dingzhou, and the Zheng family's army should be in Guanqing. But since they decided to betray the imperial court with the Cui family of Qinghe, they must have set up an ambush in a county adjacent to Jianghu. We just don't know which county they are in. Yi Fashion frowned and said, according to the time, the imperial court's army will need at least 2 more days to reach Guan City. As for the Zhang and Cui families' reinforcements, if Brother Lu's analysis is correct and they are hiding in a county near Jianghu, then their reinforcements will definitely reach Guan City first. Then what should we do? Little Yu was anxious. Lu Rengui suddenly asked, I wonder if the imperial court will bring along a telegraph machine with them when they send reinforcements? Little Yu's eyes lit up and said, we'll know if we try. The army must be closer to us than we are to Chang'an. Maybe we can send a message without going to Songyue Pagoda. That's right. Then Miss Li Yu, try using the telegraph machine. No. Using the telegraph machine underground will be very difficult to send messages. We should at least go to the surface. Li Yu shook her head. Lu Rengui thought for a while and said, the Cui family and the government are busy dealing with the army outside the city. They shouldn't be able to send people to patrol the houses. Also, Su Fengjing of Wanning Square knows that we have joined the army, so there must be no one in the house. Once the gate is locked, normal people won't be able to break in. So why don't you all disguise yourselves and stay in the backyard? But don't light candles at night, and don't go out during the day. Wei Zheng frowned and said, no. If we all stay there, there will be too many targets. Once someone breaks in, we won't even be able to hide. Let Miss Li Yu stay there alone. She needs to keep in touch with the army. Also, if someone breaks in, she can hide easily. Although he also wanted to stay there, he didn't want to give himself away at such a crucial moment. Yes. Indeed, we should focus on the big picture. Yi Minglei nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Lu Rengui could only say, then Miss Li Yu, you can bring your telegraph machine to the attic in the backyard. If the imperial court or the reinforcements send a telegram, you will know in time. Little Fishy pouted and shook her head. No, no, no. I'm alone. I'm not even allowed to light up at night. How would I dare to stay? Why don't you let Auntie Yi stay with me? She did want Yi Fashion to go up, but this was such a big backyard. How could a man and a woman live together? Therefore, Li Yu thought about it seriously and decided to invite Yi Minglei's wife to accompany her. Madame Yi looked at Yi Minglei and saw him nod. She smiled and said, all right then. Since that's the case, I'll go up and stay with Miss Li Yu for a few days. After that, Li Yu, Madame Yi, and Lu Rengui took the telegraph and climbed to the ground. Then, the 3 of them walked towards the backyard. Beep, beep, beep. 15 minutes later, in the attic in the backyard, there was a soft beep sound. In the house, Li Yu used the weak candlelight to control the telegraph machine to send out a message. In order to prevent the candlelight from leaking out, she was surrounded by a screen. All right. I've sent it out. Let's see if anyone can receive and reply to me. After a while, Li Yu clapped her hands and said. Lu Rengui nodded and said, then we'll wait. Li Yu took the opportunity to ask, Brother Lu, how are you doing in the military camp? Did anyone from the higher-ups make things difficult for you? Lu Rengui shook his head and smiled. No. The lieutenant in our camp is a drunkard. I promised him 2 jars of immortal drunken wine. He treats me like a brother. Why would he make things difficult for me? Immortal drunken wine? Where can we get immortal drunken wine at this time? If I was in Chang'an, I could get some for Brother Lu. But now, I'm in charge of the city. Little Fishy frowned and said in a dilemma. Lu Rengui smiled. It's fine. I guess that lieutenant won't have the fortune to drink a sip of immortal drunken wine in his life. Hundreds of miles away, on an empty field, there were countless tents of various sizes. The campfire in the camp was brightly lit. There were also groups of soldiers patrolling the camp. Beep, beep, beep. Did Little Fishy send a message? Meng Wenhao reacted immediately. He quickly took out a pen and paper and laid on the ground to record. After a while, the beep stopped. Iron Egg asked curiously, "Wenhao, what did the message say?" To prevent more people from knowing about the telegraph machine, he, Meng Wenhao, and Pang Feiji stayed in a tent alone. At this time, Meng Wenhao had already translated the code. He looked up and said, "Nothing. This is just a test code sent by Little Fishy. She's not sure if I can receive her message." "Wenhao, you should reply quickly," Iron Egg said hurriedly.
Okay.
Meng Wenhao nodded and pressed the handle of the telegraph machine to reply the message. Beep, beep, beep. On the other side, Little Fishy was chatting with Lu Rengue about the battle during the day. Suddenly, the telegraph machine rang. "It's here. There's a reply," Little Fishy exclaimed and quickly recorded the message. After a while she stood up and said, "Brother Lu, it's the reinforcements sent by the imperial court. They are now 30 miles east of Luoyang in the wilderness. They should be about 100 miles away from us. The general manager this time is Duke Wei, Li Jing." Lu Rengue heard and frowned. Duke Wei is leading the army? 100 miles? If that's the case, it's hard to say who will be the first to arrive. How about this, Miss Li Yu? You send the situation of Guangqing County and the deployment of the troops. The decision will be up to General Manager Li.
Okay.
Li Yu thought for a while and started to send the message. She had a preliminary understanding of the situation in Guangqing County from the conversation with Lu Rengue. Outside Luoyang, Tang Army Camp. This time, there was a very long beep 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 beep. Meng Wenhao's hands were almost sore from recording the code. After a full 15 minutes, the telegraph machine finally stopped beeping. Next was the translation. Fortunately, Meng Wenhao had already memorized the codebook, so the translation didn't take much time. "Wenhao, how is it? How's the situation in Guangqing County?" Iron Egg saw Meng Wenhao's work and quickly came over to ask. Meng Wenhao frowned. "It's a long story, and the military situation is urgent. Let's meet General Manager Li together and report to him as soon as possible."
Okay.
After a while, Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao came to the command tent. After reporting, they met Li Jing. Qin Qiong, Chang Yaojin, and Niu Jinda were also in the tent. They were probably having a meeting. "Greetings, General Manager Li and the generals." Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao bowed. Li Jing nodded and said, "There's no need to be polite. Meng Wenhao, I heard that you have urgent military matters to discuss with me?"
Yes.
"General Manager Li, this is the information that was just sent from Guangqing County." Meng Wenhao took out the translated message and raised it above his head as he replied. "Let me take a look." Li Jing's expression changed as he walked down and took the message from Meng Wenhao. The other 3 old generals in the tent also cast their gazes on Li Jing. "Medicine Master, what is written on it? Why are you looking at it for so long?" A moment later, Chang Yaojin asked impatiently. Li Jing passed the message to Chang Yaojin and said, "The Cui family in Guangqing County has gathered 300,000 troops and is preparing to attack Luoyang. Luckily, the Black Armored Army, Ran Can, and Wang Yu's 150,000 troops arrived in time and killed the rebels back into the city. However, according to the Bian Province army hidden in the city, the Cui family of Bowling and the Zhang family of Xingyang definitely have reinforcements outside the city. If we don't want the Cui family to escape, then we have to reach Guangqing before the reinforcements arrive." Qin Qiong stroked his beard and said, "Since that's the case, then let's march through the night." Li Jing thought for a moment and looked at Iron Egg and Meng Wenhao. "Iron Egg, you and Wenhao go up to the Celestial Lamp and send information to Guangqing. Say that we will definitely reach Guangqing before dark tomorrow. Then send a message to Chong An and inform His Majesty about the situation here. Also say that we plan to change the route of the army and merge the 3 armies into one to head straight for Guangqing." Li Er had told him before he left that although he would not interfere with his battle plans, he hoped that he could send the situation of the battlefield to the imperial court regularly. The 2 fellows quickly cupped their fists and said, "Yes, General Manager." Li Jing looked at the 3 generals in the tent and said, "Jijia, Shubao, Jinda, we originally planned to split into 3 groups to enter Jianghu tomorrow. However, the situation is urgent and the Cui family is hiding in Guangqing waiting for reinforcements. We have to merge our forces and move out immediately. We have to rush to Guanqing before the reinforcements of the Cui and Jiang families arrive. This time, we will surround them and attack the reinforcements. We will wipe out all the hidden powers of these three families.
Good.
Then I, old Cheng, will go clean up the army and set off immediately. Chang Yaojin was instantly energized and hollered loudly. Speaking of which, his horse Lance was already thirsty and could not take this chance to see some blood. Qin Qiong and Niu Jinda also cupped their fists and left. Half an hour later, all the tents were kept and the 60,000 troops were gathered. Then, they all held torches and started their rapid march. They traveled through the night and night to head straight for Guanqing. Chapter 1326. Late at night, the entire Chang'an city was asleep, but the Taiji Palace was still brightly lit. Li Er was looking at the sand table in front of him thoughtfully with his hands behind his back. Yes, it was a sand table. Ever since Li Zishuan created the Yanhuang College sand table last year, the sand table was finally used in war for the first time. Reporting. Your Majesty, Prince Wei has something urgent to report. At this moment, a chamberlain rushed in and bowed. Li Er's eyes flashed. He turned around and said, "Let him in. In the future, there's no need to inform Qing Ke when she comes to Ganlu Hall." Understood. The eunuch cupped his hands and left. Not long after, Li Tai walked in with a letter. He raised the letter above his head and said, "Reporting to Imperial Father, the frontline army sent an urgent report." "Imperial Father, please take a look." "Let me take a look." Li Er impatiently walked to Li Tai's side, took the report, and began to read it carefully. Jianghu has a 300,000 army? Cui Junchuo, that old thing, probably conscripted all the youths in Jianghu, right? Fortunately, Duan Jishuan, Ran Kan, and Wang Yu arrived in time. Otherwise, Luoyang would be in danger. After a while, Li Er put down the report and whispered to himself. Li Tai stood at the side in silence. He had personally translated the telegram. Even if Li Er didn't say it, he knew the contents. "Qing Ke, what do you think?" Li Er glanced at Li Tai, who was beside him, and asked. His son used to like to hang around him. Li Er knew why. It was nothing more than fighting for favor. However, ever since Li Tai went to Yanhuang College, this child was obsessed with strange things. He heard that the Prince Wei's residence had built a laboratory to fiddle with strange things. The little fatty who used to hang around him every day and call him Father, Father was gone. Every time he thought of this, Li Er felt gratified, but he couldn't help but feel a little lonely. Imperial Father, this son doesn't dare to have any opinions on the matters of the country. This son believes that with Imperial Father's wisdom and martial prowess, a mere rebel army is like a grasshopper after autumn. They won't be able to survive for more than a few days. If Imperial Father has nothing else, then this subject will take his leave first. If there are any urgent reports from the front lines, this subject will report to Imperial Father again. Li Tai cupped his hands and said. From the day the army left the capital, he was asked for leave. He was asked by Li Er from Yanhuang College back to Chang'an to be in charge of communications with the front line. He was quite interested in this, so he came back half-heartedly. However, what he was interested in was the first practical use of a new technology like the telegraph, not the situation at the front line. To put it bluntly, he was now a technical geek. All right then. Qing Ke, you've worked hard these days. Li Er saw that Li Tai's mind was not here, so he could only helplessly say. This son is not tired. Father, please rest early. This son will take his leave. Li Tai cupped his hands and took his leave. The three armies combined into one army, besieging the enemy and attacking reinforcements. The medicine master's actions are very much to my liking. I'd like to see how much power is hidden behind the three of you. After Li Tai left, Li Er lowered his head to look at the intelligence on the table and muttered to himself. Back then, he had indeed noticed the Cui family's disloyalty and had secretly made preparations. The reason why he did not nip the rebellion in the bud was mainly because he wanted to see how much power the Cui family had hidden in the dark, or how many people were willing to rebel with the Cui family. He wanted to cast a long line to catch a big fish. He wanted to take this opportunity to wipe out all the remnants of the aristocratic families in one fell swoop. Li Jing's strategy of besieging the enemy and attacking reinforcements was exactly what he wanted. However, after this battle, Jianghu is bound to lose a large number of young and strong laborers, and the people's livelihood will wither. I'm afraid it will be difficult to fully recover in the next 10 years.
What should we do?
A moment later, a hint of worry appeared on the heir's face as he sighed softly.
Reporting
To the general, the head chief has ordered the Black Armored Army and 150,000 provincial government troops to strictly guard the city and guard against the reinforcements from the Zhang family and the Cui family from Bowling. The head chief is leading 3 armies to travel through the night and will arrive before nightfall. The next day, a messenger rode a fast horse to the Black Armored Army's tent in the south of Guangqing County. He cupped his fists and reported to Duan Jishuan. When Duan Jishuan heard this, he suddenly stood up and said, "You said that the rebels in the city have reinforcements near Jianghu. Is the information accurate?" Obviously, he also realized that if the Cui family's rebels were to form a pincer attack, it would be extremely disadvantageous for them. Reporting to the general, the head chief obtained the information from within Guangqing County, and it is extremely reliable.
I hope the general can deal with it carefully, the messenger replied and then fainted immediately.
He was really too tired after rushing all the way here on a fast horse.
Quick!
Someone come and help him to the tent to rest. Duan Jishuan hurriedly shouted outside the tent.
Then, 2 soldiers came in and carried the messenger away.
Duan Jishuan then ordered, Wu Feng, Zhang Chang, immediately send out scouts to scout along the south of Jianghu. If you find the enemy, come back immediately and report to me.
Yes, sir.
The 2 generals cupped their fists and immediately left. Duan Jishuan thought for a moment and followed them out of the tent.
Someone, prepare the horses and follow me to the East Gate camp.
Hiya! Hiya!
Quick, quick, quick!
Follow me.
Everyone behind me. We must reach Guangqing County before nightfall. On the official road in the north of Shuzhou, an army of more than 10,000 people was galloping.
The general in front was riding a war horse and the soldiers behind were chasing after him.
Hey!
I heard that the 300,000 soldiers in Guangqing County were surrounded by 150,000 soldiers outside the city. If you ask me, that Cui Quan is really useless. If I were to lead the army, I would definitely kill the imperial army.
Hee.
Next to the army, there was a small group of people who were not wearing military armor. They were all holding strange weapons, and their appearance was even more unrestrained. They were dressed rather casually, as if they were not going to the battlefield, but rather to attend some grand event. They were the Jianghu experts that the Cui and Zheng families had been keeping all these years. The rest of them were the secret guards of the Cui and Zheng families. Who would have thought that the 2 families would hide their troops in Shuzhou, which was south of Jianghu?
Hey!
Iron Fist Wang, you are really shameless. I heard that the imperial court had sent the Black Armored Army this time. With your mediocre skills, I don't think you can last more than 3 rounds with the Black Armored Army. Another shifty-eyed man chuckled.
Bah!
Hua Xiaojian, if you say one more word, do you believe that I will cut off your manhood so that you can go and harm other people's maidens?
Hey! What a joke! What a joke!
Brother Iron Fist, don't mind me. In Guangqing County. Since yesterday, when the commoners knew that the army was outside the city, there were more and more people who were dissatisfied with the Cui family in private. But because the provincial governor's troops had not only strengthened the city's defense, they had also increased the patrols in the city. They had also caught a few groups of people who were spreading rumors, so the commoners did not dare to talk nonsense anymore. As the saying goes, if you do not explode in silence, you will perish in silence. Some things, the more oppressed, the more they would rebound. The longer the silence, the stronger the rebound would be. For example, the public opinion. A formless anger was brewing in Guangqing County. However, those who were still immersed in their dreams of killing their way out of Guangqing County did not feel this anger.
Sigh.
Now that the imperial court's army has surrounded Guangqing County, but the Cui family is still dreaming of dominating the city. It's fine if they are dreaming, but it has caused us, the commoners, to suffer. In a few more days, when the imperial court's reinforcements arrive, they will attack the city. And us, the new soldiers guarding the city gate, will definitely die. On the east side of Guangqing County, Lu Rengue looked at the densely packed military tents and sighed deeply. And behind him on his right, there was a soldier holding a javelin in his hand. When the god heard this, his face twitched imperceptibly. However, due to his fear of the general in the camp, he did not say anything.
Seeing Lu Rengui shake his head and turn to leave, he finally could not help but say, "Brother Ren, please wait."
It's Captain Wang of the 6th Battalion. Just now, you didn't hear anything, right?
Lu Rengui's face flashed with a trace of surprise, followed by fear.
He carefully probed.
That soldier shook his head and said, "The wind was strong just now, I didn't hear anything." Lu Rengui heaved a sigh of relief and said,
"Oh, that's good. That's good. Captain Wang, why did you call me?"
Actually, he had purposely said those words in front of this person. And this Captain Wang's background, he had already investigated clearly. His name was Wang Lang, the son of the Wang family village outside the city. A month ago, he was captured and used some unknown method to become the captain of the 9th Battalion's 6th Battalion. He was also quite popular among his subordinates. More importantly, the Wang family village outside the city had been bullied by the Cui family for many years. This was also the main reason why Lu Rengui dared to say those taboo words in front of Wang Lang.
Come. Brother Ren, let's talk here."
Wang Lang carefully pulled Lu Rengui to the corner of the city wall and asked softly, "Brother Ren, let's not beat around the bush. Just now you said that there will be reinforcements from the imperial court, and when the reinforcements arrive, they will attack the city. Is that true?" You don't have to worry. I will never tell anyone what you said to me. I, Wang Lang, swear to the heavens." Lu Rengui originally wanted to humbly decline a few more words to prevent this kid from getting suspicious, but after hearing Wang Lang's honesty, he simply said, "Brother Wang, since you said so, then I won't hide it from you. What I said just now was actually accidentally heard from our adjunct Wang. He also said that when the imperial court's army attacks the city, he will send us, the new soldiers, to our deaths." After a quarter of an hour, Lu Rengui returned to his position and continued to stand guard.
"How is it? Joining the army? Is it done?" Old Feng asked sneakily. "Hey, is there a need to ask? This should be the 12th one, right? It's almost enough." Chapter 13:27. Right now, the public opinion of Guangqing County was like a ticking time bomb.
What Lu Rengui was doing right now was to collect these ticking time bombs and wait for a specific time to detonate them all at the same time, blowing up a crack in this impregnable city. Many things looked impenetrable from the outside, but from the inside, they might be easily broken. Reporting to the Grand General, the scouts at the front discovered a large number of troops and a group of unidentified Jianghu people at the junction of Zhengzhou and Xuzhou. "They are rushing towards us." At noon, a soldier rushed in from the Black Armored Army's tent in the south of the city and reported to Duan Jishuan. At this time, 50,000 unidentified troops suddenly appeared. They must be the reinforcements of the Cui and Zhen families. As for those Jianghu people, they might be the retainers of these two families in recent years. Did you see how many of them there are? How long will it take to reach Guangqing County? Duan Jishuan's expression changed as he stood up. Replying to the Grand General, the other party has about 50,000 people. According to their marching speed, they will reach Guangqing County around 5. Then when will the Grand General Manager and the rest arrive? Duan Jishuan's expression changed slightly as he thought about it and asked again. According to the latest intelligence, the Grand General Manager's army is more than 30 miles away from Guangqing County. They will probably reach Guangqing County around 5, but... The soldier suddenly became hesitant at the end. Duan Jishuan frowned and said, "But what?" "But the Grand General Manager's army travels day and night. As far as I know, they only rested for less than 4 hours last night." The soldier cupped his fist and said. His meaning was obvious. He wanted to tell Duan Jishuan that even if the army led by Li Jing arrived, their combat power would probably be less than 10%. After all, they didn't really rest for a day and a night. Duan Jishuan's brows furrowed deeply. After pondering for a moment, he ordered, "Wu Feng, Zhang Chong, the two of you go to the east and west camps respectively. Ask Ran Can and Wang Yu to take 20,000 men each and go with me to stop the reinforcements of the Cui and Zheng families. Then, Grand General, if the rebels in the city take the opportunity to escape from the south gate, what should we do?" The general to the left of Duan Jishuan cupped his fist and said, "I will only bring 1,000 black armored troops with me. The remaining 2,000 will be led by the two of you. If the Cui family intends to escape from the South City Gate, the 60,000 elites that you brought along with the head chief will be able to defeat them easily." Duan Jixuan said coldly. Wu Feng and Zhang Chong looked at each other, and then they cupped their fists and said in unison, "Understood. Report the military situation here to the general director while you're at it." In the end, Duan Jixuan instructed.
Here. Reporting.
Reporting to the three great-grandpas, the two young masters have sent a letter saying that our reinforcements have arrived 40 miles outside the city.
In another 4 hours, we will reach the south of the city. Guangqing County, Provincial Governor's Office. A soldier carrying a piece of paper hurriedly ran in and bowed. The reinforcements of the Cui and Zhang families this time were personally led by Cui Wenji and Zhang Shua's eldest grandsons, Cui Shen and Zhang Huijie. The troops carried carrier pigeons so that they could send messages into the city at any time. This message was, of course, directed in one direction. Cui Shen and Zhang Huijie could use carrier pigeons to send messages into the city, but Cui Wenji and Zhang Shuwu could not use carrier pigeons to send messages to Cui Shen and the rest. This was because the army was constantly on the move, and carrier pigeons would only return to the home in their memories. Compared to that, the superiority of telegraphic messages was obvious.
Good.
When Shan'er and the rest arrive with their reinforcements, we will fight our way out from the South City Gate. With a pincer attack, I don't believe that we can't fight our way out. Cui Wenji got up and laughed. Cui Junchuo hesitated and said, "Brother Wenji, the army has been on the move for a whole day. Why don't we let them rest for a night and fight again tomorrow?" Cui Wenji nodded and said, "Junchuo is right. Look at my brain, I'm probably old and confused. Once I get excited, I forget everything. The army is fatigued from the journey and should indeed rest for a night. In that case, we will attack again tomorrow. It's just that, how are we going to spread the news?" When he said that, Cui Junchuo, Cui Wenji, and Zhang Shuwu were all in a dilemma. Previously, they had sealed the city so that Wei Zhang and Lu Rengue could not spread the news even if they wanted to. It was only after Li Yu came to manage the city that the situation changed. Now, Guangqing County was surrounded by the imperial court's army. Cui Junchuo and the rest finally experienced Wei Zhang and Lu Rengue's situation. For now, we can only wait for Huijie and the rest to send another message and act according to their plan. If they choose to fight tonight, then we will go out of the city and fight. If they choose to rest for a night, then we will wait until tomorrow to lead the troops out of the city. After a long silence, Zhang Shuwu said helplessly,
"That's the only way." Reporting.
Reporting to the chief steward, General Duan sent an urgent report. In the wilderness 30 miles west of Guangqing County, a huge army was advancing quickly. Suddenly, a knight in black armor came toward them. Li Jing quickly ordered the army to stop. The knight quickly got off his horse and cupped his fists.
"Read it," Li Jing said in a low voice.
Reporting to the chief steward, General Duan found the reinforcements of the Cui and Zhang families 40 miles south of Guangqing County, as well as the martial arts experts and death warriors that the two families have raised. General Duan took 20,000 soldiers from the east and west gates, and brought 1,000 black-armored soldiers to ambush them. General Duan said that the chief steward and the rest must be tired after traveling through the night. When the time comes, we only need to help in the south of the city to stop the rebels from escaping. The black-armored soldier cupped his fists and said, "Defense was always more energy efficient than taking the initiative to attack." Duan Jixuan's arrangement was reasonable and there was nothing wrong with it. Bastard! What does Duan Jixuan mean? What do you mean by tired? He is looking down on us old generals. Mother****, you want to steal old Cheng's credit? Impossible. Chief Steward, I request for an order to bring 1,000 elites to stop the reinforcements of the Cui and Zhang families. When Cheng Yaojin heard this, he was instantly furious. He cupped his fists at Li Jing and said angrily, "Jijia, don't be rash. General Duan is right, the army has traveled for a day and night, the men and horses are tired." Qin Qiong pulled Cheng Yaojin and stopped him. Li Jing frowned and did not say anything. After a while, he stretched out his hand and said, "Give me the map."
"Yes."
A soldier at the side quickly handed over the map. Li Jing opened it and pointed at a location on the map. He said to Cheng Yaojin, Qin Qiong and Niu Jinda, "The reinforcements of the Cui and Zhang families should be around Mi County, and they are less than 30 miles away from us. Since they are the last trump card of the Cui and Zhang families, their fighting strength cannot be underestimated. Furthermore, there are many martial arts experts and death warriors. I'm worried that Duan Jishuan's men are not their match. Jijia, you bring 5,000 elites and support Duan Jishuan. When the time comes, you will act according to the situation. After I stabilize the defense line at the 3 gates of Guangqing County, I will bring people to support you. Chang Yaojin laughed when he heard this. Haha, good. Don't worry, head chief, Old Cheng, will kill all the rebels. Qin Qiong said anxiously, Manager, it's easy for Jijia to take risks. I will go with him. Guangqing County has you and Jinda, so there shouldn't be any accidents. When Cheng Yaojin heard that, his face fell. However, Qin Qiong was talking about him, so he did not dare to talk back. Li Jing thought about it and said, That's great. A moment later, Qin Qiong and Cheng Yaojin chose 5,000 elites from the 60,000 army and rushed towards Mi County. We will be able to see Guangqing County in an hour. Huaijia, should we find a secluded place outside the city to rest for the night or launch an attack directly? On the road north of Mi County, the reinforcements of the Cui and Zhang families were rushing. Cui Shen, who was at the front, opened his mouth. Zhang Huaijia rubbed his thighs that were almost scraped open. He had always been a spoiled brat, so he had never suffered so much. If it weren't for the Zhang family's crisis, he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to come here personally. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Why don't we launch the attack tomorrow? The soldiers have walked for a day and should be tired. Cui Shen nodded and said, That's good. I will send someone to send a message to grandfather. The army continued to move forward. At this moment, there was a mountain path in front of them. The mountain path was not very narrow and could allow 4 horses to walk side by side. The hills on both sides were not very steep and there was a dense forest growing on the hills. Young master, please tell the army to be on high alert and be careful of an ambush. An old man beside Cui Shen, Wang Tai Shou, who had said that he would lead the army to kill the black armored army, came to Cui Shen's side and said solemnly. Cui Shen frowned. Ambush? At this time, they will ambush me.
Kang, kang, kang. Kill.
Before Cui Shen could finish his sentence, countless soldiers suddenly rushed down from the hills on both sides. They held mo swords in their hands and charged toward the Cui and Zhang armies with an indomitable will. Ambush! Draw your swords and fight. Remember to maintain the formation. Wang Tai Shou shouted. Then, he and a few other experts surrounded Cui Shen and Zhang Huaijia in the middle to protect them. The 2 armies soon engaged in battle. As they did not know where the enemy came from and whether they would have any reinforcements, Cui Shen and Zhang Huaijia ordered the army to advance as they fought. They planned to get out of this mountain path first and get rid of the terrain that was disadvantageous to them. Soon they saw the mountain path. Once they got out of this mountain path, there would be a vast plain in front of them. At that time they would be able to fight the enemy head-on. Bang bang bang. Just as Cui Shen and his army were about to get out of the mountain path, everyone suddenly felt the ground tremble. Then, a group of black-armored cavalry appeared on the plain outside the mountain path. They were emitting a strong and cold murderous aura, like a group of death knights from hell. Black-armored army? Young master, it's the black-armored army. But why are the black-armored troops here? Wang Tai Shou said with a face full of fear. Chapter 1328. 2 in 1 chapter. Black-armored troops. Isn't the black-armored troops stationed outside of Guangqing County? Why are they here? When Cui Shen and Zhang Huaijia heard that the enemy was the black-armored troops, their faces turned green with fear. The black-armored troops were known for their unparalleled combat prowess. The 2 of them had never been on the battlefield before, but this was their first encounter with the black-armored troops. How could they not be terrified? Young masters, there is no need to worry. The black-armored troops only have about 1,000 men. Let the experts from the Hall of Worship and the men of sacrifice from the Kamikaze Battalion meet them. As for the troops on both sides of the mountain path, let the Shadow Guards deal with them. If we can take down 1,000 black-armored troops, the south side of Guangqing County will be defenseless. At that time, we will have a better chance of rescuing old grandfather and the rest. Ho Wang was also panicking at the start. However, when he saw the number of black-armored troops, he calmed down and tried to persuade them. Hall of Worship Wang is right. Let's do as he says. At this moment, Cui Shen and Zhang Huaijia were in a state of being out of their wits. Iron Hand Wang's words were like a life-saving straw, letting them see some hope, so they desperately climbed up this life-saving straw.
Yes,
Young master. Tais Ho Wang clasped his hands and shouted, "Brothers from the Hall of Worship and the Men of Sacrifice, follow me to meet the black armored troops."
yes.
Following a chorus of voices, hundreds of Jianghu people dressed in various colors rushed out from the army. Together with 3,000 to 4,000 warriors dressed in black, they charged straight at the black armored troops. "You are courting death. Listen to my command, charge with me." Duan Jishuan saw that the opposing army dared to take the initiative to meet the black armored troops head-on. He roared angrily and urged his horse forward. With a lance in one hand, he charged forward at an even faster speed.
Kill.
1,000 black armored troops roared in unison and charged forward. The war horses neighed and their shouts shook the heavens. The Hall of Worship and the Men of Sacrifice from the Cui and Zhang families felt that it was not 1,000 men charging at them, but tens of thousands of ferocious beasts. This was the unparalleled black armored troops. After so many years of training, the black armored troops of today was much better than the black armored troops of Li World. Bang bang bang. Duan Jishuan's warhorse sent countless soldiers from the Cui and Zhang families flying. Wang Tais Ho panicked when he saw this. He said to the two people beside him, "Chu Xiaofeng, Hua Xiaojian, you two come with me to deal with Duan Jishuan." Iron Fist Wang, you're sending us to our deaths.
I'm not going.
Hua Xiaojian mocked as he swung his sword to block the black armored troops around him. Wang Tais Ho panicked and shouted angrily, "Hua Xiaojian, can you be a little more mature? With us 3 great grandmasters working together, would we still be afraid of a single Duan Jishuan? If we don't capture him first, our formation will be disrupted by him alone. At that time, no one will be able to survive."
Humph.
All right then. Hua Xiaojian's expression changed. Moments later, he sent a flying kick towards one of the black armored troops who was about to attack him. He then turned his head towards Wang Tais Ho and snorted angrily.
Humph.
"Duan Jishuan, your opponents are the 3 of us." Just as Duan Jishuan was killing as if he was invincible, suddenly, 3 masters wielding swords and sabers came flying towards him. 3 martial Dao grandmasters. The Cui and Zheng families are really generous. Duan Jishuan frowned. He felt that this was going to be tricky. He had only just entered the martial Dao grandmaster realm a few years ago. He could fight and kill enemies, but in a one-on-one fight, he was definitely no match for these 3 grandmasters. However, with the enemy before him, even if he could not win, he had to fight. Duan Jishuan slapped his horse's back and soared into the sky, dodging the fatal blows from 2 grandmasters. Then, he used his lance to stab the 3rd grandmaster, Wang Tieshou's chest. His speed was as fast as lightning, and so was the situation on the battlefield. Previously it was 3 against 1, but in the blink of an eye, one of the 3 was about to be killed. Duan Jishuan had been on the battlefield for many years. Unlike these Jianghu ruffians, he paid the most attention to killing efficiency. His moves looked simple, but often, the simplest move was the fiercest killing move. His lance moved forward without hesitation. Wang Tais Ho was in the air and had no time to dodge.
Ah!
Duan Jishuan, how dare you! At the moment of life and death, Wang Tais Ho roared. His hair moved without wind. He channeled his strength into his sword and swung it to block this sure-kill lance.
Clang!
There was a sharp sound of metal clashing as the sword and lance clashed together. But at this moment, there was a cracking sound. What shocked Wang Tais Ho was that the long sword that he had always regarded as a treasure actually had a crack on it. Duan Jishuan sneered.
Humph.
To think that ordinary iron would dare to block this general's lance. Go to hell. With a crack, the long sword in Wang Tieshou's hand suddenly split into 2 halves. Duan Jishuan's lance continued to stab at Wang Tieshou's chest.
Humph.
Duan Jishuan, it's not that easy to kill me. Wang Tais Ho growled. Then, he did something that made everyone speechless. He actually used both hands to grab Duan Jishuan's lance.
Clang!
Just when the onlookers thought that there would be the sound of a sharp blade piercing into flesh, there was a sound of metal clashing on the horse lance. Duan Jishuan's horse lance was actually blocked by Iron Hand Wang with his bare hands.
Heh!
Duan Jishuan, now you know why the Jianghu people call me Tais Ho, right? What are you 2 still standing there for? Hurry up and attack. Wang Tai's ho sneered and shouted at Hua Xiaojian and Chu Xiaofeng. Master Wang, we're here to help you. As long as we kill Duan Jishuan today, the three of us will be famous all over the world.
Haha.
Chu Xiaofeng laughed and slashed with his sword. Hua Xiaojian was not willing to be left behind. He also hurried over to help. Duan Jishuan frowned. He wanted to injure one of the grandmasters when they were not prepared. Then, he would go and stall for time with the other two grandmasters. After all, the grandmasters were too powerful. If he did not hold them back and let them kill him, the black armored army might lose a few hundred men. But now that his sneak attack did not work, the enemy must be prepared. He would have to face the pressure of the three grandmasters head-on. It was no different from suicide. Half an hour ago. Guangqing County. Provincial Governor's Mansion.
Reporting
Reporting to the two grandmasters, a portion of the soldiers from the three directions outside the city have been transferred to the south of Guangqing County. A provincial government soldier hurriedly ran into the main hall of the provincial governor's office and reported.
What?
To the south of Guangqing County? Isn't that where our reinforcements are? Cui Wenji stood up and said. Pan Jinyue thought for a while and said, Grandmasters, could it be that they have discovered the traces of our reinforcements and sent their soldiers to stop them from reaching Guangqing County? Wang Shuwu nodded and said,
Yes, it's very likely.
Duan Jishuan scouts are the best in the world. It shouldn't be difficult for them to discover that our reinforcements are from Shuzhou. Cui Junchuo looked at the soldier and asked, Let me ask you, how many soldiers have been transferred to the east, west, and south gates? The messenger cupped his fists and replied, In reply to Taigong, I can't see the exact number. However, about 20 to 30,000 soldiers have been deployed from the east and west gates. As for the south gate, it seems that more than 1,000 black armored soldiers have been deployed there. Cui Junchuo's eyes lit up and said, More than 1,000? That means there are only about 2,000 black armored army left at the south gate? Wenji, Shuwu, the east and west gates are still there. But there are only about 2,000 black armored army left at the south gate. Although the black armored army's combat power is unparalleled, they won't be able to withstand the combined attack of 300,000 soldiers. We will concentrate on breaking through the south gate and then rendezvous with the reinforcements brought by Shen Er and Huai Jie. Cui Wenji thought for a while and saw Zhang Shuwu nodding. He replied, All right. We will transfer most of the soldiers and break through the south gate. If the other two gates send reinforcements to the south gate, we will lead the rest of the soldiers to escape from the east and west gates. He was indeed an old fox. This was what it meant to attack in the east and attack in the west. Cui Junchuo nodded and said, That's the best. Zhen Yue, Cui Quan. Go and make the arrangements quickly. Half an hour later, the south gate of Guangqing County opened. Cui Quan led 150,000 soldiers and the guards stationed at the south gate and charged towards the 2,000 black armored army outside the city. Soldiers, we are the black armored army. We will win. Kill. Duan Jishuan's lieutenant, Wu Feng, roared and led the black armored army to charge forward. Pay attention to the formation, don't fall behind. Duan Jishuan's other lieutenant, Zhang Chong, shouted from behind. Reporting. Lord Pacifier, the rebel army has found out that the south gate is empty. Cui Quan led 100,000 soldiers and charged out from the south gate. I don't think the black armored army can hold on for much longer. East City Gate. Central Army Tent. The messenger hurriedly ran in and bowed to Ran Kan. What? The rebel army has left the city? Ran Kan was shocked and immediately became anxious. He said, There are only 2,000 black armored troops at the south gate. Although the black armored troops have unparalleled battle prowess, how can they fight against the hundreds of thousands of rebels in the city? Men, quickly! Gather the soldiers and reinforce the black armored army. Lord Pacifier, you can't do that. You can't do that. A middle-aged officer to the left of Ran Kan hurriedly stood up to stop him. Cui Junchuo has only mobilized a few 100,000 soldiers this time. The other few 100,000 soldiers are obviously still waiting for an opportunity to make their move. Once we send too many people to the south gate, the main force of the rebels will definitely escape from the east gate. At that time, the ones who let Cui Junchuo and Pan Jinyue go will be us. Lord Pacifier, please think twice before you act. Ran Kan frowned and said coldly, Captain Meng, in your opinion, Should we stay put and watch as the Black Armored Army is annihilated and the Cui family escapes from the South Gate? You must know that the Black Armored Army is the army that His Majesty values the most. If His Majesty finds out that we watched the Black Armored Army being destroyed without doing anything, then our sins will be even greater.
Captain Meng was speechless.
He clasped his fist and said, Lord Pacifier, Lord Pacifier.
Pacifier, there are currently 55,000 soldiers guarding the east and west city gates. We can only deploy 5,000 soldiers each to reinforce the Black Armored troops. This way, we won't weaken the defense of the east and west city gates by much. Moreover, with 2,000 Black Armored troops and 10,000 prefecture soldiers, even if we lose, we won't lose so quickly. Now, we just have to see if Butler Li's army can arrive before the 2,000 Black Armored Army is completely defeated. Other than that, we have no other choice.
Ren Kan's brows furrowed. He lowered his head and fell into deep thought. After a while, he raised his head and said, Captain Meng, immediately take 5,000 elite soldiers and go to the South Gate to support the Black Armored troops.
Also, send someone to the West Gate to inform Wang Yu.
Yes, Lord.
The middle-aged general replied loudly and left the tent. At the South Gate, the two armies were engaged in a fierce battle. The Black Armored Army lived up to their reputation as the heavy armored cavalry. Even in the face of hundreds of thousands of enemy soldiers, they were not completely defeated. The 2,000 Black Armored Army formed a long snake formation. With their strong charging force and armor, they charged through the rebel army several times. Cui Quan's army of hundreds of thousands had already lost at least 20,000 soldiers. Most of them were killed by the fully armored horses. However, the Black Armored Army had also paid a heavy price. After a few charges, they had lost more than 300 soldiers. This made Wu Feng and Zhang Chang's hearts ache. Those who were able to join the Black Armored Army were all elite soldiers who could fight against 100 soldiers. Set up your formation and surround the Black Armored Army. Cui Quan roared, and the remaining 100,000 soldiers, under the command of their respective captains, formed an encirclement and surrounded the Black Armored troops. Without an open space, the Black Armored Army could not charge forward. They were like caged beasts. Kill! From all directions, the rebel soldiers wielded long spears and charged towards the Black Armored troops. Without their advantage in speed, the Black Armored Army could only raise their swords to defend themselves. But as the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Under such a dense encirclement, many of the Black Armored Army were dismounted. Bang! 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 Kill! Suddenly, 2 armies of thousands of soldiers appeared from the east and west. The rebel army panicked. Wu Feng made a prompt decision and shouted, Charge out from the east! Kill! Soon, the eastern side of the rebel army's encirclement was attacked from both inside and outside. It did not take long for a gap to be torn open. The Black Armored Army was finally able to charge forward again. Together with the 10,000 soldiers, they started to fight the rebel army again. However, the hundreds of thousands of soldiers that Cui Quan brought with him were not just a motley crew. There were also 20,000 Cui family's shadow guards. Coupled with the fact that there were so many of them, the Black Armored Army and the 10,000 soldiers from the provincial government showed signs of defeat. Hee hee. Looks like we've won. We can leave Guan City from the South Gate now. On the city gate tower, Cui Junchuo heaved a long sigh of relief after she saw the situation of the battle below. Bang! 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 Soldiers, follow me. We're going to save the Black Armored Army. Just when Cui Junchuo thought that the situation was settled, a black mass of soldiers suddenly rushed out from the wilderness to the west. The leader was a large number of people holding long lances, riding horses and galloping towards them.
Niu Jinda? Li Jing?
How is that possible? Chapter 1329.
Cui Junchuo, Cui Wenji, Zhang Shuwu, Pan Jinyue, and the rest were devastated when they saw Li Jing and Niu Jinda leading at least 60,000 soldiers to the South Gate. Just a moment ago, they were still overjoyed that they had won the battle and could finally break out of the encirclement. However, the army led by Li Jing and Niu Jinda had extinguished the flames of hope in their hearts. The 2,000 Black Armored troops and 10,000 prefecture soldiers had already caused them such heavy losses. Now that the Tang military god was leading 60,000 soldiers, how were they supposed to fight back? In terms of reputation, Li Jing was much more powerful than the Black Armored troops. The Tang military god had never lost a single battle since his debut. Cui Quan was also a little dumbfounded at this moment. He looked at the tanned and thin veteran who called himself Old Nyo and was shocked. Could this be Langyi County's Old Nyo Jinda? Then, wouldn't the army he brought be the elites from the capital? Who would be able to withstand this? Reinforcements are here. Generals, listen up. Follow me and kill. Kill every last one of them. Wu Feng was overjoyed when he saw the army coming from the west. He shouted loudly, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Hearing that the reinforcements were here, the black armored troops' morale was boosted, and they charged even more fiercely at the rebels. At this moment, Nyo Jinda had already led his soldiers over. As soon as they came into contact, 4 to 5 rebels were sent flying by him. Then, he swung his sword left and right, and more than a dozen soldiers were killed by his sword in an instant. He was unparalleled in bravery. Roar! Kill! 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 Although the army behind Nyo Jinda had been traveling for a day and a night, and their bodies were extremely tired, they still couldn't help but feel their blood boil when they saw this scene. Their bodies were instantly filled with a primordial energy, and they forgot all their fatigue and launched a fearless charge. To Cui Quan, the current situation on the battlefield could be said to have taken a sudden turn for the worse. Very soon, his army of over 100,000 was scattered and utterly defeated. Beat the gongs to retreat. Quick! Beat the gongs to retreat. Order everyone to return to the city immediately. Cui Junchuo, who was watching the battle from the city gate tower, hurriedly ordered. Cui Wenji and Zheng Shuwu looked at each other, shook their heads, and said nothing. Obviously, they also thought that Cui Quan's men couldn't defeat Li Jing's men. Yes. A soldier rushed out hurriedly. Clang, clang, clang. Not long after, a sound similar to the sound of a gong sounded from the city gate tower. It was written in Sun's Han Army, Sun Zi's Han Army, advance at the sound of the drum, sound, sound, retreat. East, west, north, 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 east, 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 west, north, 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 and central central. Because technology was west west and west, west, yong, west west, west 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 west, soon west. When they and the Sunday were. When Sun, Li heard the after Wang heard the Sun, army, and soon, and Wang, sounded, Sun heard of the retreat. Yai and retreat. Soon. Wait. Phone. When this heard the sound of the this to, they, when twos, s. He didn't have the courage to fight against a famous general of the Great Tang like Nyo Jinda, much less win. If he could retreat, he would do so with all his might. Commandant, why do you want our 2 battalions to bring up the rear? A young general roared unwillingly. Commandant's song. This is an order. Cui Quan looked at the young general coldly and said, "The rest of the soldiers, listen to my order. Retreat. Retreat into the city." After saying that, he turned his horse around and took the lead to escape. The remaining 100,000 rebels hurriedly followed behind Cui Quan and ran toward the city gate. Although the thousands of soldiers in the 13th and 14th battalions were unwilling, they could only stay behind to stop the imperial court's army. The rebels on the battlefield were getting fewer and fewer. Not long after, only these 2 battalions were left. Just as the commandants of these 2 battalions were about to bring their troops back to the city, they saw that the wooden bridge over the moat had been put away, and the city gate was gradually closing. Ah! Cui Quan, you'll die a horrible death. When Commandant Song saw this, he knew that his 2,000 men had been abandoned. He immediately let out an indignant roar. At this moment, Nyo Jinda had already surrounded the 2,000 men with his army. He said coldly, "Put down your weapons and surrender immediately. Then I might spare your lives." "Thank you, General Nyo. We surrender. We surrender." Hearing this, the rebels put down their weapons without hesitation. Since Cui Quan was using them as cannon fodder, what was there to hesitate about? "Take them away." Nyo Jinda waved his hand, and the soldiers took the captives away. At this moment, Nyo Jinda looked at Cui Junchuo and the others on the city gate tower and shouted, "Cui Junchuo, you've committed treason and disregarded the imperial court's favor. I advise you to surrender as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll die without a complete corpse." Cui Junchuo was disheartened. Li Jing and Nyo Jinda's appearance made him lose all hope of winning. However, things had already come to this. If he retreated, he would die. If he advanced, he would also die. There was no turning back. Niu Jinda, it's impossible for me, Cui Junchuo, to surrender. There are still 200,000 men in the city. If you and Li Jing want to attack the city, then come at me. Cui Junchuo's eyes flashed with viciousness. Even if there was no chance of winning, he would drag the entire city down with him. Humph. Old bastard, you really don't know what's good for you. Niu Jinda said angrily. All right, Jinda, quickly clean up the battlefield. Then, bring the rest of the black-armored troops to support Xu Bao and Ji Jia. Leave this to me. At this moment, Li Jing walked up and patted Niu Jinda on the shoulder before speaking softly. I'll do it now. Niu Jinda was shocked. Only then did he remember that there were still 2 armies fighting in the south. He cupped his fists in response and quickly went to find the black-armored troops. In the southern suburbs of Guanqing County, the 50,000 shadow guards from the Cui and Zhang families and the 40,000 soldiers from Duan Jishuan had suffered heavy casualties. However, the shadow guards from the Cui and Zhang families still had the upper hand. As for Duan Jishuan's black-armored troops, the Cui and Zhang families' hall of worship and camp of sacrifice, the situation was even more one-sided. More than half of the black-armored troops were either dead or injured. As for Duan Jishuan himself, he was severely injured. His light armor was stained with blood from both the enemy and himself. It could be said that if the battle continued like this, the people that Duan Jishuan had brought with him would be completely annihilated. So what if the black-armored troops were brave and powerful? The hall of worship of the Cui and Zhang families were all elite fighters. As for the camp of sacrifice, they were all assassins who were not afraid of death. In terms of combat power, the black-armored troops were not that strong. Moreover, the enemy outnumbered them by a few times. Hey, black-armored troops? Didn't you say that 3,000 black-armored troops could defeat 100,000 soldiers? Why is the general of the black-armored troops so weak? Wang Taizhou threw a punch at Duan Jishuan and sent him crashing to the ground. This man did not know the saying that all villains die because they talk too much. So, he wanted to mock them and show off his strength. Duan Jishuan supported himself with his lance and stood up unsteadily. He looked at Wang Taizhou and said coldly, "The black-armored troops' reputation is not for trash like you to judge. Let's see how long you can be so arrogant when my reinforcements arrive." Haha, reinforcements? If you have reinforcements, why are they taking so long? Why don't you call for your reinforcements to come quickly? Wang Taizhou sneered. In this battle, although it was 3 evolved Jing masters against 1, all 3 of them were injured. At this time, he had a stomach full of anger. Now that he had beaten Duan Xuanji to the ground with great difficulty, of course he wanted to show off his prestige as the victor. Bang! 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 Suddenly, a series of hurried footsteps came from outside the mountain. Wang Taizhou, Cui Shen, Zhang Huaijia, and the rest were shocked. Oh no! Their reinforcements are here. Cui Shen said in a panic. Ha! How dare the remnants of the noble families resist the imperial army? Soldiers, charge with me, old Cheng. Kill every last one of them. Cheng Yaojin held a lance in his hand and took the lead to rush over. Kill! 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 The 5,000 elites that Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong had brought with them also charged forward. Damn it! They really have reinforcements. Then you can go to hell first. Wang Tieshou's face darkened. He cursed himself for saying such a thing. He used his leg to pick up a saber beside a dead soldier and slashed it at Duan Jishuan's neck with one hand. Ha! How dare you, old man! At the crucial moment, Cheng Yaojin roared and threw out the stallion in his hand. His target was Iron Hand Wang. Wang Taizhou did not dare to take it head-on. He quickly dodged, and the lance stabbed into the ground. It was obvious how powerful Cheng Yaojin's attack was. Whoosh! In just a short while, Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong had arrived and stood in front of Duan Jishuan. General Duan, take care of yourself. Leave these 3 to me and Jijia. Qin Qiong looked at Duan Jishuan and said. Duan Jishuan clasped his fist and said, "Thank you, General Qin. Thank you, General Cheng." Cheng Yaojin laughed. Hey, little Duan, next time you encounter something like this, don't force yourself. You're a good fighter. If you die in the hands of these idiots, it won't be worth it. Duan Jishuan was immediately choked by this shameless old man. All right, Jijia. Focus on the enemy first. Qin Qiong pulled out his sword and looked at the three grandmasters in front of him. All right. Haha. Today, I can finally show my skills. The three of you old men, come at me together. Chang Yaojin picked up the lance that was inserted into the ground and laughed loudly. Qin Qiong, Cheng Yaojin, Wang Taizhou, Chu Xiaofeng, and Hua Xiaojian's pupils shrank. Their faces were filled with shock. Hey, cut the crap. Today, none of you can leave. Chang Yaojin did not waste any more time. He shouted and charged forward with his lance. Chapter 1330. Clang, clang, clang. On the mountain path, Chang Yaojin and Qin Qiong fought the three grandmasters from the Cui and Jiang families together. The sound of weapons clashing echoed throughout the valley. Although in terms of overall strength, Chang Yaojin and Qin Qiong were weaker than Wang Taizhou, Chu Xiaofeng, and Hua Xiaojian, in the previous battle with Duan Jishuan, each of them had expended a lot of their qi and suffered some injuries. Although those injuries were not fatal, they were unable to maintain their peak condition. It was because of these reasons that Chang Yaojin and Qin Qiong could fight the three grandmasters without losing. On the other side, with the addition of the 5,000 elites brought by Chang Yaojin, the shadow guards of the Cui and Jiang families were gradually losing. The scales of victory were slowly tilting towards the imperial court. The sun was setting in the west, and the sky was gradually turning dark. Of the three grandmasters from the Cui and Jiang families, one was dead and two were injured. Chu Xiaofeng was dead, and only Wang Taizhou and Hua Xiaojian were left struggling to hold on. The two of them could not hold on for much longer. On the other hand, less than 10,000 of the Cui family's 50,000 shadow guards were left. All of them were injured, and the battle was coming to an end. Cui Shen and Zhang Huijie were watching from the side. They were anxious, but there was nothing they could do. Huijie, our shadow guards can't hold on for much longer. Why don't we run? Cui Shen said with a pale face. He was afraid of death. He had not lived long enough. Gulp. Zhang Huijie swallowed and hesitated. Okay. Let's run now and hide in the forest on both sides of the mountain path. Even if they find out that we have escaped, it won't be easy for them to find us. After that, the two young masters of the aristocratic families led a few guards and began to sneak toward the side of the mountain. Dong dong dong. Just then, the sound of horses galloping came from outside the mountain path. A moment later, the clan people saw a group of black-armored knights galloping toward them. Shu Bao, Jijia. Jinda is here to help. Niu Jinda urged the warhorse beneath him to gallop over at a high speed. Black-armored troops. Black-armored troops again. The Cui and Zheng families are done for. When Wang Taizhou saw Lai Jun clearly, he suddenly felt a wave of despair and said with a painful expression. At this time, he was truly in despair. He even wanted to give up resisting. Quick! Run! Another group of black-armored troops is here. Cui Shen heard the commotion at the entrance of the mountain path. When he took a closer look, he was scared out of his wits. He hurriedly urged Zhang Huijie and the guards around him to speed up. Jinda! Don't worry about us for now. Those two should be the young masters of the Cui family and the Zheng family. Capture them. Don't let them escape. Qin Qiong had already noticed Cui Shen and Zhang Huijie, who were surrounded by a group of people trying to escape. He hurriedly said to Niu Jinda, who was running over. Good. I'll go and capture those two kids right now. Niu Jinda looked in the direction Qin Qiong was pointing at, and then he shouted and urged his warhorse to gallop towards Cui Shen and Zhang Huijie. Young master, hurry up and leave. Someone was chasing after them. I'll help you block them for a while. One of the guards beside Cui Shen saw Niu Jinda galloping over and said. Then he turned around with a solemn expression and went to meet the enemy with his weapon. Go. All of you, go and block that person. The Cui family will help you take care of your family. Cui Shen panicked and hurriedly shouted at the rest of the guards beside him. Yes, young master. The guards looked at each other, and a trace of despair flashed in their eyes. They cupped their hands and turned to rush out. Hey, you think you can stop me with just the few of you? Niu Jinda snorted coldly and did not slow down at all. He continued to gallop towards these few soldiers. These few soldiers did not see Niu Jinda move, but their weapons were already sent flying by the lance in Niu Jinda's hand. And they were also pushed back by this huge force. Niu Jinda did not kill them. Instead, he went straight for Cui Shen and Zhang Huijie, who were running up the hill. In the blink of an eye, he had already caught up with them. He jumped down from his horse and knocked the two unconscious without any effort. Cui Shen's guards wanted to go forward to rescue them, but they were surrounded by the prefecture soldiers who had rushed over. At this moment, Chang Yaojin and Qin Qiong respectively found a flaw in Wang Taizhou and Hua Xiaojin's defense and killed them with a single blow. Two grandmaster-level consecrators of the aristocratic families fell unwillingly just like that. The reinforcements of the Cui family and Zhang family who had not fallen saw that their young masters had been captured and that their top fighters had died. Instantly, they lost the motivation to continue fighting and put down their weapons, kneeling on the ground and surrendering. Seeing this, Qin Qiong decisively gave the order to quickly clean up the battlefield and then regroup with the main force. In this battle, the Cui family and Zhang family's consecrators were completely wiped out. Only 3,000 of the 50,000 secret guards were left, and they surrendered in the end. As for the imperial court, the black armored army suffered heavy losses. More than 500 warhorses were lost, 512 soldiers were killed, and General Duan Jixuan was severely injured. Of the 40,000 prefecture soldiers, 3,568 were killed, and 5,032 were severely injured. All in all, it was a heavy loss. If Qin Qiong and Chang Yaojin had not arrived in time, the losses would have been even worse, or even completely wiped out. Jixuan, you are recovering from your injuries. The military situation is urgent. You made the right choice. The black armored army suffered heavy losses mainly because we underestimated the hidden power of these aristocratic families. After returning to the central tent in the south of Guangqing County, Qin Qiong reported the situation to Li Jing. Duan Jixuan bowed to Li Jing and asked for forgiveness. Li Jing shook his head and comforted him gently. 3 grandmasters, hundreds of Qi transformation realm martial artists, and thousands of fearless men of sacrifice. With such a lineup, perhaps only the black armored army led by Duan Jixuan had the ability to fight against them. Although the black armored army suffered heavy losses in the end, Li Jing understood that it was not easy for them to fight to this extent with the military strength at that time. In the end, they had underestimated the strength and foundation of these millennium-old aristocratic families. Thank you, General Manager, for your mercy. Duan Jixuan saluted and then turned to leave with a sad face. In this battle he won, but he also lost. General Manager, the identity of these 2 boys has been verified. They are the eldest grandson of the Cui family in Bowling, Cui Shen, and the eldest grandson of the Zheng family in Xingyang, Zhang Huijie. How should we deal with them? Niu Jinda pointed at Cui Shen and Zhang Huijie on the ground and asked Li Jing. Li Jing thought for a moment and replied, "Take them down and guard them well. When the time comes, bring them back to Chang'an and hand them over to His Majesty."
Okay.
Niu Jinda heard and nodded. Qin Qiong asked, "General Manager, when are we attacking the city?" When Li Jing heard this, he could not help but frown. He said in a deep voice, "Although theoretically, our victory is already decided, and the Cui family probably knows this, they still want to resist stubbornly and even want to drag the entire city's people to be buried with them. Their thoughts can be said to be vicious. If we rashly attack the city, they will probably let the newly recruited young men and even some old and weak women and children go up to the city tower to defend the city. In this way, if we attack by force, countless innocent people will be injured. Once the battle ends, Jianghu will definitely be transferred to the people's livelihood, and it will not recover for 10 years. Therefore, the matter of attacking the city needs to be considered at length. I also have to report this to His Majesty. Let the soldiers rest for a night. Anyway, the rebel army in the city will not be able to escape for a while." Qin Qiong frowned and thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "General Manager's words make sense. Then let's rest for a night." Li Jing's prediction was right. Cui Junchuo had the intention of dragging the entire city to be buried with him. Wen Ji, Shuwu, you don't have to have any more hope. Since Li Jing is here, the reinforcements brought by Cui Shen and Huijie must have all been killed. They can't possibly defeat Li Jing's scheme. In the main hall of the provincial governor's mansion, everyone's face was gloomy. The atmosphere in the hall was very oppressive, so oppressive that it was difficult to breathe. Cui Junchuo shakily stood up and let out a long sigh. No. I don't believe that my Huai Jie will die just like that. Zhang Shuwu shook his head with a pained expression. Cui Junchuo sighed and ignored him. Unexpectedly, Zhang Shuwu suddenly stood up and walked quickly to Cui Junchuo's side. He grabbed his collar and said crazily, "It's all your fault. It's all your fault. If you, Cui Junchuo, had not charmed me with your words back then, how would the Zhang family have come to this point today?" Cui Junchuo's body did not dare to move. Being pulled by Zhang Shuwu like this, he immediately had some difficulty breathing. He quickly shouted at Pan Jinyue beside him. "Quick! Zhang Shuwu is crazy. Quickly capture him. Quick! What are you still standing there for?" Pan Jinyue was originally hesitant, but seeing that Cui Junchuo was almost out of breath, he quickly waved his hand and ordered, "Men! Capture old grandfather Zhang." "Yes. Cui Junchuo, you dare. You dare to capture me?" Zhang Shuwu was quickly captured by the guards. He looked at Cui Junchuo in disbelief and asked, "Humph, why wouldn't I dare? Quick, take him away." Cui Junchuo said angrily. Now that the Cui and Zhang family's reinforcements had been annihilated by Li Jing's men, he no longer needed to rely on the Zhang family, so he naturally did not need to spoil Zhang Shuwu anymore. Because the entire army in Guanqing County was his Cui family's people. "Cui Junchuo, you're ungrateful, you'll die a horrible death." Cui Junchuo was quickly taken away, leaving behind a wave of vicious curses. Cui Wenji just watched and did not say a word from the beginning to the end because he could see the situation clearly. "Jinyue, if Li Jing attacks the city later, let the new soldiers go up to defend the city. After the new soldiers are all dead, let the people in the city to defend the city. Even if the Cui family cannot win, I will make Li Jing lose a few teeth in Guanqing County. I will let the entire Guanqing County be buried with the Cui family." After a moment of silence, Cui Junchuo looked at Pan Jinyue and said word by word fiercely. After everyone in the hall heard this, they could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. Chapter 1331. 2 in 1 chapter. After cleaning up the soldiers and counting the casualties, there were many more tents of various sizes in the open space in the south of Guanqing County. Li Jing's 60,000 elites from the capital were able to set up camp. The generals of the army in the east and west naturally came to visit Li Jing, the general manager of the Hunan Province Army, and report the situation of the war in the past 2 days. After receiving the generals, Tai Dan walked in and bowed. "Chief Steward, I was on the celestial lamp just now. I used the binoculars to observe the situation in the city and found that the 3 city gates were heavily guarded. There were also some elderly and children among the guards in the south of the city. They were all captured by the Cui family to guard the city." Li Jing frowned and said angrily, "Cui Junchuo, that old bastard. Does he want all the people in the city to die with his Cui family? That's outrageous." At this time, he couldn't help but recall what Cui Junchuo said to Niu Jinda in the afternoon on the city gate tower. "Niu Jinda, it's impossible for me, Cui Junchuo, to surrender. There are more than 200,000 soldiers in the city now. If you and General Manager Li want to attack the city, then come." Now it seemed that Cui Junchuo not only wanted to bury these 100,000 new soldiers with him, but also wanted all the people in the city to be his cannon fodder. That was simply insane. "Yes, I know all of this. Iron Egg, you've been traveling day and night. Have an early rest." Iron Egg's grandfather and Li Jing were cousins, so strictly speaking, Iron Egg also had to call Li Jing granduncle. With this relationship, Li Jing was quite close to Iron Egg. "Yes." Bruiser clasped his fists and left. In the tent, Li Jing closed his eyes and concentrated. After a while, he opened his eyes and wrote the situation here into a memorial. Then he asked someone to call Meng Wenhao and said, "Meng Wenhao, send this letter to Chang'an City by telegram." Right now, Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg had become the core members of the entire army. They were in charge of the army's communication with the outside world. The rescue of Guancheng relied on the unparalleled transmission speed of the telegraph machine. Li Jing had fought in wars all his life, but he had never been so comfortable as this time. Grasping first-hand information at the first moment allowed him to calmly make various tactical arrangements to deal with the changes in the situation on the battlefield. This was more efficient and useful than strategizing. He had already secretly made up his mind. After returning to the imperial court, he would definitely suggest to Li Air to build a telegraph machine. With this thing, it would be extremely convenient to fight in the future. Think about it. If an army had a telegraph machine in every camp, it could send their location and the deployment of the enemy's forces to the central tent in a timely manner. Then, he would be able to receive the news as soon as possible, formulate a strategy, and send the battle orders to the front line. Li Jing felt that it was impossible to lose such a war. Information was crucial to the direction of the war.
Yes,
Chief Steward. Meng Wenhao clasped his fists and was about to turn and leave when Li Jing called out to him again. Wenhao, contact little Yu and ask her how the situation in the city is.
Yes. Beep, beep, beep.
A series of long codes were sent to Chong and City. Little fatty Li Tai was busy recording the codes. He was extremely busy. Similar to him, there was another person busy collecting the codes outside Chong and City. It was Li Zixuan from Yunshan residence. Since the day the army set off, Li Zixuan had handed over the 2 remaining telegraph machines. He had made a few more telegraph machines. Because he knew all the codes and passwords used by the imperial court, Li Zixuan had also received a copy of all the telegrams that Meng Wenhao sent to the imperial court. Because of this, although Li Zixuan had never left Yunshan residence, he knew the situation at the front line like the back of his hand. However, only God knew if what he did was considered as stealing the imperial court's military secrets. Wife, go and tell grandmother and grandfather that the imperial court has won a great victory in Guan City. The Cui family is at the end of their rope. The monk is not in any danger for the time being. Tell them not to worry. After copying the codes, Li Zixuan quickly translated them. After reading the information, he found Han Yushi and said softly, "Yes, yes." Han Yushi nodded. Then she hesitated for a moment and asked, "Husband Iron Egg, is Iron Egg doing well over there?" Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Wife, don't worry. Iron Egg is with Uncle Li. He is safe. This time, he and Meng Wenhao have made a lot of contributions. When they return, His Majesty will reward them." Han Yushi heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. Husband, I will go and find grandfather and grandmother."
Yes, go.
After watching Han Yushi leave, the smile on Li Zixuan's face disappeared. A trace of coldness flashed in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "Cui Junchuo, I didn't expect you to be so vicious. You know that you will lose, but you still use the lives of hundreds of thousands of young people in Jianghu to buy time for yourself. It's a pity that this time, it may not be as you wish." Imperial Palace. Li Tai sent the information he received to Li Er. After reading it, Li Er frowned and said coldly, "What a vicious old man from the Cui family." The thing that worried him the most had happened. When he first learned that the Cui family had 300,000 soldiers, he was worried that after this battle, Jianghu would lose a large number of young people and their livelihood would wither. Now, he didn't expect that the Cui family would be even more vicious. They even wanted the old, weak, women, and children in the city to help defend the city. After taking 2 deep breaths, Li Er suppressed the anger in his heart. He looked at Li Tai and said, "Qing Ke, send a telegram to inform Li Jing. Ask him to send 2 groups of troops directly to Xingyang and Bowling. Capture all the clansmen of the Zhang family in Xingyang and the Cui family in Bowling. The collateral descendants will be directly exiled to Cheongzhou, and the direct descendants will be escorted back to Chang'an. In addition, let him handle all the military affairs in the county as he sees fit. Under the premise of eliminating the rebels, try to reduce the casualties of the people in the city as much as possible." As Li Tai spoke, he asked the servants for a pen and paper to record at the side. In the end, Li Tai cupped his hands and said, "Yes, sir. Tomorrow, I will go to the pagoda of Xingshan Temple and send the information to Supervisor Li." Xingshan Temple was built during the Sui dynasty and was the largest Buddhist temple in Chang'an. Although it wasn't as tall as Songyue Temple, it was still one of the taller buildings in Chang'an. In any case, it was already late at night and there was no need to rush to send out the information. Li Er nodded and said,
Good.
"Then Qing Ke, go back and rest early. Your son will take his leave." Li Tai cupped his hands and left, while Li Er sat on the dragon bed and fell into deep thought. Although the outcome of the Battle of Jiangzhou was already decided, Cui Junchuo's final counterattack made Old Li very uncomfortable. "Your Majesty, Li Junxian requests an audience." After an unknown period of time, an attendant walked in and carefully reported,
Let him in.
Li Er came back to his senses and hurriedly said. A moment later, Li Junxian walked in and was about to bow when Li Er waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be so courteous. Why have you come to find us so late at night?" Li Junxian cupped his fists and said, "Replying to your majesty, ever since the army went south to Jianghu, a total of 42 officials have tried to send pigeons to inform the Cui family and Zhang family, but the letters have all been intercepted by the cavalry. This subordinate has come today to ask your majesty, how should we deal with these officials?" Li Er's face darkened and he expressionlessly said, "Do you have a list?
Let us take a look."
Li Junxian took out a piece of paper from his bosom and handed it over.
"Your majesty, please take a look.
Cui Liang, Cui Cheng, Zhang Shangguang bastards. A bunch of bastards. They eat from the emperor, but instead of sharing the emperor's burdens, they colluded with the enemy and betrayed the country. These people have gone too far. Tonight, arrest all of them and hand them over to the Supreme Court, Ministry of Justice, and censorate for public trial." Looking at the familiar names on the paper, the anger in Li Er's heart grew stronger and stronger. Finally, he slammed the dragon table and exploded. Li Juanxian's spirit was shaken and he solemnly said, "This general obeys the decrees." Li Er's casual words set off a storm of blood in Chang'an City. At night, the doors of dozens of houses were opened by the cavalry department. The owners of 42 mansions were arrested almost at the same time. The screams, pleas, and shouts woke up many people who were sleeping soundly. However, no one dared to go out and check what was going on. Because at this time, there were only two possibilities for such a huge commotion. One was that they were attacked by bandits, and the other was that the imperial court was arresting criminals. Regardless of the situation, it was not something that ordinary people could afford to offend. Most of the officials who heard the news were unable to continue sleeping. Everyone had a premonition that something big was about to happen in Chang'an City. Guanqing County, East Gate. A group of new soldiers were still guarding the city walls. "Brother Ren, do you have time?" "Brother, I have some matters to discuss with you." At this moment, Lu Rengue was leaning against the city wall and dozing off. Speaking of which, this fellow wasn't afraid of falling off the wall in his sleep. At this moment, someone patted him on the shoulder and said, Who? "Oh, so it's Brother Wang Lang. Do you need something from me?" Lu Rengue woke up from his sleep and saw that the person who had come was the captain of the 6th platoon, Wang Lang, whom he had wanted to join a few days ago. He immediately perked up and greeted him. Wang Lang nodded and whispered, "Brother Ren, can we talk in private?" Seeing his mysterious expression, Lu Rengue's eyes turned. There was no reason for him to refuse. Of course. Brother Wang Lang. Follow this ones." A few moments later, Lu Rengue led Wang Lang to a corner of the city wall. This place was rather remote, and under normal circumstances, no one would come here. "Brother Wang Lang, what do you need?"
"Speak,"
Lu Rengue asked as he leaned against the wall. Wang Lang looked around and whispered, "Brother Ren, don't you think that Provincial Governor Pan and Commandant Cui are getting more and more overboard?" Lu Rengue asked curiously. "Brother Wang Lang, what do you mean?" Wang Lang said with a face full of resentment, "Brother Ren, don't you know about the battle in the south of the city today? At first, Commandant Cui's army did have the upper hand, but later on, Duke Wei Lijing and Duke Niu Jinda of Langyi County led an army of 50 to 60,000. Commandant Cui was so scared that he fled in panic. It's fine if he fled, but he actually had the brothers of the 13th and 14th Battalions stay behind to cover his retreat. After the army retreated back to the city, he ordered his men to close the city gates. And the several thousand brothers of the 13th and 14th Battalions were all locked outside the city gates. Do you think Cui Quan is still human? In my opinion, he thinks that the 13th and 14th Battalions are all new recruits like us, so he doesn't care about us. What's even worse is that according to what I know, Cui Quan's men have started to capture some old, weak, women, and children to guard the South Gate. Because of today's battle, more than half of the new recruits guarding the South Gate were killed or injured. He's short of manpower. This guy is really a beast. In my opinion, if the army outside the city attacks later on, us new recruits will definitely be the first to die. If we're all dead, Cui Quan will definitely capture the citizens in the city and put them on the city walls. Bah! This son of a bitch is really a good for nothing.
Hey.
Brother Wang Lang. Keep your voice down. If someone hears you, then we'll be in big trouble. Lu Rengue was overjoyed when he heard this, but he tried to persuade him out of good intentions. After talking for a long time, Wang Lang's heart was already burning with anger. He wanted to smash the pot to smithereens. Humph. So what if they hear me? At worst, I'll die. If this continues, I'll die sooner or later. Although my family doesn't live in the city, I have many relatives in the city. If Cui Quan captures my relatives and puts them on the city walls to guard the city one day, how do you think I should face them? How much do they hate me? Lu Rengue looked at him sympathetically and said, Brother Wang Lang, calm down first. Being angry won't solve the problem. Actually, Cui Quan is just a lackey of the Cui family. The reason why he did so is because the Cui family ordered him to do so. The Cui family is now able to cover the sky with one hand in Guangqing County. Although they can't defeat the army outside the city, but dealing with the citizens below is still easy. Wang Lang said angrily, Humph. When I was young, my father told me to study hard. If I can become a hanger-on of the Cui family in the future, then I'll bring glory to my ancestors. Now it seems that I'm lucky that I didn't study hard at that time. Otherwise, if I rely on the Cui family, such a dirty place, I might as well cut my own throat. When Lu Rengue heard this, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He thought to himself, the Cui family is dirty. Is that the reason why you didn't study hard? Brother Wang Lang, now we're all chess pieces under the Cui family. If they want us dead, what can we do? Lu Rengue pretended to sigh helplessly and said, Bullshit. Brother Denyo, I, Wang Lang, respect you as a man. Today, I'll tell you something from the bottom of my heart. If you want to report me after hearing it, then I'll accept it. We're going to die anyway. Instead of dying in the hands of the Imperial Army without knowing why, and ending up with the title of traitor, making our descendants unable to raise their heads, why don't we rebel against the Cui family together? Even if we die, we'll die like a real man. How about it? Brother Denyo, do you dare to rebel with me? Chapter 1332. Shoo. Brother Wang Lang, lower your voice. Even if you want to rebel against the Cui family, you don't have to be so loud. On the East Gate Tower of Guangqing County, Lu Rengue had a thought and secretly thought that the time was ripe. He first calmed Wang Lang's emotions and then whispered, Brother Wang Lang, I won't hide it from you. I, Lu Rengue, am also hot-blooded and have long disliked the Cui family. But so what? The Cui family is powerful and they have countless soldiers under their command. With just the two of us, I'm afraid we can't even get close to Cui Quan, Pan Jinyue, Cui Junchuo and the others. We will be killed immediately. Wang Lang's face lit up. He quickly said, Brother Dainyu, who said it's just the two of us? Actually, the brothers in the 6th squad all want to rebel against the Cui family just like me. There are many people like us in other camps. As long as there is a hero who can take the lead, I, Wang Lang, can guarantee that there will be thousands of brothers who will be willing to follow him to destroy the Cui family. Lu Rengue was shocked and said, Oh, Brother Wang Lang, are you serious? Of course. Brother Dainyu, you can ask around in other brigades and you will know. Brother Wang Lang, how many people on your side are willing to rebel against the Cui family? Lu Rengue suddenly asked tentatively. Wang Lang said confidently, Brother Dainyu, I don't dare to say about other brigades, but as long as someone takes the lead to rebel against the Cui family, the 200 brothers in the 6th squad will definitely follow. According to the military system of the Tang dynasty, there were 5 brigades under each battalion. Each brigade led 3 groups. Each group led 5 10-man leaders and each group led 10 men. In other words, a brigade was only allowed to have 150 soldiers, and a battalion had 750 soldiers. But the Cui family had recruited too many new soldiers this time, and there were not many officers who could lead soldiers. So, every battalion and every brigade was overstaffed. For example, the 9th Battalion had 9 brigades, and each brigade had 200 soldiers. Lu Rengue laughed and said, Good. Brother Wang Lang, since you trust me so much, then I'll tell you the truth today. Actually, I've always been planning to rebel against the Cui family because I can't just watch my subordinates die with that old fart Cui Junchuo. I have a plan that can topple the Cui family. Before this, I have contacted the other recruits. Including you, there are a total of 8 teams on our side. I want to wait until there are more people before activating this plan. At that time, we will have the opportunity to completely push the Cui family into the abyss. Wang Lang was excited when he heard this. He said, "That's great. That's great. I, Wang Lang, did not misjudge you. Brother Dainiu, what's your plan? Can you tell me about it?" Lu Rengui shook his head and said, "Brother Wang Lang, it's not that I don't trust you. It's just that we don't have enough manpower. When there are more people, Dainiu will tell you everything. Then we will send the Cui family to hell." Wang Lang nodded and said, "Good. Brother Dainiu, don't worry. I have 2 good friends who are brigades in other battalions. They are also farmers outside the city like me. They have long disliked the Cui family. I will help you contact them. They will definitely be willing to rebel against the Cui family with us." Lu Rengui said happily, "That's great. Brother Wang Lang, after you convince them, let me know. With these 2 brigades, we should have enough people. When we get together, I will tell you the plan. We can definitely overthrow the Cui family in one fell swoop." "Brother Dainiu, then it's settled. As for my 2 friends, I promise to convince them before noon tomorrow. I will bring them to meet you." "Good." The next day, Chang'an City, Imperial Palace. Under Taiji Palace, hundreds of officials were in the morning court. What was different from the past was that there were many officials who came to the morning court with an uneasy heart. This was because they had received news early in the morning that 42 officials had been sent to prison last night. They were from all departments, ranging from the 3rd-ranked officials to the 9th-ranked officials. Since the establishment of the Tang Empire, there had never been a situation where more than 40 officials were arrested at the same time. This meant that there would be a huge earthquake in the Tang Empire's officialdom. However, only those who had a guilty conscience would feel guilty. In the early Tang dynasty, there were many people in the imperial court who did not have a guilty conscience. Thus, Xiao Yu was speaking frankly in the main hall, reporting to Li Er the expenditure of the imperial court's treasury in the first 3 months of this year. In general, compared to last year, the expenditure of the treasury has increased slightly in the first 3 months of this year. The reason is that His Majesty has rebuilt Xianxia and built the Yellow River Forest Belt. However, these expenses are completely within the range of the imperial court's ability to bear. Li Er listened to Xiao Yu's Tang Empire treasury report, expressionlessly. It was as if the arrest of a large number of officials yesterday had nothing to do with him. After waiting for a long time, Xiao Yu finally finished. Li Er saw that no one came forward to report, so he said, "Last night, I received news that Li Jing and Duan Jishuan defeated the rebel army in Jianghu. The Cui clan of Bowling and the Zhang clan of Xingyang had hidden 50,000 secret guards, hundreds of Jianghu experts, and 3,000 men of sacrifice. They fought with Duan Jishuan's Black Armor army in the wilderness. In the end, except for a few who surrendered, the rest were all annihilated. Li Jing led the 3 armies and fought with the 150,000 soldiers of the Cui clan outside Guangqing County at dusk yesterday. He killed 45,000 soldiers and forced the Cui clan's army into the city. Now, Cui Junchuo is like a turtle in a jar. He can't make any waves anymore." The officials were slightly shocked in their hearts. Firstly, they were surprised that the Cui clan of Qinghe that was said to possess an army of 300,000 was actually so weak. Secondly, most of the officials were unable to figure out why Li Er was able to receive news of victory last night when it was clearly yesterday afternoon. How did he send the news? Even a messenger pigeon would not be so fast. However, core officials like Zhang Sun Wuji and Fang Xianling knew that when Li Jing led the army to Jiangzhou, he brought along a telegraph. Therefore, they definitely wouldn't have such doubts. "Congratulations, Your Majesty." Although they were confused, they still had to congratulate Li Er for winning the battle. Does our Emperor Li Er not care about his face? The civil and military officials cupped their hands and said in unison. However, Li Er's face did not have a trace of joy from winning the battle. He just kept a cold face and did not say a word. This made the officials feel very strange. "Humph. Congratulate? You should indeed congratulate us, because over the past few days, we have discovered 42 officials who have colluded with the enemy and betrayed their country. They are eating the salary given by the imperial court, but they are doing the shady business of colluding with the enemy and betraying their country. If not for Baichi intercepting their carrier pigeons flying to Jiangzhou, you would have heard the grievous news of Luoyang being surrounded and about to be captured. Li Er suddenly slammed the table and shouted angrily. The entire hall was echoing with his angry roar. The civil and military officials immediately kept quiet out of fear. None of them dared to breathe loudly.
Lu Dui.
After a moment of silence in Taiji Palace, Li Er's cold voice came from above. This old official is here. Lu Dui, the Chancellor of the Supreme Court, hurried forward and cupped his hands. Li Er coldly swept his gaze over all the officials in the court. Then he looked at Lu Dui and said, "In a moment, I will hand over all these officials and the intercepted letters to you. I give you 7 days to investigate these officials together with the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate. Find out if they have any accomplices. After 7 days, report to me the results of your investigation. At that time, those who should be killed will be killed and those who should be exiled will be exiled." Lu Dui's heart trembled. He cupped his hands and said solemnly, "This official obeys the decree." The officials in the court felt a chill in their hearts. They knew that Li Er was going to start a massacre. I would like to remind some people that you are officials of the Tang Empire first and then people of the aristocratic families. Without the Tang Empire, you are nothing. Humph. Court is dismissed. After Li Er said this coldly, he got up and left in a huff. Now that he had almost wiped out 3 of the 5 families, he had the confidence to say these words. The officials looked at each other and sighed. Then, they left the hall and went about their own business. Little fishy, little fishy. At noon, in a private house in Wuning Square in the south of Guangqing County, a fierce-looking man took advantage of the fact that no one was around to jump over the wall and come to the backyard.
Big Brother Lu?
Why are you back? Little Fishy, who was taking an afternoon nap in the attic, hurried downstairs to welcome him when she heard the shouts below.
Shoo!
Lower your voice. I snuck out during lunchtime. Let's talk inside. Lu Rengue hurriedly whispered.
Oh.
Okay. Little Fishy replied and led Lu Rengue into the house. Then she said, Big Brother Lu, you must have not eaten lunch, right? I still have some steamed buns left. Why don't you eat some to fill your stomach? Lu Rengue waved his hand and said, There's no time. I can't stay any longer. I came back to look for you today because of an urgent matter. I'll make it short and leave after I'm done. Little Fishy hurriedly sat up straight and said, Okay, Big Brother Lu, go ahead. I'm listening. Lu Rengue said, Little Fishy, I've already convinced the captains of 10 teams. They are all willing to join me in the rebellion against Cui. I can mobilize 2,000 troops. I plan to bring these people to kill the soldiers guarding the gate at midnight tonight. Then, I'll open the city gates and release the drawbridge to let the army outside the city in. So you have to inform Duke Wei outside the city in advance and let them prepare. Once midnight arrives, we'll work together and take down Guangqing City in one fell swoop. Understand? Little Fishy said in surprise. Wow! Big Brother Cui, you're amazing. You can actually gather 2,000 troops from the rebel army. Lu Rengue waved his hand and said, Okay, let's not talk about this first. Send out what I just said and see if Duke Wei agrees. I'll wait here. Hurry. Okay. But even if they receive the news, it will probably take a while before they reply. Big Brother Lu, take advantage of this time to eat something. I'll go up and send the telegram now. Little Fishy said and then went upstairs excitedly. If this plan succeeded, she would be able to escape Guangqing City and return to Chang'an. Lu Rengue sat alone downstairs, thinking about what to do at night. It would take a lot of effort, so he picked up the steamed bun on the table and started eating. Chapter 1333. 2-in-1 Chapter. South of Guangqing County, Middle Army Tent. After lunch, Li Jing gathered all the generals together to discuss the plan to break the city. Everyone, His Majesty sent us a letter this morning. First, he asked us to capture all the disciples of Cui family in Bowling and Zhang family in Xingyang. Second, he asked us to solve the problem of Cui family in Qinghe. Although Cui Junchuo's power is gone, he obviously wants to hide in the city and drag everyone in Guangqing County to die with him. Now, many of the guards on the south gate are the old, weak women and children they captured. If we want to attack the city, on one hand, we have to consider the casualties on our side. On the other hand, it's inevitable that we have to kill those innocent people. His Majesty asked us to reduce the casualties of the people as much as possible under the premise of eliminating the rebels.
Li Jing, as the general manager of the army, naturally sat on the highest seat. Qin Shubao, Cheng Yaojin, Niu Jinda, Duan Jishuan, Sui Provincial Governor Wang Yu, Bian Provincial Governor Zhao Kai, and Hunan Provincial Governor Ren Kan were kneeling on the left and right. Cheng Yaojin was furious. Humph! This Cui Junchuo is really a bastard. When I, old Cheng, break through the city gates in the future, I'll definitely beat this old thing up and feed him to the dogs. Cheng Yaojin had killed countless people in his life, but he only killed enemies. Old hooligans like Cui Junchuo who killed civilians were despised by old Cheng. Qin Qiong's face sank. He thought for a while and said, if Cui Junchuo really wants to let the people defend the city, then we can't attack the city. His Majesty has always loved the people like his children. We can't fight against those people, right? Li Jing nodded. Shubao is right. That's why I gathered everyone here today to discuss how to attack the city. First of all, you need to mobilize 20,000 soldiers from other provinces as soon as possible and divide them into two groups. One group will go to Bowling and the other group will go to Xingyang. You must capture all the people of Cui family in Bowling and Zhang family in Xingyang before the news of the victory in Guangqing County spread out. Although Ran Kan was a pacification ambassador, Li Jing was the general manager of the marching army and had Li Er's emperor's sword. All the officials in Hunan province should be under his control. Therefore, when he heard Li Jing's words, Ran Kan quickly stood up and saluted. Yes, head chief. I, Ran Baqian, will immediately send someone to Qi province to gather the troops. Yes. Li Jing nodded and said, next, everyone, think about how to take down Guan City. We didn't bring much food with us on this expedition. Even if we can mobilize food from the nearby provinces and counties, the imperial court can't afford to drag it on for too long. Therefore, we must think of a foolproof plan as soon as possible. Hearing this, everyone in the tent frowned. Reporting. Chief Steward, young Master Meng said that he has something important to discuss with you. At this moment, a soldier came in from outside the tent and said carefully. Usually, outsiders were not allowed to disturb this kind of high-level meeting. However, Li Jing had already said that Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg were special figures in the army. Therefore, even though the guard knew that an important meeting was being held in the tent, he still forced himself to come in and report. Li Jing's heart skipped a beat. He quickly said, "Let him in." "Yes, sir." The guard received the order and left. After a while, Meng Wenhao walked in from outside the tent. Seeing so many people in the tent, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, his expression became a little hesitant. "Greetings, head chief and generals." Meng Wenhao saluted. Li Jing nodded and said, "Yes. Wenhao, I heard that you have something to ask me?" "Say it." Meng Wenhao looked at the people around him. He knew Qin Qiong, Cheng Yaojin, Niu Jinda, and Duan Jishuan, but he had never seen Wang Yu and the others. He didn't know if he should tell them the information he had just received. After all, this matter concerned the life and death of many people. Li Jing's eyes were very sharp. How could he not see the hesitation in Meng Wenhao's heart? He smiled and said, "Haha, Wenhao, you don't have to have any misgivings. Everyone in this tent can be trusted. In the battle yesterday, if any of them were missing, the rebel army in the city would definitely have killed their way out of the encirclement." Hearing this, Meng Wenhao looked embarrassed and saluted to the people around him. He said apologetically, "I was rude and offended the generals. I hope you can forgive me for being disrespectful." Renkin laughed and said, "Young master, you are so cautious. I guess you have very important information to tell the chief steward, right? It's never wrong to be cautious about such things. We are not unreasonable people. We will definitely not take it to heart." Wang Yu and Zhao Kai nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Meng Wenhao turned around and saluted to Li Jing. He said with a serious face, "Reporting to the chief steward, I just received a telegram from little Yu. It said that the Bian province army commander, Lu Rengue, has united 10 new recruits in the city who want to rebel against Cui. They can control 2,000 troops. Lu Rengue plans to bring these new recruits to kill the soldiers at the city gate at midnight tonight. He plans to open the city gate, lower the drawbridge, and lead the army in from outside the city. I wonder what the chief steward and the generals think? They are waiting for my reply."
Oh, there is such a thing?
Li Jing was shocked. They were now worried about how to break through the city gate with the least casualties. In the end, someone sent a pillow to them while they were dozing off. If someone cooperated to open the city gate, then all the problems would be solved. They would not lose too many soldiers, nor would they hurt too many innocent people. Do the generals think that Lu Rengui's plan is feasible? Li Jing looked at everyone and asked in a deep voice. Everyone looked at each other. Qin Qiong stood up and said, Guanqing County is the governing area of Jianghu. The city is strong. If we attack from the front, there will be heavy casualties. If we can really break through from the inside and then cooperate with the outside, it is undoubtedly the best plan to break the city. I think this plan is feasible. Bian Province Governor Zhao Kai smiled and said, Chief Steward, I also think this plan is feasible. Lu Rengui was the Bian Province Army commander and was his subordinate. At such a critical moment, Lu Rengui directly played the key role of one person to decide the situation. This made him, the Bian Province governor, very proud. Wang Yu curled his lips in annoyance. He thought to himself that Lu Rengui was also a talent. He would see if he could be transferred to Sui Province. He was willing to directly give him the position of commandant. Chang Yaojin, Niu Jinda, and the others did not have any objections. Seeing this, Li Jing said to Meng Wenhao, immediately reply to Lu Rengui. Tell him to open the city gate at midnight tonight and lower the drawbridge. The army outside the city will be prepared to enter the city in advance.
Yes,
Chief Steward. Meng Wenhao cupped his fists and left. In the tent, Li Jing immediately began his tactical deployment. Generals, listen up. Tonight at midnight, organize the troops and follow me into the city. However, each department needs to leave 10,000 troops outside the city to guard the city gates to prevent the rebels in the city from escaping. Yes, sir. Guanqing County, Wuning Square.
beep, 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 beep.
It's here. It's here. It's finally here. Little Fishy waited for a long time before the telegraph finally rang again. She quickly took a pen and recorded the code. Speaking of which, the distance between the two telegraph machines was now only a city wall. There was no need to go to a very high place to send a telegram to each other. This undoubtedly created a great convenience for the communication inside and outside the city. After a while, Liu received and translated the code. Then, she went downstairs. Lu Rengui, who was downstairs, had already eaten his fill of steamed buns.
How is it? Did Duke Wei agree?
Lu Rengui asked anxiously. Little Fishy smiled sweetly and nodded. Yes, Wenhao just sent a telegram saying that Chief Steward Li and the rest felt that this plan is feasible. Tonight at midnight, the army outside the city will gather at the east gate. Once you open the gate, the army outside the city will flood in and destroy the Cui family.
Good, good, good.
Lu Rengui waved his fist excitedly and said, Okay, I will go back to the east of the city first. If I return late, I will probably take care of things. You and Wei's watching must not go out tonight. After all, swords have no eyes in war. Do you understand?
Yes, yes.
I understand. Brother Lu, go quickly. Little Fishy smiled and replied. Lu Rengui clasped his fist and left hurriedly. Iron Egg, are you also going to enter the city with the army tonight? South of Guanqing County, outside the central military tent, Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg, the two special people in the army, were sitting on the celestial lamp to observe the enemy. Meng Wenhao looked at the situation in the city with his binoculars and asked Iron Egg.
Yes.
It is not easy to get a chance to go to the battlefield. How boring it is to stay in the camp every day. Tonight, we will enter the city with the army. Maybe we can kill a few of the Cui family's dogs. Iron Egg stroked a heavy mo sword and replied softly. Meng Wenhao put down the binoculars and looked at Iron Egg and said, But swords have no eyes in war. General Duan is so good at martial arts, and he was seriously injured yesterday. Tonight, the city will be very chaotic. If you are also injured, Yamacho and his wife will be very worried. Iron Egg shook his head and said, Master said that it is difficult to make progress by practicing martial arts on a daily basis. Only in real combat and in the face of a big crisis can there be a big breakthrough. My master was assassinated by Snake King. In a desperate situation, he comprehended Tao and broke through. That was how he became the youngest martial arts grandmaster in the Tang Empire. And my father, in his early years, followed General Qin to fight everywhere. Although he did not get an official position in the end, he is still a great hero in my heart. I want to be a master like my master and a great hero like my father. But how can I become a master if I am locked in a cage every day? How can I become a great hero? So tonight, I must enter the city and see for myself. Meng Wenhao was slightly moved. Everyone had different dreams. He wanted to learn martial arts well and become a useful person in the Tang Empire. He wanted to bring glory to his ancestors and let his father, mother, and sister live a good life. Iron Egg's dream was to become a master and a great hero on the battlefield. As a dream chaser, what reason did he have to stop Iron Egg? In that case, Iron Egg, you can go. I will wait here for your good news. Meng Wenhao said with a complicated expression. Yes, yes. Wenhao, don't worry. After entering the city, I will find little you, and the others. Then, I will let the army take them to a safe place. Iron Egg said with a big laugh. Thank you. Cui Quan. Have you arranged the defense of all the city gates? We can't let anything go wrong. In the provincial governor's mansion, Cui Junchuo sat on the seat of honor and asked Cui Quan. Reporting to Grand Duke, rolling stones and hot oil have been prepared at all the city gates. Once the army outside the city attacks, there will be heavy casualties. Currently, there are 2 commoners who have been conscripted to guard the southern city gate. Along the way, there were 3 rebellions, but nothing else happened. Cui Quan bowed and replied, Oh, there were rebellions? Can they be punished severely? Cui Junchuo's eyes darkened as he asked. Cui Quan hurriedly said, Reporting to Grand Duke, they have all been killed. After the rest of the commoners saw what happened to them, no one dared to cause trouble anymore. Yes. Then they should all be killed. These rebellions should be taught a lesson. Otherwise it will be difficult to manage them. Cui Junchuo nodded. Then his eyes darkened as he said, In the new army, there must be many people who are dissatisfied with our Cui clan. Therefore, you should also send some veterans to watch the city gates and prevent them from slacking off or secretly opening the city gates. Cui Quan nodded and said, Don't worry, Grand Duke. There will always be veterans watching around the new soldiers. Nothing will go wrong. In fact, many people are still loyal to the Cui clan. Yes, that's good. That's good. Let's see how long Li Jing can drag this out. After a long time, won't he have to withdraw his troops? Cui Junchuo was completely relieved when he heard this. However, he didn't know that the current Cui clan was no longer the 5 surnames and 7 sects that everyone looked up to in the past. Especially the recent actions of the Cui clan had already made many commoners hate them. A just cause enjoys more support while an unjust cause finds little support. The Cui clan was about to pay the price for their recent unjust actions. As night fell, Guangqing County was lit up with thousands of lights. However, in these thousands of lights, there was no warm atmosphere like in the past. Because now, Guangqing County was no different from a huge cage. Everyone was a prisoner inside. No one knew how long they could live. Although they were fine today, who knows if they would be captured to guard the city walls tomorrow. Brother Wang Lang. Is everything ready? Lu Rengui found an opportunity to find Wang Lang, the captain of the 6th squad, and asked in a low voice. Brother Daniu, don't worry, everything is ready. And tonight, the one who will be on duty in front of the city gates is our adjunct Wang. He will bring his personal guards. Wang Lang replied in a low voice. Lu Rengui frowned and said, Personal guards? It is said that in this personal guards, everyone is good. At night, we have to be careful. We can't let anything go wrong. Understood. Understood. The city gate was quiet again. However, as the saying goes, the tree wants to be quiet, but the wind won't stop. Sometimes behind the quiet, there was a bigger storm brewing. At 6 o'clock in the evening, a black shadow quietly sneaked into the tower where Adjunct Huang was temporarily staying. Chapter 1334. Huff. Huff. East of Guangqing County, in one of the corner towers of the City Gate Tower, Zhengzhou's Zhichong House's military officer, Huang Cheng, was sleeping soundly on a bed. Although it was his turn to supervise the new army tonight, it was already the middle of the night. How could he not sleep? Besides, in Huang Cheng's opinion, These new recruits were all very timid and could not cause any trouble at all. Therefore, he slept very soundly and peacefully. Tisk, tisk. A black shadow floated by and a cold light flashed. The two soldiers who were dozing off in front of the turret didn't even have time to cry out before they collapsed on the ground. Blood flowed out of their necks like a stream. The black shadow landed in front of the door, then took out a blade and extended it to the gap in the middle of the door. Ta ta ta. After a while, the lock behind the door was opened. The black shadow carefully pushed the door open and entered. Looking at the person who was sleeping like a dead pig on the bed, he quickly unsheathed the blade, and a cold light flashed. The head was separated from the body. The black shadow did not stop and immediately flew out. How is it? How is it? Brother Daniu? The black shadow came to a corner of the city gate tower, and Wang Lang quickly went forward to ask. It turned out that the black shadow was Lu Rengue. Huang Cheng is dead. Now that his personal guards are leaderless, we can start the operation now. Lu Rengue smiled and replied. That's great. Then I'll let the brothers start the operation now. Wang Lang said excitedly. Inform the brothers and the other teams to gather immediately and get rid of the personal guards. Let's end this quickly. After a while, all the soldiers on the city gate tower gathered. First, they killed a dozen of Huang Cheng's personal guards on the city gate tower. Then, under Lu Rengue's lead, 2,000 people went down the city gate tower and went straight to the personal guards at the city gate. Who is it? Stop. Which battalion are you from? Why are you not guarding the city up there? Why are you coming down? A soldier at the city gate hurriedly shouted when he saw Lu Rengue leading a large group of people over in an aggressive manner. Hearing the commotion, more than 100 soldiers behind him also became alert. Brother, Adjunct Huang asked me to come down and ask you to go up. He has something to tell you in person. Lu Rengue said as he led his men closer to the city gate. The soldier asked doubtfully, Sir Adjunct? Why is he looking for us? Besides, why would I let you guys come down? Before the soldier could finish his words, Lu Rengue had already pulled out his saber and pounced towards him. Kill! Lu Rengue's speed was as fast as lightning. Under his sudden attack, the soldier had no time to dodge and his throat was instantly slit. After standing still, Lu Rengue let out a low roar. Behind him, more than 2,000 recruits all wielded mo swords and slashed at Huang Cheng's personal guards. It's a rebellion. Someone is going to rebel. Someone from the personal guards immediately shouted. At the east gate, they were not the only group of personal guards. There were also 5,000 veteran soldiers stationed there. Quick! Let's end this quickly. Lu Rengue growled and took the lead to rush into the guards. Captain, wait for me. Feng Wu was so anxious that he almost called out Lu Rengue's real identity. Fortunately, he changed his words in time. After that, he also rushed forward with his mo sword. He had to protect Lu Rengue's safety. The two groups of people quickly clashed. Lu Rengue's side had more than 10 times the number of people on the other side. Although the soldiers of the personal guards were generally more skilled, it was still difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. After a short while, the personal guards of nearly 200 people were left standing. Of course, Lu Rengue's side also paid a heavy price. There were more than 300 casualties, which was almost double the number of the enemy. The gap between the recruits and Huang Cheng's personal guards was immediately apparent. I know you. You're Ren Daniu of the 5th Battalion. How dare you rebel against the Cui family? Aren't you afraid of being cut into pieces? A soldier pointed at Lu Rengue and shouted unwillingly. Humph. Even if I die, I won't be a lackey of the Cui family and harm the people. Kill. Kill them all. There's not much time left. At this critical moment, Lu Rengue did not waste his breath. He took the lead and rushed towards the soldier. Bang! 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 At this moment, there was a rush of footsteps from afar. Lu Rengue's face changed and said, Quick! Just a little faster. Their reinforcements are here. Kill! As soon as he finished his words, the recruits rushed towards the remaining 20 personal guards and launched the last round of attacks. After a few seconds, all of Huang Cheng's personal guards were killed. Lu Rengue quickly said, Feng Wu, quick! You take a few people to open the city gate and lower the drawbridge. The rest of you, follow me to stop the rebels. Yes. In the battle just now, Lu Rengui had used his outstanding martial arts skills to conquer the majority of the recruits. At this moment, when they heard his orders, no one objected. Although they knew that with just these recruits, they would definitely not be able to defeat the 5,000 veterans. But they still followed Lu Rengui without hesitation and turned around to face the incoming veterans.
How dare you?
Who dares to open the city gates and rebel against their superiors?
Attack! Arrest them all!
Sure enough, it was the 5,000 veteran soldiers who were stationed at the east side of the city. Lu Rengui took a deep breath. He knew that he could not defeat them, but he had to buy time for Feng Wu. He rolled his eyes and glanced at the torches on the city wall not far away. Many recruits were peeking at them. He shouted loudly, "Brothers who were forced into the camp by the Cui family, listen up. The Cui family not only wants us to help them to defend the city, but they also want the old, weak women and children to defend the city. Don't you have any relatives or friends in the city? After we die on the city wall, the Cui family will bring your relatives and friends to defend the city for them. If you are still a man, stand out and fight against the Cui family with me. You will die anyway. Do you want to die standing and be remembered forever? Or do you want to die kneeling and be remembered as a disgrace to your descendants? Come, come. Fight against the Cui family. Fight against the Cui family. Fight against the Cui family." Lu Rengui's words struck a chord in the hearts of all the recruits. As soon as he said this, the 1,000 or so recruits beside him immediately roared in unison. Fight against the Cui family. Fight against the Cui family. Very quickly, the recruits who were watching from the city gate tower also started to shout. They had long been dissatisfied with the recent actions of the Cui family. However, they didn't dare to resist as they didn't have anyone to lead them. Now that someone had raised their arms and shouted, what was there to hesitate about? Even if they had to die, they would rather die standing and be remembered forever. Dong dong dong. There was a series of footsteps on the city wall. It was obvious that the recruits were coming down the city wall. Shut up. Go. Chop this bastard into minced meat. When the leader saw Lu Rengui's glib tongue trying to incite the other recruits to rebel, he quickly pulled out his sword and shouted. Kill. More than 5,000 old soldiers rushed forward and engaged in battle with Lu Rengui's 1,000 over recruits. Lu Rengui and his men were inferior in terms of numbers and strength. Naturally, they were forced to retreat. In just a few seconds, more than 10 of them were injured. Kill. At this moment, more than 500 recruits came down from the city wall. When they saw the battle at the city gate, they rushed up without hesitation. On top of the city wall, more recruits were rushing over. After a few minutes, the city gate was finally pushed open by Feng Wu and his men. At this moment, there were more than 5,000 to 6,000 new recruits. More recruits were coming after hearing the news. On the other hand, the 5,000 old soldiers were surrounded and nearly 1,000 of them were injured or killed. Do you people not want to live anymore? Rebel! Rebel! The provincial governor will not let you go. The Cui family will not let you go either. The old soldier shouted angrily when he saw the city gate being opened. Humph! This is called the righteous get more help while the unjust get little help. The Cui family is selfish and has done some heartless things. They have already lost the support of the people. Their retribution will come soon. Lu Rengui snorted and looked at the old soldier. Quick! Quick! Lower the drawbridge and let the imperial army come over. Feng Wu, who was at the city gate, quickly shouted to the soldiers around him. Yes. There was an ear-piercing screech, followed by the sound of the other end of the drawbridge falling to the ground. The drawbridge at the city gate was finally lowered. Quick! The city gate is open. Everyone, follow me. At this time, there were already more than 100,000 soldiers standing outside the city gate. Chang Yaojin shouted excitedly when he saw the city gate was open. He held his lance and urged his horse to gallop toward the city gate. Kill! Niu Jinda and Qin Qiong also followed closely behind. Bang! 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 Hundreds of thousands of soldiers swarmed towards the east city gate of Guangqing County. The thousands of old soldiers in front of the city gate wanted to escape when they saw the army entering the city. However, they were blocked by the thousands of new soldiers and were quickly killed by the army of the imperial court that entered the city. Lu Rengui, take these new recruits and follow the army into the city to capture the leader of the rebels. Under Zhao Kai's lead, Qin Qiong saw Lu Rengui and ordered.
Yes, sir.
General, Cui Junchuo should be in the governor's mansion now. Pan Jinyue should be in the provincial governor's mansion. Lu Rengue cupped his fist and said loudly. The new recruits next to him were dumbfounded. What is going on? Isn't this guy called Ren Dainyu? Why is he called Lu Rengue? Also, how does he know the guards outside the city? Lu Rengue, take these people and follow General Cheng to the Cui family to capture Cui Junchuo and the others.
I'll take them to the provincial governor's mansion.
Qin Qiong gave a simple order and led the soldiers into the city. Lu Rengue bowed and shouted, Brothers, it's time to redeem ourselves. As long as we capture Cui Junchuo, we can redeem ourselves. Capture Cui Junchuo. At this time, Lu Rengue's identity was no longer important. To these new recruits, as long as they could redeem themselves and reduce their crime of defecting to the rebels, that would be enough.
Hey, let's go.
I didn't expect you to incite so many new recruits to go against the Cui family with you. You're quite capable.
I old Cheng like you.
Chang Yaojin looked at Lu Rengue with appreciation and then laughed. Chapter 1335. Lu Kenjun. Where are Wei's Wuching and Little Fishy now? Are they safe? Chang Yaojin led an army of 50,000 and headed straight for the Cui family. On the way, Iron Egg found Lu Rengue and asked. Lu Rengue saw that Iron Egg was only 10 years old and was following the army to battle. He couldn't help but feel surprised, so he asked, Little brother, you are? Iron Egg replied as he walked. Everyone calls me Iron Egg. Oh, Meng Wenhao and I were the ones receiving the telegrams you sent out of the city. We are good friends with Little Fishy, so we are very worried about her safety. Lu Rengue suddenly understood and asked, Then you should both be students of Yanhuang College, right? I heard from Miss Li Yu that this telegraph was invented by the Marquis of Yong'an. I think only his students would use this kind of thing. Iron Egg nodded and said, Yes, we are both my master's students. My master is also very interested in you. Lu Kenjun. He hopes that after this war, you can come with me to Chang'an City. When Lu Rengue heard Iron Egg call Li Zishuan master, he thought that all the students of Yanhuang College called Li Zishuan that way, so he didn't make a fuss. However, when he heard the last sentence, his eyes widened and he said, I have never met the Marquis of Yong'an. How did he know me? Tai Dan thought about it and said, Although my master lives in Cloud Mountain, he knows about the world's affairs. He's an extraordinary person. He knows that you're brave and resourceful, so he cherishes you. What's so strange about that? This child helped Li Zishuan to show off. Li Zishuan's image in Lu Rengue's mind instantly became tens of thousands of times higher. Living in the mountains but knowing about the world, wasn't this the work of a god? At this moment, Lu Rengue only thought of Li Zishuan as one of those immortals on earth. He hurriedly cupped his hands respectfully and said, I am indebted to Marquis Yong'an for thinking so highly of me. After this matter is over, I will personally go to Chang'an to pay him a visit. Iron Egg turned his head and looked at Pang Feiji behind him. Pang Feiji quickly gave him a thumbs up. With this, old Pang's mission in Jianghu was completed. Chicken Bro was full of admiration for Iron Egg. Ahem. Big brother Lu. Where are little you and the rest? Iron Egg coughed lightly and returned to the topic at hand. They are all in the tunnel of Wuning workshop. They are very safe. Brother Iron Egg, you don't have to worry. I will take you there after we destroy the Cui family. Great-grandfather. Taigong. Something bad has happened. In the Cui residence, the old housekeeper hurriedly ran to Cui Junchuo's bedroom and shouted anxiously. Cui Junchuo, who was sleeping on the couch, was suddenly awakened. He quickly opened his eyes and said, What's the matter? Why are you panicking? Come in and tell me.
Yes.
Great-grandfather. The old housekeeper pushed the door open and entered. At this time, Cui Junchuo had already sat up. The old housekeeper bowed and said, Great-grandfather, something bad has happened. At the east gate, the new soldiers guarding the city mutinied. They killed Adjunct Huang and then opened the gate to let the army in. Great-grandfather, quickly take the young master and escape.
What?
The army outside the city has entered the city? When Cui Junchuo heard this, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning. His vision turned black and he almost fainted. It's over. It's all over. Once the army enters the city, the Cui family will definitely be wiped out.
Great-grandfather. Great-grandfather. You must escape.
We still have 30,000 shadow guards and 5,000 men of sacrifice. Please take the young master and escape. The housekeeper knelt down beside the bed and said anxiously.
Yes, escape.
The Cui family cannot be destroyed. It's better to leave some hope. Immediately let Qili lead the hall of worship, the men of sacrifice, and the shadow guards to escort the young master out of the city. Cui Junchuo's lifeless eyes suddenly flashed a ray of light, and he quickly ordered. Great-grandfather, what about you?
I'm old and I've lived enough.
I won't escape. Housekeeper, you've been with me for so many years. Later, take advantage of the chaos and escape. Cui Junchuo sighed. A man's words were kind when he was about to die. At this moment, a rare trace of kindness appeared in his heart. Great-grandfather, I've been with the Cui family all my life. Where can I go? I'm willing to live and die with the Cui family. Cui Junchuo patted the old housekeeper's shoulder and was speechless. General Cheng, the Cui family now has 30,000 shadow guards and many Jianghu experts. General Cheng, please be careful. When they were about to reach the Cui family's residence, Lu Rengue cupped his fists and said to Chang Yaojin. Chang Yaojin laughed carelessly and said, "Hee hee. That's good. I've come all the way from Chang'an to Zhengzhou, and I haven't had enough fun yet. Tonight, I'll use the shadow guards of the Cui family as practice for the little brats below. Hurry up, don't let the Cui family escape." Asterisk bang.
Bang. Bang.
Asterisk while they were talking, a large number of soldiers suddenly rushed out of the gate in front of them. In front of the army was a young man wearing a scholar's robe. He was riding on a horse and was urging the people behind him. Hurry up! Now that the guards outside the city are empty, let's go out from the south gate. Chang Yaojin narrowed his eyes and said, Lu Rong, bring 10,000 men to the Cui family's residence to capture Cui Junchuo. The rest of you, follow me. Don't let them escape. Yes, General. A general behind Chang Yaojin quickly took the order and left. Chang Yaojin shouted, Chase!
All of you, chase after them.
Don't let the Cui family escape.
Yes, sir.
The army started moving. Chang Yaojin took the lead and rode his horse at the front. Lu Rengue, Iron Egg, Pang Feiji and the rest quickly followed behind and chased after them. Not good. There are pursuers. Qili, get your men to stop the pursuers. The rest of you, follow me and escape from the south gate. When Cui Xuanji heard the commotion behind him, he turned around and was immediately shocked. He said to Qili beside him with a panicked expression. Qili frowned. Although he did not want to agree to this difficult task, he thought that Cui Xuanji was now the young leader of the Cui family. If he could really escape, he would benefit a lot in the future. So he braced himself and said to the two people beside him, Third brother, fourth brother, protect the young master well. I will bring up the rear. Wang Wangzhen and Ming Huan cupped their fists and said, Big brother, you must come back alive. Qili smiled and said, Don't worry. If I want to escape, no one can stop me. After that, he laughed and led thousands of Cui family shadow guards toward Chang Yaojin's army. Cui Xuanji, on the other hand, quickly summoned the remaining troops and ran toward the south gate without looking back. General Cheng, your opponent is us. If you want to pass through this road, you have to pass through us first. Qili led 5,000 shadow guards and blocked the path of Chang Yaojin's army. Guanqing County was not like Chang'an City. The distance between the streets was small. Naturally, the streets were not as wide as those in Chang'an City. 6 or 7 people standing side by side basically blocked the entire road. Therefore, Qili and the others had completely blocked off the path. Hey! You talk big. Oh, you're a grandmaster. Old Cheng, will fight you. Lu Rengue, take 20,000 men and go around the side streets to chase after the Cui family. Leave these people to me. Chang Yaojin narrowed his eyes and looked at Qili. Suddenly, his eyes burned with the fire of war. But his mind was still clear. He knew that he could not let anyone from the Cui family escape tonight. So he ordered Lu Rengue. This was also a test for Lu Rengue. Yes, General Cheng. Lu Rengue clasped his fists and left. Cui Xuanji's plan was perfect. He let Qi Li block Chang Yaojin while he slipped away from the South City Gate. Once he reached the South City Gate, he could recruit the guards near the South City Gate. Wouldn't his strength increase by several times? But sometimes, dreams were full, but reality was harsh. Just as he reached the South City Gate, Cui Xuanji found that it was already chaotic. The recruits at the East City Gate rebelled. How could the South City Gate be spared? The recruits and veterans here were also fighting. In the beginning, the Cui family had recruited 250,000 new soldiers with 50,000 old soldiers, 30,000 shadow guards and 20,000 government soldiers, as the foundation to expand into a 300,000-strong army. However, their foundation was not solid enough. Moreover, the Cui family's recent actions had really made those new soldiers bitterly disappointed. In addition, Lu Rengue had raised his arms and led a group of people to rebel against the Cui family at the East City Gate. The time bombs that the Cui family had buried finally exploded on this night. Now, in Guangqing County, the recruits who knew that the Imperial Army had entered the city all picked up their weapons and fought with the veterans who usually shouted at them. When Cui Xuanji arrived at the South City Gate, he saw this scene. 50,000 to 60,000 recruits were fighting 5,000 to 6,000 veterans. It was basically 10 against 1, and veterans were dying in pools of blood. Cui Xuanji gritted his teeth and said, "Go to the West City Gate." Haha. Young Master Cui, you can't go anywhere today. Stay here. While Cui Xuanji was hesitating, Lu Rengue arrived with the army. Go. Go. Kill them. Cui Xuanji's expression changed and he said viciously. Clang. Wang Wangzhen and Ming Huan looked at each other, drew their swords, and stabbed at Lu Rengue. They knew that it was impossible for them to fight their way out in this situation. Almost everyone in Guangqing County was House Cui's enemy. They might as well capture Lu Rengue and force the Imperial Army to retreat and let them out of the city. It was a good plan, but Lu Rengue was someone who had been on the battlefield for a long time. How could he be so weak? He took 2 steps back and then fell on his back. He didn't fall completely, but when he was close to the ground, he put 2 fingers on the ground to support his weight. With this step and fall, he dodged Wang Wangzhen and Ming Huan's fatal attack. Go. That's the young master of House Cui. It's a great achievement to capture him. Don't let him get away. Taking the opportunity, Lu Rengue circulated his internal energy and roared. His shout, which was infused with internal energy, not only stirred up the emotions of the soldiers behind him, they all drew their swords and charged at Cui Xuanji. Even the new soldiers who were fighting with the old soldiers at the city gate all looked at Cui Xuanji. Obviously, they wanted to make a contribution and take revenge at the same time. Their current situation was all thanks to House Cui. Kill. Lu Rengue's army of 20,000 charged at Cui Xuanji and his secret guards. Many new soldiers at the city gate also changed their direction of attack and charged at Cui Xuanji. Despicable. Wang Wangzhen and Ming Huan's expressions changed. They wanted to go back to help, but Lu Rengue wouldn't let them go. His right hand twirled his saber, and he took the initiative to attack Wang Liangzhan and Ming Huan. Colonel Lu, let me help you. Iron Egg was anxious. He raised his Mo sword and joined the battle. Since he started drawing qi into his body last year, he had trained hard for almost a year before entering the body refining realm. Although Wang Wangzhen and Ming Huan were both experts in the qi transformation realm, Iron Egg wasn't afraid. He had seen experts in the Grandmaster realm. How could he back down because of 2 small fries in the qi transformation realm? Brother Iron Egg, be careful. These 2 are very strong. Lu Rengue warned as he launched his attack. Colonel Lu, don't worry. I only need to help you hold one person back. With a leap, Bruiser arrived in front of Ming Huan. He had chosen Ming Huan because he was relatively weak. He had only just entered the qi transformation realm. Humph! You want to stop me with just you, a brat who's still wet behind the ears? Ming Huan snorted coldly. Then his body moved in a dazzling manner. Suddenly, a long sword stabbed at Iron Egg's chest without warning. It was fine if he didn't attack, but once he attacked, he used a killing move. Clearly, Ming Huan didn't want to waste time on Bruiser. Iron Egg had been by Li Zishuan's side for many years. Although his aptitude wasn't as good as others, he was definitely much more knowledgeable than his peers. After all, he had witnessed several battles between grandmasters. It was very useful for improving his eyesight and combat experience. The moment the long sword was unsheathed, Iron Egg had already reacted. He stabbed his MO sword into the ground and used his hands to block Ming Huan's killing blow.
Humph!
Arrogant! Ming Huan was surprised at first, but then he sneered. The long sword quickly stabbed at Iron Egg's chest. Iron Egg first took 2 steps back and dodged the attack. Then he grabbed Ming Huan's wrist and used Tai Chi to push Ming Huan away. Ming Huan staggered and almost fell to the ground. His heart was filled with disbelief. What kind of martial arts was this? Why did he feel like he couldn't use any strength?
Big brother, let me borrow your sword.
Iron Egg borrowed a sword from a soldier next to him. Then he looked at Ming Huan, his eyes full of eagerness. Sure enough, actual combat was the best way to make one's blood boil and focus their attention. He knew that he couldn't beat Ming Huan, but he wanted to use the Tai Chi sword that Li Zixuan had taught him to hold Ming Huan back. After Lu Rengue finished off Wang Zhen, he would be free to deal with Ming Huan.
Hey!
I didn't expect you to have some skills. But you won't be so lucky next time. Ming Huan's expression was very unsightly. He took a deep breath, and then he vanished on the spot. A moment later, he appeared above Iron Egg, and then he swooped down and stabbed his sword towards the top of Iron Egg's head. Iron Egg's eyes flashed. He lifted the long sword he borrowed and used Tai Chi. His sword was like a magnet, firmly sucking Ming Huan's long sword. His whole body leaned back, forming a very small angle with the ground. Tai Chi Sword Technique 38. Phoenix Wings Spread. Iron Egg's wrist moved slightly and twirled the sword twice. The tyrannical force on Ming Huan's long sword was instantly deflected by Iron Egg. Sacrificing oneself to follow others, failing to lead in, pulling 1,000 pounds with 4 tails. This time, Ming Huan didn't dare to underestimate Iron Egg anymore. The two of them tangled together again. Iron Egg relied on his exquisite Tai Chi sword technique to defend with all his might. Ming Huan wanted to finish off Iron Egg as soon as possible. One of them was in a hurry and the other was slow. It was a bit like the situation when Snake King ambushed Li Zixuan in Chang'an City last year. On the other side, Lu Rengue and Wang Liang's fight had basically come to an end. Because Wang Liang was overcautious and had distracting thoughts, Lu Rengue found a few openings and left 3 sword wounds on Wang Liang's body. At this time, Wang Liang's arm was injured and his sword technique revealed a big opening. Lu Rengue seized the opportunity and stabbed Wang Liang's throat.
Poochie!
Wang Liang didn't have time to change his technique. Lu Rengue's sword slit Wang Liang's throat. Wang Liang clutched his neck and fell to the ground.
Third brother!
Ming Huan roared and tried his best to rush over, but he was held back by Iron Egg. Lu Rengue sneered and rushed forward. He and Iron Egg fought Ming Huan together. Ming Huan couldn't even kill Iron Egg, let alone Lu Rengue, who was even more powerful than him. How could he be a match for Lu Rengue? In less than 10 rounds, he was defeated. Iron Egg sneakily attacked him and pierced his heart. At the city gate, the Cui family's shadow guards were basically wiped out. Cui Xuanji had been captured by Feng Wu and the rest. Lu Rengue laughed and said, "Let's go. Let's go to the Cui mansion and meet up with General Cheng." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud voice came from behind. "Haha, no need. Everyone in the Cui family has been captured. Since you are done here, follow me to the provincial governor's mansion." It was Chang Yaojin leading a large group of people to support them. How could Qi Li and his men be a match for Chang Yaojin? The battle over there ended even faster. As for the Cui mansion, Cui Junchuo had sent all her shadow guards to protect Cui Xuanji. Chang Yaojin's aide led the troops to the Cui mansion and captured all the Cui family members without any effort. At this point, the Cui family of Qinghe had become history. 1,000-year-old family was wiped out in one night. Life was unpredictable. How sad. Chapter 1336. All the guards of the Cui family were annihilated. The old soldiers of the Zhechong house in Jianghu didn't even need the imperial court's army to act. They were either annihilated by the new soldiers who had a deep grudge against the Cui family or kneeled down and surrendered. All the reactionary forces in Guangqing County were finally wiped out. The clansmen of the Cui family in Qinghe, all the officials and generals in the provincial governor's manor, as well as the county magistrate and registrar of Guangqing County, were all captured and locked up in the prison of the provincial governor's manor. Li Jing directly took over the provincial governor's manor. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers from outside the city entered the city at night. Guanqing County changed hands overnight. Yi Minglei, the position of County Magistrate of Guanqing County will be temporarily taken over by you. Before dawn tomorrow, draft a notice to pacify the people and hand it to Wei Wucheng for inspection. If there is no mistake, hurry up the printing and post it in the city tomorrow morning. We must let the people see the true face of the Cui family, and let them understand that the emperor truly loves the people like his own children. The Cui family is just a hypocritical wolf that wants to kill its master. Although it was already late at night, the provincial governor's manor was still brightly lit. Li Jing sat on the seat of honor and made arrangements for the people after the war. In the early years, he followed Li Er to conquer the north and south. Every time he conquered a city, the first thing he did was to pacify the people. After the chaos there would be great governance. This sentence not only applied to the change of the dynasty but also to the post-war reconstruction of the city. Those who had just been freed from the chaos of war, their hearts were restless and restless. If they were not pacified in time, once they were instigated by someone, there would be another turmoil. Li Jing had been on the battlefield for a long time. It was because he was very clear about this that he solemnly told Yi Minglei, "Thank you for your trust, head chief. Rest assured, head chief, I know the true colors of the Cui family and what they have done in the past few months. Tomorrow's announcement to pacify the people will definitely allow the people to distinguish between good and evil and return their hearts to the imperial court." Yi Minglei didn't expect that this time he would gain a blessing in disguise and become the acting county magistrate of Guanqing County. Although it was only a temporary position, but if he did it well, there was a high possibility that the word temporary would be removed and he would directly become the official county magistrate. He cupped his hands and left after receiving the order. Now, there were only less than 2 hours before dawn. Yi Minglei estimated that he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight, but what did that matter? Right now, his entire body was filled with enthusiasm. Left Minister Wei, the announcement to pacify the people is of great importance. When the time comes, I'll have to trouble you to check on Yi Minglei. After Yi Minglei left, Li Jing looked at Wei Zhang and cupped his hands. It couldn't be helped. After all, Wei Zhang was the best writer here. Otherwise, Li Jing would definitely not be willing to trouble Wei Zhang, because this old troll often liked to cause trouble. Wei Zhang did not shirk away and readily agreed, "This is my duty. How can it be troublesome? Head chief, you can rest assured." Yi Minglei had stayed with him in the underground tunnel for many days. Strictly speaking, the two of them could be considered friends in adversity. For such a small matter, of course, he wouldn't decline. Li Jing's heart was slightly relieved. He looked at Chang Yaojin, Qin Qiong and the rest who were sitting below and said, "This time, everyone has done their best to besiege Guanqing County. When we return to the imperial court, this old man will definitely report to the emperor and reward you according to your merits." Everyone stood up and cupped their hands. "Thank you, head chief." Li Jing nodded and said, "It's not early now. Everyone has been working very hard these days. Quickly go and rest. Tomorrow, all the generals must count the casualties and submit the battle report to this old man. This way, this old man can send the news of victory to the emperor." "Yes." Everyone responded and cupped their hands to bid farewell. The incident happened suddenly and it was already 1 o'clock in the morning. There was no place for them to stay in the city. So tonight, they all stayed in the guest rooms of the provincial governor's residence. Who asked Pan Zhenyue to have so many rooms in the provincial governor's residence? Wen Hao, at first, I really didn't expect that you would come all the way to Guanqing County to save me. You knew that there was a war here, but you still insisted on coming. Aren't you afraid of accidents? In a garden in the west courtyard of the provincial governor's residence, Little Fish and Meng Wenhao sat on a stone bench. With the faint light from the lantern beside them, they talked about the joy of reunion in a foreign land. Which girl didn't yearn for love? Girls of this age were all infatuated. In order to save her, a young man traveled hundreds of miles without any complaints and came to the dangerous battlefield. How could Little Fish not be moved? How could she not be moved? Meng Wenhao smiled and said, "Little Fish, you are a girl. You are not afraid in the enemy camp. What do I have to be afraid of? Besides, the first person you met in Chang'an City was me. If you are in trouble, who will help you if not me?" Hearing this, Li Yu felt warm in her heart. She didn't know why. She had always been open-minded, but at this moment, she didn't know what to say. After a moment of silence, Little Fish raised her head and rebuked.
Idiot,
I came here to take care of the city, to get rid of violence and to save Left Minister Wei. As long as I can achieve my goal, even if I die, I think it's worth it. After all, I'm just an insignificant person to everyone.
But you are different.
You have parents and sister. If you have an accident here, what will they do? Meng Wenhao frowned and said, Who said you are just an insignificant person? Although you don't have parents, in Yunshan, there is Yamacho who cares about you. Master's wife loves you. Also, Mr. Ma usually takes care of you. How can you be an insignificant person? After that, Meng Wenhao hesitated for a long time. As if he felt that it was not enough, he added, And I also care about you. So, you are definitely not an insignificant person. In Chang'an, you have friends and elders. When they heard that you had an accident in Guangqing County, everyone was very worried about you. Sometimes the more ordinary the words, the more touching they were. At this moment, in Little Fish's mind, the scene of Meng Wenhao bravely standing up for her when she encountered bandits in Chang'an at the beginning of last year. In less than a year, she, a child without parents, not only established herself in Chang'an, but also made many friends and met many elders who cared about her. Li Zixuan was like her father and brother. In her most difficult time, he took her in and helped her. Ma Zhou was like her teacher. During the time in the editorial department of Datong Daily, she learned a lot of useful things from the talented Ma Zhou. Faubert was like her grandfather, indulging her to do whatever she wanted in the workshop. As for Meng Wenhao, he was her first friend and Zhu Eihao's best friend. Little Fish, what's wrong with you? Why are you crying? Li Yu was silent for a long time. Meng Wenhao was puzzled. Inadvertently, he caught a glimpse of tears in the corner of Li Yu's eyes. He quickly went up to her and asked with concern, I'm fine. It's just that a gust of wind blew sand into my eyes. Li Yu suddenly woke up from her memories. She rubbed her eyes and pretended as if nothing had happened. She said, Wenhao, it's getting late. You've been fighting with the army for the past few days. It's better for you to rest early. Meng Wenhao felt a little strange, but he didn't know where to start. He could only say, Okay. Little Fish, you should rest early too. Let's talk tomorrow.
Okay.
Little Fish nodded. Meng Wenhao turned around and left. When he was about to reach the corridor under the eaves, Li Yu suddenly shouted, Meng Wenhao! Meng Wenhao couldn't help but stop in his tracks. He turned around and heard Li Yu continue, Meeting you is the greatest honor in my life. Thank you for coming to save me. You are Little Fish's best friend for life. After that, Little Fish's face suddenly turned red. She hurriedly turned around and ran back to her room. Meng Wenhao was stunned. After a long time, he shook his head and smiled. He then walked into the room. Let old Cui go. Let the Cui family go. The Cui family are all good people. Let old Cui go. He is a good person. Yes. The current emperor killed his brother and imprisoned his father. It's a treacherous act. He needs a wise leader like old Cui to take over the throne to help the country. Li Jing, old Cui is only helping me to help the country. What's wrong with that? Why do you want to capture him? Let old Cui go. The next day, when the people woke up, they found that Guangqing County had a new master overnight. Most of the people were very happy. After all, when Guangqing County was surrounded 2 days ago, the Cui family had already shown their ugly side. The people all knew that as long as the Cui family was in power, they would very likely be captured and sent to their deaths to defend the city. Thus, the next morning, when the people learned that the imperial army had entered the city and that the Cui family had been destroyed, they all rushed to spread the news. The city could be said to be extraordinarily lively. However, there was a group of people who were filled with righteous indignation when they learned that the Cui family had been destroyed and Cui Junchuo had been captured. They went to the provincial governor's residence together and completely blocked the entrance. They stood in front of the door and loudly protested. These were all Confucian scholars of Guangqing County. They had previously relied on the Cui family, hoping that they could one day enter the court and become officials through the Cui family's connections in the court. Perhaps some of them had recently been fantasizing about helping the Cui family succeed in their rebellion and become heroes of the founding of the country. But now, Li Jing had destroyed the high and mighty Cui family in their hearts. At the same time, he had also extinguished their dreams in their hearts. Thus, these greedy Confucian scholars came to the provincial governor's residence to cause trouble. On the other hand, this also showed that the Jianghu daily had been very successful in brainwashing these people. Li Jing, who had heard the commotion, couldn't help but be furious when he heard the Confucian scholars shouting at the door. He turned his head and said to a guard, "Beat them all away with sticks."
Yes.
After a while, a group of armored soldiers rushed out of the provincial governor's residence. They held wooden sticks in their hands and rushed toward the crowd.
Ouch. My leg. Ouch. My head.
Li Jing, how dare you? We are the disciples of the saints. How dare you use weapons? You are going against all the scholars in the world. Indeed, there are incapable rulers and treacherous officials. After you die, you will go down in history in infamy. The leading scholar shouted loudly at the top of his voice. Li Jing, who was about to enter the house, had a change in expression at this moment. He said in a low voice, "Arrest all of them and send them to prison." The Confucian scholars had harmed the country. Li Zishuan's engineering was more useful. Li Jing couldn't help but sigh in his heart when he thought of the crucial role Meng Wenhao and the Iron Egg had played in this war, and then looked at these Confucian scholars who couldn't distinguish between good and evil. Chapter 1337. Chief Steward, there are so many Confucian scholars. Should we arrest them all? In front of the Guangqing provincial governor's office, a guard hesitated when he heard Li Jing say that he wanted to arrest all the Confucian scholars. The Great Tang was founded on martial arts. Although it was not like the Song and Ming dynasties, ordinary people still respected scholars. Today, more than 200 Confucian scholars came to the provincial governor's office to cause trouble. Compared to the number of scholars the Cui clan had raised, these were just a drop in the ocean. However, if Li Jing arrested all of these Confucian scholars, it would definitely shake the court and cause all the scholars in the world to attack him. Guangqing County has just been established. We need to calm the people down. Arrest them and interrogate them first. If they are innocent, then let them go. If they are in cahoots with the Cui clan, then no one can save them. So what if they are scholars? Can a scholar violate the law and slander the emperor? Li Jing also felt that this matter was tricky, but for him, the most important thing was to calm the people of Guangqing County.
Yes.
Chief Steward. The guard cupped his fists and walked to the door. He ordered loudly, "Arrest all these audacious students who slander the emperor and throw them all into prison."
You dare?
We are the disciples of the saints. We read the books of the saints. A hint of panic flashed in the eyes of the leading scholar. Then he put on a fierce front. "Humph. Disciples of the saints? You think you are worthy? The benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and faith of the saints? What have you learned? The saints told you to be loyal to the emperor and love the country. Is this what you did? You are just a bunch of selfish and greedy scoundrels in troubled times. Are you worthy of being called disciples of the saints? You are simply ruining the reputation of Confucius. Take them away." At this moment, an old man walked out of the provincial governor's office and scolded the group of Confucian scholars. "This is Minister Wei?" A Confucian scholar recognized the old man. Who else could this old man be but Wei Zhang? Since the beginning of this year, Wei Zhang had been sent to Hunan province to clean up the government. He had appeared in public many times, so it was not surprising that someone recognized him. When the leading scholar saw that it was Wei Zhang, his face immediately paled. When it came to generals like Li Jing, he could use his glib tongue to accuse Li Jing, but when it came to Wei Zhang, who made a career out of scolding, he was truly terrified. After all, the person in front of him was a super ruthless person who dared to scold Second Emperor Li in front of him. Who could be compared to him? Humph. You can't differentiate between good and evil, loyalty and treachery. You've read the books of the sages in vain. Today you even came to the provincial governor's office to mislead the people with your lies, with the intention of inciting the common people to rebel with you. This old man will definitely report this to His Majesty and strip you of your academic status, so that you will never be able to participate in the imperial examinations. The more Wei Zhang spoke, the angrier he became. His last sentence scared the group of Confucian scholars quite a bit. "Wei Zhucheng, please calm down. Please don't take away the student status. We were all bewitched by Shui Guangwen and came here to cause trouble."
Yeah.
Left Minister Wei, please calm down. We were all bewitched by Shui Guangwen. I beg Wei Zhuocheng not to deprive us of our academic status. Wicked people needed to be tamed by wicked people, and scholars naturally needed to be tamed by scholars. Wei Zhang had also read the books of the sages, so he knew what these Confucian scholars cared about the most. He immediately grasped their sore spot, and the group of Confucian scholars began to beg for mercy. The leading Confucian scholar roared in exasperation. "Stop! Nonsense! You are all talking nonsense. You came willingly. What does it have to do with me, Xue Guangwen?" Li Jing frowned and said, "Take this Xue Guangwen down and properly interrogate him about his relationship with the Cui family."
Yes.
Immediately, two wolf-like soldiers lifted Xue Guangwen up. Chief Steward, although the rest of the Confucian scholars were bewitched, this shows that they can't distinguish right from wrong and should be punished. Why don't we also capture them and lock them up for a few days as punishment?
I will report this to His Majesty.
Wei Zhang looked at the rest of the Confucian scholars and frowned, then suggested to Li Jing. Li Jing originally had such a plan. When Wei Zhang said this, he had no more scruples in his heart. He waved his hand and said, "Capture them all and properly interrogate them."
Yes.
A group of soldiers surrounded the 200 Confucian scholars. Now that the Confucian scholars knew fear, they all knelt down and begged for mercy. At this time, the onlookers burst into cheers. Good capture. A few days ago, it was you people who were talking about how good the Cui family was. In the end, you almost killed all of us in Guancheng County. You lackeys of the Cui family, relying on a few books to help the Cui family confuse us, the people. You are really vicious. You deserve to die. That's right. I beg left Prime Minister Wei and General Li to make the decision for the people and severely punish these scholars. Back then, the Cui family established the Jianghu daily and ordered the scholars under them to give lectures in the streets, promoting Li Er's brutality and praising the Cui family's benevolence and righteousness. This encouraged the people to actively join the army and support the Cui family. However, in the end, the Cui family used them as stepping stones and scapegoats in their plans for hegemony. So now, not only did the people hate the Cui family, but they also hated these Confucian scholars who helped the tyrant.
This was the aspiration of the people.
Wei Zhang pursed his lips. He was a little sad but also a little relieved. He turned around and shouted at the backs of the Confucian scholars who were being escorted away. "This is the aspiration of the people, do you see it? You bring disaster to the country and the people, but you call yourselves the children of saints. You have let down Confucius and the people of this world. As long as I, Wei Xuanqing, am in this world, I will make sure that you scum will never be able to rise again." After that, he looked at Li Jing and said, "Director Li, please let me handle these Confucian scholars. If there is anything illegal on them, I will not be merciful." Previously, His Majesty asked me to come to Hunan province to clean up the governance. I didn't expect that the Cui family would rebel halfway. Now that the rebellion has been quelled, but the officialdom in Hunan province still needs to be cleaned up in time. So, Director Li, you take the army back to Chang'an first. I will stay here and give Hunan province a bright future. Li Jing was shocked and moved. He couldn't help but respect Wei Zhang because Wei Zhang took the initiative to take on this kind of dirty and tiring work. Obviously, he wanted to take the blame for him. If he were to deal with this matter, it would definitely cause many civil officials in the imperial court to impeach him. Wei Zhang was helping him to reduce the trouble.
In that case, I will have to trouble you, left Prime Minister Wei.
Li Jing cupped his hands and said, "The city has just been taken care of, and the security around Jianghu is also worrying. In order to avoid the danger last time, I will leave 5,000 troops for you to use." Wei Zhang didn't refuse because although the Cui family had been destroyed, who knew if there were any remaining forces stirring up trouble in the dark?
He cupped his hands and said, "Then I will thank you, Director Li."
At noon, after eating lunch, Li Jing called Meng Wenhao over and handed him a letter and said, "Quickly send this news back to Chang'an. After the army replenishes their rations, we will return to the imperial court tomorrow." Since Wei Zhang was willing to stay in Guanqing County to clean up this mess, Li Jing felt that there was no need for him to stay here. In terms of pacifying the people, Wei Zhang was undoubtedly better than him. As such, he planned to return to the imperial court tomorrow morning. Why wait until tomorrow? The main reason was that the army didn't bring much rations to ensure the speed of the march. If they didn't replenish their rations in Guanqing County, the army would probably starve on the way back.
Yes. Director.
Meng Wenhao took it with both hands and was about to turn around and leave when Li Jing stopped him. Meng Wenhao, wait. Meng Wenhao was confused and didn't know what Li Jing wanted. Li Jing got up and coughed twice. His face flashed with embarrassment. Cough, cough. Meng Wenhao, do you have any intention of making contributions in the military in the future? With your talent in telegraphy, this old man can persuade His Majesty to give you a position in the army. What do you think? Poaching, the dignified military god of Tang actually wanted to poach someone. Because of Han Yushi, Li Zishuan was Li Jing's junior. But now, Li Jing actually wanted to poach his student. No wonder he had an embarrassed look on his face just now. Meng Wenhao obviously didn't expect Li Jing to say this to him. Hearing this, he was stunned for a moment and then took 2 steps back. He solemnly bowed and replied, Director's military achievements are outstanding and are inspiring. It is indeed my honor to be able to serve beside you. But Wenhao's skills were all taught to me by Yamacho. Even if Wenhao wants to go to the military, Wenhao has to get Yamacho's permission. Besides, I only learned a little about Yamacho's engineering. I don't want to leave Yanhuang College now, so I hope you can forgive me. Li Jing's face turned red and he waved his hand. Cough, cough. It's fine, it's fine. I'm just asking casually. Don't take it seriously. When you return to Yunshan, don't mention this to Yamacho. If Li Zishuan were to find out about this, where would he put his old face? At this moment, Li Jing regretted asking just now. Meng Wenhao couldn't help but laugh in his heart. He didn't expect the invincible military god of Tang, Li Jing, to have such a moment. How rare. Don't worry, Director. I didn't hear anything just now. But I have something to say. I don't know if it's appropriate? Meng Wenhao cupped his hands and said. Li Jing raised his eyebrows and said, Oh? Wenhao, go ahead. Meng Wenhao said, It's actually not difficult for Director to use telegraphy in the military on a large scale. Yamacho promotes engineering so that the students of the academy can apply what they have learned. Yamacho will definitely be very willing to lend you a hand in this matter. Li Jing's eyes lit up. Indeed, it was better to go directly to Li Zishuan, the head of engineering, than to poach people behind their backs. Meng Wenhao saw that Li Jing was silent and deep in thought, so he quietly left. Father, Guan Cheng has been victorious. Director Li sent a telegram saying that the head of the Cui family, Cui Junchuo, and the governor of Jianghu, Pan Jinyue, have been executed. The army will return tomorrow. In Chang'an City, Li Tai had just finished his lunch when Li Er rushed over and reported. Oh, Guan Cheng County has been conquered so quickly? Quick. Let me have a look. Li Er was so surprised that he couldn't close his mouth. 2 days ago, he was still worried about how to conquer Guan Cheng. Today, he received news that Guan Cheng had been conquered, which really surprised him. Li Tai quickly handed the telegram over. As they weren't in a hurry to march this time, there was plenty of time to send the telegram. Therefore, this telegram described the process of conquering Guancheng County in detail. Li Er read it for a full 15 minutes before he finally finished reading it. He couldn't help but sigh. Good. We didn't hurt the innocent people, and our soldiers didn't suffer too many casualties. This plan of cooperation from the inside and the outside was well done. Lu Rengue? This person is also a talent. He is brave and resourceful. The governor of Bian province sent him to manage the city. It was the right choice. If it weren't for him, Wei Xuanqing would have met with misfortune this time. This Li, you can actually stay calm in a dangerous situation and help the army communicate with each other. When Shi and Yi Fashion went to Guancheng County, I was worried that they would ruin my plans, but I didn't expect that in the end, she would become a key figure in the entire war. And this Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg, they all contributed greatly to this war. The people around Li Zishuan are really extraordinary. I'm not in Jianghu, but Jianghu is full of legends about me. Now there is one person who didn't personally go to the battlefield, but the outcome of the war was reversed because of him. This person was Li Zishuan. Whether it was Yi Fashion and Li Yu working together to secretly visit Guancheng, Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg following the army, or Lu Rengui's successful plan of cooperation from the inside and outside, behind all of these, there was more or less Li Zishuan's shadow. Father, now that Guancheng has been broken, and Chief Steward Li has returned to the capital, there shouldn't be any military matters that need to be communicated by telegram. Therefore, I plan to return to Yanhuang College this afternoon. I hope that father will allow it. Li Tai cupped his hands and said. To be honest, he was really not used to leaving the academy for so many days. Now that the war was over, he naturally wanted to return to Yunshan as soon as possible. Li Er was stunned and said unhappily, You child, are you so unwilling to accompany father and mother? I don't dare. I just saw the importance of engineering in the Tang Empire from this war. I want to learn it as soon as possible so that I can help father build the country and conquer the world in the future. Li Tai quickly came up with a reason to shut Li Er's mouth. Li Er heard this and said happily, Haha, good. You are indeed my good son. Then you can go. The next day, in the east of Guancheng County, after the three armies were assembled, Li Jing gave the order and the army set off. Tens of thousands of soldiers moved in order and returned to the capital. Farewell, General Li. General, have a safe journey. Unexpectedly, the people of Guancheng County were waiting on the road that the army had to pass through early in the morning. Both sides of the street were filled with people who heard the news and rushed over. When the army passed by, countless people shouted loudly. Now, the people understood that the Cui family was only using them in the past, not for their own good. If Li Jing didn't lead the army to Guancheng County, the people of Guancheng County might have lost their lives for Cui Junchuo's personal ambition. It was Li Jing's army that saved them. Of course, they would be grateful from the bottom of their hearts. Looking at these people, I now feel that the risks I took in the past half a month were worth it. Otherwise, there would definitely be many children who lost their parents because of the war and become orphans like me. Little Yu rode on the horse and walked side by side with Meng Wenhao. Hearing the shouts of the people on both sides of the road, she couldn't help but sigh. Meng Wenhao thought for a while and said, I also feel that everything I did was worth it. Not only did I save you, but I also saved these people. The Yamacho taught us to have a heart for the world and a life for the people. I did it. Chapter 1338. Husband, I'm back. Lontian County. Yunshan Residence. Han Yushi pushed open the door and entered. She saw Li Zixuan, who had just finished practicing his swordsmanship in the front yard, and said with a smile, How did my wife come back so quickly today? Li Zixuan took the handkerchief from Xiao He and wiped the sweat on his forehead. He was full of curiosity. Because Yi Fashion was in Guancheng, Han Yushi had been going to the residence next door early in the morning to chat with old Madam Yi and old Madam Yi. The main reason was that she was afraid that the old madam would be too worried and get a mental illness over time. Haha. Husband, aren't you asking the obvious? Yesterday, you told grandmother that Guancheng had fallen and that Fa Shan and the others had been rescued. Grandmother's mood instantly improved. Why would she need me to comfort her? When I went there just now, grandmother had already left with grandfather. I heard from the servant that they had gone to the academy early in the morning. Han Yushi said with a smile. After Yi Fashion escaped from Guancheng, he did not return to the capital with the army. After bidding farewell to Little Yu Iron Egg, Meng Wenhao, Lu Rengue and the others, he left for Nanyang. He planned to go home and bid farewell to his parents before going to the south to visit the famous mountains and great rivers. He wanted to visit the reclusive experts and pursue his own path. As for the merits, he did not care at all. Li Zixuan smiled and said, Grandfather and grandmother have reached the age where they should be enjoying their old age. Something like this happened a while ago and it really made them worry a lot. In the end, I did not expect Fa Shan to accompany little Yu to Guancheng. This child is kind. The Yi family really has a successor. Grandfather and the others should be happy for Fa Shan. Han Yushi asked curiously, Husband, do you value Fa Shan a lot? Li Zixuan now had hundreds of students, but she had never seen Li Zixuan value someone so much. Li Zixuan thought to himself that the future leader of the world's Taoist sects was definitely important to him. However, he could not say such things out loud. He thought for a while and said, The monk is very talented and intelligent. He is different from the other rich kids. He can endure hardships. It would be hard for someone like him to not succeed in the future. That's why I said that the Yi family has a successor. Han Yushi nodded with a smile. Then she rolled her eyes and said, Husband, Iron Egg has helped a lot during this expedition. Do you think His Majesty will reward him? In the end, this was his biological sister. Back then, after Iron Egg went to manage the city, Han Yushi was extremely worried every day. Now that Iron Egg was about to return in triumph, Han Yushi, as his sister, began to worry about whether her younger brother would be able to get the reward he deserved. Li Zixuan patted his wife's shoulder and replied, "Wife, don't worry. His Majesty has always been fair in his rewards and punishments. Iron Egg's contribution is obvious to all. His Majesty will definitely not ignore it. Actually, I don't want to see His Majesty reward Iron Egg too much. He is still young. If the reward is too much, I'm afraid he will lose the motivation to improve himself." Han Yushi said thoughtfully, Husband, you have a point. However, Iron Egg's contribution this time is not that great. I think he should only get some reward money." Young master, young master." Just then, Song Xiaoxi's voice came from outside the courtyard. Li Zixuan turned around and said, "What is it? Come in and talk." Han Yushi saw that Li Zixuan had something important to do, so she went into the house first. Song Xiaoxi entered the courtyard and walked to Li Zixuan's side. He bowed and said, "Young master, the drainage canal beside the Ba River has already drained all the water in the Mei village section of the river. Today, the foundation of the dam will be built. Do you want to go and take a look?" Li Zixuan heard this and his spirit was lifted. He said with a face full of joy, "Okay. You go first. I will change my clothes and be there soon." The reason why Li Zixuan did not personally participate in this battle was mainly because he was focused on the Ba River Dam. In the past half a month, under the joint efforts of him, Mo Huai, and Yan Xiaoning, they had solved many engineering problems in the construction of the dam. The most important thing was that Li Zixuan had solved the most critical problem in the reinforced concrete dam project: steel making. Next to the ironworks of the workshop, a small steel mill appeared. The ancient people did know how to make steel. In the late spring and autumn period before 476 BC, man-made steel had already appeared in China. By the time of the Eastern Han Dynasty, the technology of steelmaking had already been mastered. The most commonly used techniques were stir-frying and tempered steel. The so-called stir-frying was to heat pig iron until it was melted or basically melted, then stir it in the furnace. The carbon contained in the pig iron would be removed by the oxygen in the air, thus obtaining steel. The quality of steel produced by this method was not high. As for tempered steel, it was to repeatedly heat, fold, and forge a piece of iron. The purpose was to make the structure of the steel dense, the composition of the steel body more uniform, reduce impurities, and thus improve the quality of the steel. Therefore, the quality of the swords made from tempered steel was very high. Although the quality of tempered steel was high, this method had low output and high cost, and it was difficult to meet the needs of industrial development. The method Li Zixuan used was the converter steelmaking method. This method was invented by the British H. Bessemer in 1856. The oxidizing agent used in the process was oxygen. Air was blown into the molten pig iron to oxidize the impurities such as silicon and manganese. A large amount of heat was released during the oxidation process. 1% silicon could raise the temperature of pig iron by 200 degrees Celsius, allowing the furnace to reach a high enough temperature. Converter steelmaking was carried out in the converter. The shape of the converter was like a pear, with refractory bricks on the inner wall and many small holes, tuyères, on the side of the furnace. Compressed air was blown into the furnace from these small holes. It was also called a side-blown converter. In the beginning, the converter was horizontal. Liquid pig iron at 1,300 degrees Celsius was poured in and a certain amount of quicklime was added. Then air was blown in and the converter was rotated to make it stand upright. At this time, the surface of the liquid pig iron reacted violently, causing iron, silicon, and manganese to oxidize, FeO, SiO2, MnO, and form slag. Using the convection of the molten steel and slag, the reaction spread throughout the furnace. A moment later, when there was only a small amount of silicon and manganese left in the molten steel, the carbon began to oxidize and form carbon monoxide, exothermic, causing the molten steel to boil violently. A huge flame appeared at the mouth of the furnace due to the overflowing carbon monoxide burning. Finally, phosphorus also oxidized and further formed ferrous phosphate. Ferrous phosphate then reacted with quicklime to form stable calcium phosphate and calcium sulfide, which together became slag. When the phosphorus and sulfur gradually decreased, the flame subsided, and brown iron oxide appeared at the mouth of the furnace, indicating that the steel had been refined. The steel produced by this method, whether in terms of output or quality, was superior to the stir-frying method and the 100-tempered steel method. When Mo Huai saw the large amount of high-quality steel produced at the mouth of the converter, he exclaimed in disbelief. It must be known that the Mo family was not only proficient in construction, but also in steel-making and sword-making. In the end, he discovered that Li Zishuan, who was not a member of the Mo family, actually had such heaven-defying steel-making skills. Mo Huai could not help but be even more convinced of Li Zishuan because of this. After solving the steel-making process, Li Zishuan experimented with the mixture of steel and cement. The degree of hardness was comparable to that of a boulder. It was precisely because he solved these basic problems that he was able to build the foundation of the dam today. After changing out of his training clothes, Li Zishuan wore a white scholar's robe and came to the bank of the Ba River. From afar, he could see the black mass of workers on both sides of the river. In order to speed up the progress of the project, Li Zishuan used the tactic of overwhelming the workers, just like the last time when he built Yanhuang College. He recruited more than 10,000 craftsmen and commoners. Basically, all the young and strong people in Lantian County were recruited. This was a classic example of not having enough time, so he made up for it with numbers. After all, he had money.
Yamacho, you're here.
Mo Huai's eyes were sharp. After discovering Li Zishuan's arrival, he hurriedly came up to greet him. Mr. Mo, I heard that the dam is going to build its foundation today, so I came to take a look. Li Zishuan smiled and looked at the Ba River in front of him. Due to the drainage canal next to it, the water in this section of the river had already been drained, revealing the yellow riverbed. The soft sand on the riverbed had already been dug away by the craftsmen and commoners. In a while, they would be building the foundation from where they were dug away. Seeing this scene, Li Zishuan felt a surge of pride in his chest. With a sigh, he said, "After several months, we finally passed the most difficult time. Before this, who would have thought that we could cut off the surging Ba River in such a short period of time? Now, not only are we cutting it off, but we also have to build a dam with a width of several feet in the middle. From now on, the natural moat will be cleared." Hearing this, Mo Huai laughed and said, "In the end, Yamacho's plan is the most appropriate. Moreover, Yamacho has invested so much manpower, material, and financial resources. If we can't produce results as soon as possible, it would make this old man look incompetent." Li Zishuan hurriedly said, "Why do you say that, Mr. Mo? During this period of time, the one who has worked the hardest is none other than you. When the dam is completed, you will be the hero of the entire Lantian County. All the people who have benefited from the dam will be grateful to you."
Hey, Yamacho, according to what you said, I don't have to work hard?
While the two were talking, Xianxia walked over from the side and said half-jokingly. He and Li Zishuan were very good friends, but because he was also on duty at Yanhuang College, when there were people from the college present, he would usually call Li Zishuan Yamacho and not directly call him by his name. This was to give face to his own friend. Li Zishuan turned to look at Xianxia and said, "Haha, it's all hard work. It's all hard work. Oh right, Xiaoning, why don't I see ink girl?" Xiaoning's eyebrows twitched and he almost vomited blood. A trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. He thought to himself, "This bad friend of mine is really touching the pot that doesn't boil. Mo Huai is still in front of me. Is it appropriate for you to mention his daughter in front of him? Ahem. She. Why is she here? She should be in the workshop right now." After being reminded by Li Zishuan, Xiaoning didn't dare to face Mo Huai as usual. He was nervous and uneasy like a son-in-law meeting his father-in-law. "Young master, Elder Mo, the materials are ready. Should we start building the dam's foundation?" At this moment, Faubert came over to resolve Xiaoning's embarrassment and said, "Yes, let's start." Li Zishuan smiled and nodded. Chapter 1339. The construction process of a dam was generally divided into 3 steps. First, cutting off the flow. Dig one or several tunnels or channels in the natural river, then cut off the river so that the water flows downstream through the diversion holes or channels. Second, excavating the foundation pit. The dam also needed a stable geological structure to be built, so the sediment on the river had to be dug out, and the embankments, like door frames, on both sides had to be dug out until the bedrock was exposed. Third, filling the dam body. Fill the dam body according to the type of dam, concrete dam, rock-fill dam, etc., until the top was capped. Now, the Ba River Dam was in the second step. Under Li Zishuan's command, Concrete pillars wrapped in steel bars were inserted into the foundation pit that had been dug in advance. The riverbed of the Ba River was suddenly filled with dang hammering sounds. After the reinforced concrete pillars were inserted into the riverbed, the next step was to use cement to fill the dam body below. Relatively speaking, this was not difficult, so Li Zixuan watched for half an hour, then said goodbye to Moy and the others and left. When he passed by the workshop, Li Zixuan's heart skipped a beat. He did not go home directly, but walked toward the workshop. When he arrived at the workshop, he asked for Mo Lingwei's location. Li Zixuan went to a laboratory in the headquarters building of the workshop. The door was not closed, just left open. Li Zixuan walked in directly. Mo Lingwei was fiddling with a strange-looking machine on the table. The top of the machine was a cylinder with many rotating mechanisms in the middle. Below the rotating mechanism was another cylinder, and below the cylinder was a square table. There was a square hole in the middle of the table, and a spring clamp was fixed on both sides of the hole. From the appearance, it was basically a beggar's version of a modern microscope. He just did not know how good the image quality was. Li Zixuan didn't expect this girl to be so capable and efficient in getting things done. The fine-tuning parts of the microscope were all fine-tuned with screws. The workshop didn't have a machine tool yet, so they couldn't process the screws in batches. The screws used in the microscope were all processed by hand. Therefore, this microscope was definitely one of a kind in the world. Even Mo Lingwei herself could not make a microscope that was exactly the same as this one. This also meant that although one microscope had been manufactured, it could not be mass-produced. Li Zixuan looked at the microscope on the table and couldn't help but ask, "Ink Girl made a microscope?" Ah! Mo Lingwei was focused on adjusting the microscope when she suddenly heard the sound behind her. She screamed and was almost scared to death. "Ah! Yamacho! You! Why don't you make any sound when you walk? Also, why didn't you knock? You scared me to death." Mo Lingwei turned around and saw that the person who spoke was Li Zixuan. She rolled her eyes and blamed him. Li Zixuan said innocently, "Ink Girl, the door wasn't closed. Why would I knock? Also, who said that I don't make any sound when I walk? I didn't deliberately control my feet. Ink Girl, you were too focused, so you didn't hear it." Mo Lingwei proudly snorted and avoided the topic. She replied, "This microscope has basically been assembled according to Yamacho's instructions. Currently, it can see some small things, but there are still two problems that I don't understand." Li Zixuan curiously asked, "What are the problems?" Logically speaking, Mo Lingwei's practical ability in engineering was unparalleled in the entire Yanhuang College. Therefore, Li Zixuan was also very curious about the problems she encountered. First, there's the problem of the light source. Because the distance between the objective lens and the object being observed is very small, it's difficult for the light to shine on the object being observed. Therefore, the image seen through the eyepiece is very dark and difficult to distinguish. Second, what's the point of going through so much trouble to build the microscope? Is it just to see some small things? But if you want to see those small things, you can just use a magnifying glass. Why bother? Mo Lingwei frowned and was very puzzled. It had to be said that this girl's attainments in the field of optics were definitely at a higher level. Now that she was conversing with Li Zixuan, she had inadvertently used some professional terms. If it were anyone else, they probably wouldn't be able to understand it. Li Zixuan smiled and replied, "Miss Mo, it's not that there's no solution to the first problem you discovered. First, you can use a set of immortal mirrors to guide the sunlight from outside the house or the candlelight from inside the house and reflect it onto the object. Second, we can directly create a light source under the stage that supports the object being observed." Create a light source? How do you create a light source? Yamacho, are you going to put a candle under it? That won't do. The candle will smoke the lens. Mo Lingwei quickly said. Li Zixuan was a little amused and said, "Who said I'm going to use a candle as a light source? Don't worry, the light source I'm talking about will definitely not produce any smoke when it shines. Moreover, the light it emits will be several times brighter than the light from a candle." Mo Lingwei curiously asked, "No smoke? Yamacho, is it possible that this light source doesn't need to be burned to emit light? But how can there be something in this world that can emit light without burning? Yamacho, quickly take out this light source and let me take a look." At this moment, Mo Lingwei's interest in Li Zixuan's light source was far greater than the microscope itself. Li Zixuan touched his nose and coughed dryly. Ahem. Ink Girl, this light source hasn't been made yet, so you should use the first method I mentioned. The light source he was talking about was actually a light bulb. Although he couldn't get the key material for light bulbs, tungsten wire, he could use other materials to replace it, such as carbonized bamboo wire. In 1854, Henry Goebbels used a piece of carbonized bamboo wire and placed it under a vacuum glass bottle to emit light. Today, his invention seemed to be the first practical incandescent light bulb. The light bulb he tested at that time could last for 400 hours. Later, Edison used tungsten wire to make incandescent light bulbs, which could only last for about 1,000 hours. Therefore, before finding tungsten metal, using carbonized bamboo wire to replace tungsten wire was a very good choice. Mo Lingwei listened to Li Zixuan bragging about this light source for so long, but in the end, he said, it hasn't been made yet. Even though she usually respected Li Zixuan very much, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at Li Zixuan. If it was someone else, she would probably have directly scolded. If you haven't made it yet, why are you talking to me? Yamacho, what about the second question? Mo Lingwei took a deep breath. She resisted the urge to scold him and said. Li Zixuan smiled a little awkwardly and said, as for the second question, actually, I asked Ink Girl to make a microscope to observe smaller objects. It's hard to see clearly with just a magnifying glass. Mo Lingwei was puzzled. Smaller objects? What are they? Could it be a molecule or an atom? In Yen Huang College's physics and chemistry textbooks, there were only introductions about molecules and atoms. Therefore, it wasn't strange that Mo Lingwei knew about molecules and atoms. But this girl really dared to say that she wanted to use a microscope to observe atoms. This requirement was too high. First, it had to be clear that the size of atoms was around 0.1 nanometers, nm. A normal optical microscope's wavelength distribution was between 400 and 700 nanometers, which was limited by the diffraction limit. The optical microscope's resolution limit was only a few hundred nm. Therefore, if one wanted to use a microscope to observe atoms, they had to use a super-resolution electron microscope. With Tang Dynasty's current industrial foundation, let alone a decade, even if Tang Dynasty was given 100 years, its technology wouldn't be able to reach that level. Ink Girl, you're joking. I'm talking about smaller objects, not atoms. Oh right, Ink Girl. Have you calculated the magnification of this microscope? Li Zixuan suddenly thought of a very important question, so he asked. Mo Lingwei thought for a moment and replied, I've roughly calculated that this microscope's magnification is about 400 times. Li Zixuan heard this and nodded in satisfaction. In his previous life, Leeuwenhoek made the world's first super magnification microscope, which had a magnification of 270 times. Mo Lingwei's microscope had completely surpassed Leeuwenhoek's by 270 times.
Haha. Very good.
400 times, it should be barely usable. Li Zixuan laughed and then pretended to be mysterious. Ink Girl, follow my previous method and improve the microscope. When the time comes, I'll show you something good. Mo Lingwei was very curious and asked, Yamacho, what is it?
Hehe.
This is a secret for now. Li Zixuan chuckled and did not answer. Mo Lingwei curled her lips in dissatisfaction and then put on a pitiful expression and said, Yamacho, look at me, a girl. I don't study etiquette, but I work for you in the workshop every day and don't even receive a salary from you. Do you think it's easy for me? You still treat me like this. You don't know how to treat a girl well. Humph. Li Zixuan quivered and thought that this girl was really a spoiled actress. He guessed that only Yan Xiaoning could tame her. He quickly waved his hand and said, Ahem. Ink Girl, about what I'm going to show you in a few days. It's useless to say it now because I haven't made it yet. However, you did play a big part in making this microscope, but I'm not a stingy person. When the time comes, I'll give you some benefits and you'll definitely be satisfied. Mo Lingwei's eyes lit up and she immediately became spirited. She quickly asked, What benefits? Yamacho, hurry up and tell me. Li Zixuan chuckled and said, The benefits are that I'll be your matchmaker with Yan Xiaoning. How about it? How's this benefit? Ah. Mo Lingwei blushed and said angrily, Who wants to marry him? Yamacho, when are you going to be our matchmaker? Ha! Li Zixuan was dumbfounded.
He almost didn't get it. Cough cough. As soon as possible.
I'll mention this to your father and Uncle Yen as soon as possible. You go ahead with your work, I still have something to do, so I'll leave first.
Li Zishuan quickly left.
He was afraid that if he stayed with this girl any longer, his brain would become abnormal.
Chapter 1340.
When Li Zishuan and Mo Lingwei were discussing the profound problems of the microscope, in the imperial palace of Chang'an City. In the imperial court, a report of victory set off a stormy wave. Yesterday, I received a report of victory. Guanqing County was breached the night before yesterday. Li Jing and Lu Rengui, the Bianzhou commandant who was hiding in Guanqing County, worked together from inside and outside. Without wasting a single soldier, they attacked the city. The Cui family's guards and the provincial governor's mansion's rebel army were all executed. The direct descendants of the Cui family of Qinghe, the Zhang family of Xingyang, and the Cui family of Boling, as well as the provincial governor of Jianghu, Cui Quan, and the related criminals of the Guanqing County will all be escorted back to the capital. The soldiers of the three armies returned to the imperial court this morning. At this point, the danger of Luoyang has been resolved, the rebellion in Jianghu has been quelled, and the storm in Hunan province has been settled. In the morning, after dealing with the daily reports of the officials, Li Er announced such a big piece of news with a smile. The officials were in an uproar. In the past, when the imperial court sent troops to battle, once there was a report of victory from the front line, the soldiers who sent the report would usually shout, "XXX victory," when they entered the city. Therefore, generally well-informed officials could know the victory of the imperial court's army in the front line before the imperial court. But now, all the news of victory came so quietly that the civil and military officials in Chang'an City did not notice it in advance. Not only that, the speed of the news was even more unbelievable. Feng Xianling stood up and cupped his hands, saying, "Cui Junchuo and the others disregarded the emperor's grace and rebelled against the emperor. They were guilty of the most heinous crimes. Today they became prisoners. They deserved it. Now that the rebellion has been quelled, I congratulate your majesty."
We congratulate your majesty.
The civil and military officials bowed their heads and congratulated loudly. Li Er nodded his head and said, "Aristocratic families rose up at the end of the Eastern Han dynasty. In the previous dynasty, they formed the 7 big families led by the Cui family of Boling. However, Qinghe Cui, Xingyang Zhang, and Boling Cui are going against the heavens and causing chaos. They are no longer worthy of enjoying the glory of a 1,000-year-old aristocratic family. As such, I want to rewrite the annals of the ancient clans and remove these 3 families from the list. This matter will be handed over to you, Minister Feng. As long as you have the need, the officials in the imperial court will be under your command. In addition, in recent years, those aristocratic families and big clans have been selling their daughters for marriage. Every time a girl marries into another clan, they will ask for a large amount of money as a betrothal gift. They will make a deal based on the number of betrothal gifts. I hope that the revised clan annals can completely get rid of such bad habits." The officials were stunned. They were all at a loss for what to do with Li Er's combination of punches. Clans, as the saying goes, officials have descendants, and there are officials in the pedigree, that is, aristocratic families. Since Chao Pai implemented the 9-rank system, the official election system was controlled by aristocratic families and big clans. They selected officials completely based on the level of family prestige. In layman's terms, if your ancestor was a high-ranking official, then you can definitely become an official. If your ancestor was a pauper, even if you were a genius, please stand aside. This way of selecting officials, in the Wei, Jin and Northern and Southern dynasties, caused a situation where there were no poor families in the upper class and no clan in the lower class. At the same time, in terms of marriage, aristocratic families also thought highly of themselves and never intermarried with poor families. It could be said that family status had completely become the standard to judge a person's moral level and marriage. Under such a situation, the study of genealogy came into being. The aristocratic families all compiled genealogies for themselves and evaluated their family prestige in various places. Moreover, this practice was protected by the government at that time. After more than 200 years of the Wei, Jin, and Northern and Southern dynasties, the aristocratic family's power had been severely weakened by the Sui dynasty. They were no longer as glorious as before. Emperor 1 of the Sui dynasty, Yang Jian, abolished the 9-rank system and created the imperial examination system. Moreover, after experiencing the turmoil at the end of the Sui dynasty, the aristocratic families suffered a serious blow. However, in the Tang dynasty, the Shandong aristocratic families led by Cui, Lu, Zhang, Li, and Wang were deeply rooted and still had a certain amount of power even though they had been attacked by the Peasant War. Many ministers in the imperial court fought to marry the Shandong aristocratic families, and the Shandong aristocratic families still maintained their aloof social status. In the common people, the Cui family's reputation and status far exceeded that of the royal family. This was something that Li Er could not tolerate. Now that he had the prestige of pacifying the 3 aristocratic families, Li Er decided to revise the clan annals and reconfirm the Longxili family's aloof status in the world. Who would dare to disagree? Sometimes, although the butterfly effect could change the direction of the wheel of history, some historical events would still happen. It was just that the events were brought forward. According to the official records, in the 6th year of Zhengguan, Li Er and Feng Xianling had a long conversation. During this conversation, the topic of marriage customs at that time was mentioned. They believed that the drawbacks of the clan's selling marriage were prominent and harmful to the customs of the people. The imperial court should start to reform. This long conversation between the emperor and his minister opened the prelude to revising the clan annals. Immediately after, Li Shimin gave specific instructions. He ordered the officials of the imperial court to search for the clan records in the world. Based on the relevant records of the existing historical materials, he would examine the authenticity of them, praise the loyal and virtuous, and demote the traitors. This was a huge project. With the emperor's order, the group of talents around Li Shimin began to move actively. Those who participated in the revising of the clan annals included Wei Zhang, Feng Xianling, Gao Shilian, Wei Ting, Zhen Wenwen, Ling Hu Defen, Yu Shernan, and the others. In the 12th year of Zhengguan, the clan annals had been completed. 293 surnames, 1,651 families, had basically followed Li Er's instructions. The royal family was the leader, followed by the relatives, and Bo Lingzue was demoted to the 3rd class. However, at that time, the people did not recognize Li Er's new revision of the clan annals. The status of the nobles in Shandong was still higher than the royal family. Now, Li Er had started the work of revising the clan annals in advance. The final result was very likely to be different from the original result in history. This old subject will follow the imperial edict and do my best to rewrite the clan annals. After hearing Li Er's order, Feng Xianling was stunned for a long time. When he reacted, he hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. The removal of 2 surnames and 3 sects meant that from today onwards, there were only 3 surnames and 4 views in the world. Moreover, it was the 3 surnames and 4 views led by the Li royal family. Such a major event would definitely shake the world. The hearts of the officials trembled. Li Er had only ascended the throne for 2 years, yet he was already able to have such political and martial arts skills. Those officials who still wanted to climb up the ranks of the aristocratic families had no choice but to think carefully in their hearts. After the morning court, Li Er ordered people to post the notice of the great victory in Guanqing County in Chang'an City. When the people saw it, they all rushed to spread the news. The news that the Cui family of Qinghe, the Zhang family of Xingyang, and the Cui family of Bowling rebelled and were all destroyed by Li Jing spread throughout Chang'an City in a very short time like a gust of wind, and it was still quickly spreading to the surrounding counties. The Cui family of Qinghe, the Zhang family of Xingyang, and the Cui family of Bowling were all destroyed? These are all 1,000-year-old aristocratic families. How could they be gone just like that? Yes. In the past, from the officials to the people, it was the highest honor to marry the daughter of the 5 surnames, especially the daughter of the Cui family. Even the prime minister wanted to marry her, but he couldn't get her. But now that the Cui family has fallen, the daughter of the Cui family will probably be sent to the musical house, right? Haha, humph. I think the Cui family and the Zhang family deserve it. Especially the Cui family. Last year, you all know the mistress of the Cui family Wang, right? That evil woman made the servants in the mansion into human swine. How vicious is that? If it wasn't for some kind-hearted person who exposed this matter, I think Wang would still be at large in her heart. That's right. The Cui family is not only rich but also cruel. It's better to destroy such an aristocratic family as soon as possible. Now, who would be proud of marrying a daughter of the 5 surnames? In my opinion, The best way to earn a lifetime of glory and wealth is to enter Yanhuang College, or marry the daughter of the Marquis of Yong'an. The Marquis of Yong'an is a new noble in the imperial court. He has money, power, influence and ability. He will definitely have a bright future. Although the Marquis of Yong'an got married last year, he doesn't have any children now, let alone a daughter. Who do you want to marry? Hey, what are you afraid of? Doesn't the Marquis of Yong'an have a sister who hasn't been married yet? Even if he can't be a son-in-law, he can be a brother-in-law. Bah! You despicable bastard! The sister of the Marquis of Yong'an hasn't even reached marriageable age, and you want to marry her? Shameless! That's right. Even if she has reached marriageable age, it won't be your turn. The Marquis of Yong'an is talented in both civil and military affairs. He will only choose a handsome and elegant man like me as his brother-in-law. Bah! Qin Chengfeng, you are even more shameless. Far away in Cloud Mountain, Li Zixuan, who didn't care about worldly affairs, would never have thought that trouble would fall from the sky while he was sitting at home. Moreover, if he knew what the common people were talking about, he would definitely vomit 3 liters of blood because of these ancient people's ability to change the topic. They were clearly talking about the imperial court's rebellion and the annihilation of the 3 aristocratic families. But why did they end up talking about him, Li Zixuan, looking for a brother-in-law? This ability to change the topic was too scary, right? Brother, when is Iron Egg coming back? Lan'er, who didn't know that she had become the best daughter-in-law in the common people's mouths, hurriedly asked when she saw Li Zixuan coming back. Li Zixuan smiled and patted the little girl's head, saying, "What is it? Lan'er, why are you looking for Iron Egg?" Lan'er pushed away Li Zixuan's big hand on her head. She felt that Li Zixuan's action was treating her like a child, which was disrespectful to her. The little girl frowned and said, "Nothing much, it's just that I went to the academy to play recently, but there was no Iron Egg, so it was very boring. Brother Cho Nyo only knows how to bully Lan'er, humph. Brother, just tell Lan'er when Iron Egg is coming back." After saying that, the little girl pouted proudly, looking very cute. Li Zixuan heard this and felt helpless. With Cheng Chumo's bad temper, if he didn't tease Lan'er, he would probably feel uncomfortable all over. Iron Egg has already left Jianghu with the army today, and he should be back in 6 or 7 days. Lan'er, don't worry. Big brother will show you something fun. Lan'er's eyes lit up, and she immediately became interested. She asked excitedly, "What is it?" Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Hee, I can't tell you now, but you'll know when the time comes." Stinky brother. You're still keeping me in suspense. Humph. Yamacho, His Majesty has gone to the academy. You should go quickly. In the afternoon, Li Zixuan was sunbathing in the front yard when Emo Zhong suddenly rushed to the door and said. Li Zixuan quickly got up and said, "Okay. I'll go over now." No matter what, Yamacho Li Zixuan was the most powerful person in this land. When he came to Yanhuang College, Li Zixuan, as the Yamacho, had to be present, just like a leader inspecting his work. Half an hour later, Li Zixuan arrived at Yanhuang College. After asking about Li Er's current location, he quickly followed him. Old Li was now in the corridor outside Class 1's classroom. It seemed like he was secretly listening to the teacher's lecture inside. Li Zixuan was just about to bow when Li Er waved his hand to stop him, as if he had eyes behind his head. Li Zixuan understood what Li Er meant, so he didn't say anything. Thus, a dean of Yanhuang College and a Yamacho of Yanhuang College actually leaned on the window outside the classroom and did the shady business of eavesdropping on the teacher's lecture. This class was physics. Class 1's physics class was originally taught by Mo Hui, but Mo Hui was now busy with the construction of the dam and couldn't leave at all. Therefore, all of Mo Hui's affairs in the academy were temporarily handed over to Mo Chue. This person was also the focus of Mo Hui's training, and was very likely to be the next Mo family big son. A while ago, Li Zixuan had secretly tested Mo Chue's ability, and found that whether it was his grasp of physics or his ability to lecture in class, this young man was basically on par with Mo Hui. Based on this, Li Zixuan gradually relaxed. When school started, all of you must have seen Yamacho personally demonstrate the telegraph machine. You only know that the telegraph machine is very magical and can transmit messages from far away, but do you know why it can transmit messages? What does it rely on to transmit messages? Before you understand this, you must first understand a phenomenon, electromagnetism. Yes, you didn't hear wrong. Electromagnetism. First of all, you should have seen magnets before. Yamacho's compass used the magnetic needle under the effect of the Earth's magnetic field. The magnetic needle's south pole points to the north pole of the Earth's magnetic field to achieve the function of indicating direction. This is called magnetism. As for electricity, Yamacho's telegraph machine previously relied on electricity to drive it. Electricity and magnetism are two different things, but who would have thought that the two can be converted to each other under special conditions? Well, not only did you not think of it, but I also didn't understand it. But Yamacho thought of it. To be honest, sometimes I'm also very curious about how Yamacho's brain can store so many novel things. Just a bit of the knowledge in his brain is probably something that others can study for a lifetime without being able to understand. Back to the topic. In this lesson, I'll show you how electricity can be converted into magnetic fields. The current teaching progress of the academy had reached the electromagnetism section. Mo Chue stood on the podium and spoke with fervor and assurance. He did not notice the two big bosses eavesdropping outside the window. His lecture was serious and not humorous, and it was very attractive to listen to. Come with me. After some time, Li Zixuan was already immersed in the content of Mo Chue's lecture. Li Er, who was beside him, said in a low voice, "Yes, Your Majesty." Chapter 1341. Marquis Yong, and if I didn't hear wrongly, that Mr. was explaining the principles of the telegraph to the students? Arriving at the conference room on the first floor of Guanghua Building, Li Er gestured for Li Zixuan to close the door. Then, he looked at Li Zixuan and asked. Li Zixuan didn't know what Li Er meant by this question, but he still replied truthfully, "Your Majesty, what Mr. Mo said before was only the most basic theoretical knowledge used in the telegraph." The most basic knowledge? What's wrong with the most basic knowledge? If these most basic knowledge were to be learned by foreigners, wouldn't they also be able to create the telegraph? Li Er mercilessly interrupted Li Zixuan's words. His face was gloomy as he said, "I let you establish Yanhuang College to open the minds of the people and promote engineering. I didn't let you leak the military secrets of the Tang Empire. The telegraph is the highest military secret of the Tang Empire, but you so easily revealed its principles to the public. Have you considered the consequences?" This time, the imperial court sent troops to Jianghu. Before Cui Junchuo attacked Luoyang, they completed the encirclement of Guanqing County in time. Then during the siege, Li Jing and Lu Rengue worked together to break into the city without expending a single soldier. What did they rely on? You should know better than me. You can imagine, if the technology of the telegraph fell into the hands of the enemy, how much trouble would it bring to the Tang Empire? As the Yamacho of Yanhuang College, why didn't you think of this? Li Er blabbered on, not giving Li Zixuan a chance to interrupt. It could be seen that he was quite angry now. It was because of the recent war that Li Er saw the importance of the telegraph in the military, so he had such a big reaction now. Li Zixuan saw that Li Er had finally finished speaking, so he quickly took the opportunity to say, "Your Majesty, knowing the principle of the telegraph machine and making it are two completely different things. It's like everyone knows that food is grown from the ground, but does everyone know how to grow the ground? Of course not. I'm introducing these things to the students in the physics textbook so that they can understand the characteristics of things in this world and broaden their horizons. This way they can create more valuable things in the future. Even a wise man would make a mistake. Although this official is proficient in engineering, this official's strength is limited after all. This official needs many successors of engineering to help this official overcome more technical difficulties. If this official blindly cherishes what he knows, once this official gets old or dies, engineering will quickly decline and there will be no successor." Li Zixuan felt that he needed to explain the gap between theory and practice to old Li, and at the same time change old Li's long-held beliefs. This question was actually very simple. In modern times, it could be said that 90% of college students and even high school students knew how the telegraph worked. But did they know how to make a telegraph? Obviously, it was impossible. Among the 90% of the students, it would already be good if 5% of them could make a telegraph. Another example would be the atomic bomb and hydrogen bomb. Many people knew the explosion principle of the atomic bomb and hydrogen bomb. One was nuclear fission, and the other was nuclear fusion. However, with so many people knowing the principle, why were there so few countries in the world that possessed nuclear weapons? There was a huge gap between theory and practice. It was impossible for a person who knew the principle to understand everything in practice. These were two completely different things. Li Er's expression became slightly better. He said doubtfully, "According to what you said, even if all this knowledge was leaked to foreign countries, our enemies would still find it difficult to imitate the telegraph?" Li Zishuan cupped his hands and replied, "Your Majesty, that is indeed the case. Even if they have figured out how to make a telegraph machine by that time, we may have already produced an even more advanced telegraph machine with a longer transmission distance and a more stable message transmission. Moreover, although this is the case, this knowledge is unique to our Tang Empire. Currently, only the students of Yanhuang College have the qualifications to learn it. This official will also instruct them to keep it a secret. Even if the students outside or the envoys of other countries enter the academy, they will not be able to learn this knowledge. Your Majesty's words today can be considered as a reminder to this official. In the future, this official will strengthen the education and punishment of the students of the academy. In the future, Yanhuang College's enrollment will focus on whether the students are patriotic. This will prevent evil people from sneaking into the academy and stealing knowledge. This official will quickly come up with a regulation for these things and then hand it over to Mr. Kong Gue and Mr. Wenji to strictly implement it. This will further prevent the teachers and students of the academy from leaking the academy's knowledge." Li Er's expression finally improved. He nodded and said, "That's more like it. Yanhuang College will definitely be an important tool of the country in the future. This emperor will pay attention to it. Don't play dumb with this emperor. You must also pay attention to the management of the academy." Although Yanhuang College had only been established for less than a year and had not fully blossomed, Li Er could already see the importance of Yanhuang College to the Tang Empire's national strength. "This official obeys." Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said. Li Er waved his hand and said seriously, "All right. Let's get down to business. We came here today because we have something to discuss with you." Li Zishuan was puzzled and said, "Your Majesty, please speak." Li Er pondered for a moment and slowly said, "This time, in resolving the crisis of Luoyang and taking down Guan City, the telegraph played an extremely important role. The situation on the battlefield is constantly changing. The commander behind the enemy needs the latest news from the front lines, and the soldiers at the front lines need the latest orders from the commander. The telegraph perfectly solved all the problems. This thing is simply a divine tool for military formation communication." The apothecary mentioned to this emperor in his report that he wants to fully implement the telegraph in the army. This emperor feels that the apothecary's words are very reasonable. Therefore, firstly, the telegraph that the army needs Marquis Yong, and see if you can think of a way to create another batch. Secondly, no one in the army knows how to use the telegraph. Either you let your students teach the soldiers how to use the telegraph, or you can directly send a batch of students into the army to take charge of the telegraph. What do you think? When Li Zishuan heard this, he frowned slightly. He did not expect Li Er to be in such a hurry to promote the telegraph. The problem was that the telegraph was still in the experimental stage. If they wanted to use it on a large scale, there were still many problems that needed to be solved. "Your Majesty, the current telegraph technology is still not mature. This official suggests that Your Majesty wait a few more days for the academy to improve the telegraph before promoting it to the army. You must not be too hasty." Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said. Li Er said somewhat unwillingly, "The immature you are talking about should be referring to the telegraph's transmission distance not being far enough, right? However, there is already a solution. In this Guan City rebellion, Li Yu was at the top of Songyue Temple's pagoda, and Meng Wenhao was on the fairy lamp. They were able to transmit information to Chong, and more than 400 miles away. This is already enough. At most, when the army goes to war in the future, we can bring a few more fairy lamps with us." Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "Your Majesty, using a telegraph to send a telegram from a high place can increase the transmission distance, but there is also a limit. With our current telegraph, this official estimates that 400 miles is very likely to be the limit. Any further and it might not work. Moreover, if we need to climb to a very high fairy lamp every time we send a telegram, it will be very disadvantageous for the army's concealment. If our army needs to sneak behind the enemy, what should we do? Do we have to raise a fairy lamp? Wouldn't that be telling the enemy the location of our army? Therefore, this official hopes that Your Majesty will give this official some more time. When the time comes, the telegraph that has been modified by the Academy will not only be able to transmit messages further, but it will also only need to be sent on flat ground when sending a telegram. This kind of telegraph is more suitable to be promoted in the army. When Li Er heard this, his expression could not help but change. He asked uncertainly, "Can this kind of telegraph really be made?"
"Absolutely," Li Zishuan replied with certainty.
Li Er nodded and said, "Good.
"Then how long do you need?"
Li Zishuan thought for a moment and replied, "At least half a year, at most a year. Because the modification of the telegraph needs to search for and refine a few special materials, this official cannot give your majesty a very precise time." Li Er did not ask Li Zishuan what materials he needed because he knew that it was useless to ask. He definitely did not have them. Otherwise, Li Zishuan would have directly borrowed them from him instead of painstakingly searching for them. Therefore, Li Er directly said, "This emperor knows that you have sent people to search for all kinds of mineral veins. In the future, as long as it is useful for making a telegraph, this emperor can give it to you no matter what kind of mineral it is. If you don't have enough people to search for mineral veins, this emperor can also allocate some people to you. If this emperor remembers correctly, there are two brothers in the imperial army. Their ancestors were Taoist sorcerers who specialized in searching for long Jianghu. Although these two did not learn the family's skills, they have been to most places in the Tang Empire. If you need people to search for mineral veins, this emperor can send them to follow you and help you search for useful mineral veins all over the world."
Yes.
"Your Majesty, to be honest, this official does not lack anything right now, but I lack people." When Li Zishuan heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. When he sent off Fu to Sichuan to search for vanadium ore, he was thinking that he should form a team that specialized in searching for mineral veins. However, he had not been able to find the appropriate talents. He did not expect old Li to directly send him warmth today. This warmth was sent at the right time. Li Er could not help but smile and said, "All right. This emperor will let them come to you when the time comes."
These two people are called Lu Feng and Lu Yun.
Other than being experienced and knowledgeable, their martial arts are also not bad. In the future, after they help you search for mineral veins, they will stay behind to be your guards. You and Yanhuang College are important to the Tang Empire. You cannot have any mishaps."
Li Zishuan was stunned when he heard this.
He quickly waved his hand and said, "Your Majesty, this cannot be done, absolutely cannot be done.
The two of them are imperial guards. How can they be my guards? Your Majesty, please retract your order."
Previously, when Pang Feiji searched for the whereabouts of the four ghosts of Tai Bai for several months to no avail, Li Zishuan had thought of expanding a group of guards. Although he was indeed lacking guards, he could not use the imperial army as his guards. One had to know that the imperial army was equivalent to the emperor's personal guards. If they were to be his guards, it would be taboo. No matter. You just need to improve the telegraph machine as soon as possible. If this is done, I will guarantee Yanhuang College's glory and glory for generations to come." Li Er waved his hand and said without allowing any objection. After that, he did not wait for Li Zishuan's reaction and left directly.
Chapter 1342.
After Li Er left, Li Zishuan immediately asked someone to invite Yen Silu and Li Gang. Then, a meeting was held in the conference room. The content of the meeting was mainly about what he had just said to Li Er, about strengthening the confidentiality management of the academy. From today onwards, Yanhuang College will set up a confidentiality work leading group to take charge of all matters related to the academy's confidentiality. I will personally be the leader, and Mr. Kong Gue and Mr. Wen Ji will be the deputy leaders. Inside the academy, except for the economics department, the teaching and experimental places of the other departments are classified as confidential places. Non-students and teachers of the academy are not allowed to enter. In addition, manuscripts and books that contain sensitive technical information are classified as confidential carriers and must be kept by special personnel. Depending on the importance of the content, they can be divided into 3 levels: confidential, confidential, and top secret. Confidential and top secret carriers are not allowed to be taken out of the academy. If anyone is found to have taken them out without authorization, they will be expelled from the academy and sent to the Supreme Court. As for the classification system of confidential carriers, as well as the assessment and punishment system for strengthening the confidentiality education of students, I will list out a very detailed regulation in a few days. At that time, the two of you can directly follow it. We must let the students remember that keeping the academy's secrets must be the top priority at all times. No matter how outstanding the person is or how much contribution he or she has made to the academy, it will be useless. He or she will receive the most severe punishment from Yanhuang College and the Supreme Court. Li Gang and Yen Silu were extremely surprised and opened their mouths. At first, they thought Li Zishuan was just talking casually. They never expected that Li Zishuan would come up with such a detailed and comprehensive confidentiality system. Obviously, he had a well-thought-out plan. Although they had never heard of some of the terms in it before, they felt that the whole system was perfect after listening to it. Anyway, Li Gang was confident that he could write all kinds of articles, but he really couldn't write about a confidentiality system. Since His Majesty personally ordered it, the two of us naturally have no objections. Moreover, Yamacho, your arrangements are extremely reasonable. After you have written the confidentiality system, I and Konggue will start to implement it in the academy. Li Gang nodded in agreement. Li Zishuan smiled and said, as the saying goes, if you want to wear a crown, you have to bear its weight. Since Yanhuang College was founded on engineering, and the teachers and students in the college study the most advanced engineering knowledge in the world every day, they have the obligation to keep the college's secrets. I'm sorry that I've caused trouble for the two of you again.
Sorry for the trouble.
In fact, he didn't come up with this system by himself. In his previous life, he had a senior who entered a military confidential unit after graduation. Every once in a while, they would have a confidential exam, and the content was similar to what he had just said. Most of these were things he had heard from his senior brother in his previous life. In the evening, the two helpers that Li Zishuan was going to assign to Li Zishuan finally arrived at Yunshan Villa. It wasn't just two people who came, but a group of people. There were a total of 15 people. Of the two people in the lead, one was about 30 years old. He had a square face and wasn't ugly. Coupled with his beard, he was a very charming middle-aged man. If it was in his previous life, he might have been able to charm some infatuated girls. The younger one was about 24 or 25 years old. He had a delicate face, but his facial features were sharp and there was a sense of arrogance between his eyebrows. Li Zishuan looked at the two people from head to toe. The two people opposite him were also secretly looking at him. After a while, the two quickly bowed and saluted. Greetings, Marquis. I'm Lu Feng Lu Yun, and I'm here to serve Marquis. Li Zishuan nodded and said, there's no need for the two generals to be so polite. His Majesty clearly said that he would only send the two of you. Why did so many people come? Lu Feng clasped his fist and said, Marquis, these are my brothers in the Imperial Guards. Searching for the mineral vein requires a lot of manpower. I requested for an imperial edict and brought all of them here. When Li Zishuan heard this, he smiled and nodded. Since that's the case, you guys can stay in Yunshan Villa for the time being. As for searching for the mineral vein, I'll arrange for you guys to go in a few days. Just as he finished speaking, Li Zishuan struck out like lightning. With a hand knife, he chopped towards Lu Feng's neck. Lu Feng was obviously caught off guard. In the blink of an eye, he retreated while crossing his arms in front of his neck, forcibly blocking Li Zishuan's chop. Bang! The two of them separated immediately upon contact. Lu Feng was directly pushed back 10 steps. Lu Yun, who was beside him, was anxious. He swung his fist towards Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan smiled and grabbed Lu Yun's wrist unhurriedly. With a Tai Chi push, he borrowed the force of Lu Yun's attack. Lu Yun immediately lost his balance and almost fell to the ground. However, Lu Yun was no ordinary person. He quickly regained his balance, turned around, and with a black tiger steals the heart, he threw a punch at Li Zishuan's chest. Li Zishuan's body slightly arched back. True Qi instantly gathered in his chest muscles. Then, he straightened his chest. Like a fully drawn bow that was released, his true Qi borrowed the rebound force and directly rushed towards Lu Yun's punch. Bang! With another loud sound, Lu Yun was sent flying without any suspense. When the rest of the Imperial Guards saw that their general was attacked, they subconsciously wanted to pull out their swords to help. However, the person opposite them was a marquis. How could they help? Just as they were hesitating, Lu Feng shouted, Lu Yun, stop! Don't be rude to Marquis. After saying that, he strode towards Li Zishuan and clasped his fist. Thank you, Marquis, for showing mercy. My second brother did not know etiquette and offended Marquis. I hope Marquis can forgive him. Lu Yun saw this and quickly understood that Li Zixuan was just testing the martial arts of the two brothers. Hence, he quickly came over to apologize. "Marquis, I have offended you. Please punish me, Marquis." Li Zixuan waved his hand and said with a smile, "All right, get up. Just now, this Marquis was just itching for a fight and wanted to exchange pointers with you. It can't be considered as offending your superiors. The two generals have excellent skills. Hee, not bad, not bad." Lu Feng was convinced and said, "I have long heard that Marquis is the youngest grandmaster in Tang. If Marquis did not deliberately show mercy, I am afraid that I would not have been able to block that blow. Marquis has great merit. I, Lu Feng, am impressed." Lu Yun also looked at Li Zixuan with a fanatical expression and clasped his fist. "Thank you, Marquis, for showing mercy." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "The two of you don't need to be so modest. With your strength, I'm sure you're among the best in the Imperial Army. All right, go pack up and stay on Cloud Mountain." "Yes, Marquis." Lu Feng and Lu Yun accepted the order and left. Li Zixuan looked at the backs of the two brothers and smiled slightly. One was in the late stage of Qi transformation, and the other was in the middle stage of Qi transformation. Li Er had really sent him two strong helpers. In the next 2 days, Li Zixuan was busy drafting the confidentiality rules for the academy, and also took time to go to the workshop. It seemed that he was doing something. On the morning of the 3rd day, Song Xiaoxi suddenly came to report, "Young master, Ink Girl asked you to go to the workshop. She said that she has finished the modification." Finished the modification. That meant that the microscope had an additional light path to increase the brightness of the field of vision. Li Zixuan heard Song Xiaoxi and immediately understood what Mo Lingwei meant. He called Lan Er over and said, "Lan Er, do you remember 2 days ago that I told you that I would bring you to see something good?" Lan Er's eyes lit up and she said excitedly, "Yes, yes. Brother, can you bring me to see that thing now?" Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Haha. Lan Er guessed right. Let's go, follow me to the workshop." The little girl was used to being wild. Hearing this, she immediately cheered and said, Okay. Lan Er wants to go to the workshop with brother." Han Yushi, who came out after hearing the noise, looked at the siblings helplessly. Li Zixuan invited, "Wife, do you want to go together? This is something that I have never seen before." Han Yushi smiled and said, "Husband, you can go with Lan Er. I still have to go to Chong and City later. There are some things that I need to deal with at the Warmtang Foundation." Li Zixuan heard this and did not insist. He took his little sister out and went to the workshop at the bottom of the Cloud Mountain. "Yamacho, you're finally here. Aya, Lan Er, you're here too?" In the workshop in the laboratory from before. Li Zixuan pushed the door open and entered. Mo Lingwei came up to him and greeted the siblings. Lan Er giggled and quickly stuck to Mo Lingwei's side. Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Okay." Then, he looked at the microscope on the table. Compared to the last time, the microscope today had an additional light path that guided light from the outside and reflected light to the stage. Li Zixuan glanced at it briefly and quickly simulated the path of the light path in his mind with his strong mental strength. It was just a subconscious operation, but he couldn't help but be shocked because the scene in his mind was exactly like the computer in his previous life running Zmax, a very famous light path simulation software. He could clearly see the path and details of the light path in every part of the light path. This ability was just like how he could simulate all kinds of mechanical structures in his mind before. Now, it seemed that his strong mental strength could not only be used to simulate mechanical structures. In fact, it was like a supercomputer installed in the brain. It could simulate any kind of complicated calculation, three-dimensional modeling, and all kinds of mathematical or physical models. It was really amazing. "Young master, these are the glass slides you made a few days ago." At this moment, Song Xiaoxi came. When he entered the workshop, Li Zixuan had asked him to get something. That's right, it was the slides and cover slips that were necessary for the microscope to observe the samples. "Okay, give them to me." Chapter 1343. 2 in 1 chapter. "Yamacho, why did you ask someone to bring the glass sheets over?" Mo Lingwei asked curiously when she saw Song Xiaoxi bring over a box of glass sheets. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Ink Girl, these glass sheets are used to store objects under observation. Think about it. If the sunlight shines from below and the object is placed in another container, how can the light pass through? Mo Lingwei nodded thoughtfully and said, "An.
Yamacho is right.
Then what is Yamacho planning to use this microscope to look at today?" "To look at the water. To see what is in the water that we usually drink," Li Zishuan said with a smile. Then he turned around and ordered, "Xiaoxi, bring me a bowl of clear river water." The diameter of the bacteria in the river was generally about 5 microns. The microscope made by Mo Lingwei had a magnification of 400 times, which meant that it could magnify the bacteria to about 2 millimeters. The human eye could see at least 0.2 millimeters, so with this microscope, it was possible to see the bacteria in the river. What's more, other than bacteria, there are also some parasites in the river. These parasites are much bigger than bacteria.
"Yes, young master."
Song Xiaoxi nodded and left to carry out the order. But he was a little confused. Look at the water? What's there to look at? It's cool and clear. What can be in it? Although he was thinking this, Song Xiaoxi still walked to the cafeteria of the workshop. The new workshop now has more than 1,000 permanent employees. Of course, there is a staff cafeteria. The workers in the cafeteria will bring back water from the Ba River every morning and fill the cafeteria's water tank. So Song Xiaoxi doesn't need to go to the river. He only needs to come here to get water. "Oh, Brother C, why are you here?" Song Xiaoxi had just walked into the courtyard where the dining hall was located when a servant came up to him with a fawning smile. Although Song Xiaoxi was just a servant in the workshop, the servants were also divided into ranks. Song Xiaoxi served Faubert every day and could also see Li Zishuan often. How could an ordinary servant compare to him?
"Ahem.
I'm just here for a bowl of water. You can go about your business, tycoon." Song Xiaoxi understood that Li Zishuan and Mo Lingwei's microscope should not be revealed to outsiders yet. After being by Faubert's side for so long, he still had a sense of secrecy. Therefore, he casually made up an excuse and planned to go in and get the water himself. It just so happened that he was feeling a little thirsty. The manservant named Da Heng hurriedly said, "Hey, fourth brother, wait here. I'll go boil some water for you." Song Xiaoxi quickly grabbed Tycoon and said, "No need. I like cold drinks. I say, you brat. Hurry up and do your own things. Don't delay things. Otherwise, chef, you will scold you again." "Then, fourth brother, I'll go back to work." Tycoon heard this and could only go back to washing the vegetables. Song Xiaoxi went to the kitchen and took a porcelain bowl. He scooped a bowl of water from the water tank under the shed outside the house, and poured a bowl of water into his stomach first. Then, he scooped another bowl of water and muttered to himself, "Sigh, today's weather is really hot. No, I have to scoop another bowl of water to take home." After that, he walked out of the courtyard leisurely. Tycoon, who was in the courtyard, looked at the sun in the sky and asked curiously, "Is it hot today?" "It's not hot, right? Why does fourth brother feel hot?"
"Young master. Young master.
The water is here." After a while, Song Xiaoxi came back with a bowl of water and returned to Mo Lingwei's laboratory. Li Zishuan took the water and walked to the table. He asked Mo Lingwei for a pair of white gloves and used a latex dropper to drip the water from the bowl onto the glass slide. Then, he used a pair of tweezers to cover the glass slide. Speaking of which, the laboratory in this world had some basic tools such as gloves, tweezers, droppers, and test tubes. In terms of facilities, this was the most advanced laboratory in the whole of Tang Dynasty. However, in modern times, this laboratory could not even be compared to a high school chemistry laboratory. Li Zishuan placed the glass slide that contained the river water on the microscope stage. After adjusting the position, he fixed it with a clamp.
Hee.
Luckily, it's a sunny day today. At this time, Mo Lingwei smiled and handed Song Xiaoxi a mirror. Then she ordered, "Xiaoxi, take this divine mirror and stand behind the door. When the sunlight comes in, it has to shine on this mirror. Understand?" As she spoke, she pointed to a mirror on the table and said, "Look at the mirror."
Okay.
"Xiaoxi understands." Song Xiaoxi replied and walked to the door with the mirror. After a while, a ray of sunlight shone into the room. Song Xiaoxi carefully adjusted the angle and reflected the sunlight on the mirror that Mo Lingwei pointed at earlier.
"Okay.
Xiaoxi, stand still." Mo Lingwei shouted. Then, she squatted down and started to fiddle with the mirrors on the table. She mainly adjusted the angle of the mirrors so that the sunlight could shine on the bottom of the microscope.
Okay. It's done.
Li Zishuan's left eye was in front of the eyepiece. When he saw the light in his field of vision, he quickly said. Then, his right hand started to twist the screw next to the microscope to adjust the distance between the objective lens and the glass slide. Gradually, the blurry light in his field of vision became clearer and clearer. In the end, there were many different shapes in his field of vision. Some of them were even moving. Li Zishuan was very happy. He quickly said, Okay. We can see the things in the river. Ink Girl, come and take a look.
What? Really?
Let me see. Hearing this, Mo Lingwei rushed to the front of the microscope. She moved her eyes closer and saw many moving black spots in the light. Some of the moving black spots were bigger and looked like squirming maggots. Mo Lingwei was shocked. Yamacho, what are those things? Where did they come from? Mo Lingwei left the microscope and asked Li Zishuan.
Of course they came from the water.
You saw it just now. The glass slide only had a drop of water that little four sent over. Li Zishuan said with a smile.
They came from the water?
Doesn't that mean that in the water that we usually drink, there are many of those tiny little bugs? When Mo Lingwei heard this, his face turned green. Luckily, he didn't eat in the morning. Otherwise, he would have vomited his breakfast. Sister Wei, what little bugs?
Lon wants to see too.
Lon listened for a long time and became interested. She quickly pulled Mo Lingwei's arm and asked eagerly. Mo Lingwei looked at the little girl sympathetically and asked, Lon, you really want to see?
Yes.
Of course I want to see.
Lon nodded without hesitation.
Okay. Then I'll bring you to see. Mo Lingwei laughed mischievously.
Then she moved a stool and said, Lon, come. Stand on this.
The table where the microscope was placed was quite high. With Lon Er's height, she couldn't reach it. Li Zishuan saw all this but he didn't stop her. At this moment, he took a stand from the side and walked out of the room.
He said to Song Xiaoxi, Let me hold this mirror.
Xiaoxi, go to Yunshan Mountain and see if Priest Sun, Professor Wang, and Professor Qin are there. If they are, invite them here. Tell them that the workshop has made a magical instrument that can see tiny things. Song Xiaoxi quickly replied, Yes, young master. Xiaoxi will go now. Li Zishuan took the mirror and placed it on the stand. Then, he adjusted the angle of the mirror slightly.
Mo Lingwei said, It's done. Yamacho.
Li Zishuan nodded. When he was about to go in, he realized that Song Xiaoxi hadn't left yet. He couldn't help but ask, Xiaoxi, is there anything else? Song Xiaoxi scratched his head and said embarrassedly, Young master, just now Professor Mo said that there were bugs in the river. But when I brought it over, I didn't see anything in the water. In fact, he was panicking because he had just drunk a bowl of cold water a few minutes ago. Li Zishuan found it funny and said, Those bugs can't be seen with the naked eye. You can only see them with the microscope inside.
Why?
Xiaoxi, do you want to see them too? Last year, when they were testing the telegraph machine, Song Xiaoxi ran back and forth until he got a heat stroke. Li Zishuan had a good impression of him.
Okay.
Song Xiaoxi's eyes were fixed on the inside. When he heard that, he subconsciously responded. Then, he quickly reacted and waved his hands.
No.
This is something that young master and Professor Mo made. Xiaoxi is just a servant. How can I see it? Young master, Xiaoxi will go to Yunshan now.
Stop.
Li Zishuan grabbed Song Xiaoxi and frowned. What servant, master? If I tell you to go take a look, then go take a look. Go in. You can go to Yunshan after you see it. After that, he walked in. Inside, Lon had finished looking at the river on the glass slide. The little girl's face was pale as she squatted by the side and retched.
What?
Lon drank water in the morning. There are bugs in Lon stomach.
Woo.
Mo Lingwei giggled at the side. She was gloating.
Haha.
Lon you were the one who wanted to see it. You can't blame sister. Li Zishuan ignored the two girls. He said to Song Xiaoxi, See for yourself. Look at the cylinder above and you'll be able to see what's in the river.
Yes.
Thank you, young master. Song Xiaoxi obeyed and placed his eyes above the eyepiece of the microscope. Suddenly, a very beautiful image appeared in front of his eyes. There were moving little black dots and wriggling little black lines. This image was so beautiful that he didn't dare to look down. Young master. What are those moving black dots and black lines? Xianxia took 2 steps back and looked at Li Zixuan in fear. This is a bug, but it is also not a bug. Go and get Priest Sun here first. I will tell you later. Li Zixuan did not explain immediately. If he did, he would have to explain again when Sun Simiao and the rest arrived. Song Xiaoxi answered in a panic and ran out. After about half an hour, footsteps and Sun Simiao's laughter came from outside the door.
Haha.
Xiaoxian has finally made the thing that he promised me.
Today I will open my eyes.
His voice was heard before he arrived. Then, Sun Simiao walked in with Hu Jingyao, Professor Wang, Professor Qin and the rest. Without waiting for Li Zixuan to greet him, Sun Simiao's eyes had already locked onto the microscope on the table. With an excited expression he asked, "Little Xian, is this the tool that you told this poor Taoist before that can see tiny things?" Li Zixuan replied, "That's right. I call it a microscope. I used it to observe the river. Priest Sun, you can take a look at it." Microscope? That's a good name. Sun Simiao praised and then said impatiently, "Little Xian, please teach this poor Taoist how to use this microscope." No problem. Li Zixuan smiled and followed Sun Simiao to the microscope. Under his guidance, Sun Simiao finally saw the world in the drop of water. Is this really just a drop of water? How can there be so many living things in the water? Sun Simiao had traveled extensively in his life. What had he not seen? Moreover, he was already past the age where he would make a fuss about nothing. However, when he saw the world in the drop of water, he could not help but take 2 steps back and exclaim, "Priest Sun, this is really just a drop of water. Look, it's the drop of water that we took out from that bowl." Li Zixuan pointed at the bowl of water next to the table and said. Sun Simiao turned his head and looked at it. He could not believe it. The water is so clear, but why can I see so many living things in it with the microscope? Let me take a look too. Professor Wang and Professor Qin could not hold back their curiosity. They rushed to the side of the microscope and put their eyes next to the eyepiece. After they saw it, they were shocked. "Yamacho, what are those black dots and black lines in the water? Why do they look like living things?" Professor Qin stroked his beard and asked in a low voice. Everyone looked over, including the pale-faced Song Xiaoxi. Li Zixuan smiled faintly and said, "Dr. Qin, although the river looks clear, it contains a lot of things. There are dead things and there are also living things. The living things that I call the most are bacteria. These bacteria are very small, but how small are they? Let's put it this way. Do you think our hair is thin?" Professor Wang nodded and said, "Of course our hair is very thin." Li Zixuan smiled and continued, "But this type of bacteria is not even 1/10 of the diameter of a hair. Do you think we can see it with our naked eyes? Of course, other than bacteria there is something bigger. I call it a parasite. Once it enters the human body, it will live in the human body. It is very difficult to digest and expel it. Some of these parasites can make people sick and even die." Sun Simiao heard and could not help but sigh. There are so many living things in a drop of water. The Buddhists have a saying, a flower, a world, a leaf, a Bodhi. It seems that it is true. Ugh! Song Xiaoxi, who was next to him, rolled his eyes and fainted. Chapter 1344. Young master, I'm not dead? In Mo Lingwei's lab, Song Xiaoxi sat on a stool and slowly regained consciousness. He looked at Li Zixuan and the rest and asked in confusion. Li Zixuan pursed his lips. Although he was trying to stifle a laugh in his heart, he said in a bad mood, "Die? What die?" Priest Sun, Professor Qin, and Professor Wang are all famous doctors. Do you think it's that easy for you to die? Song Xiaoxi was enlightened. He quickly stood up and saluted Priest Sun and the rest. "Thank you, Priest Sun, Professor Qin, and Professor Wang for saving my life." This kid really thought that he had just walked through the gates of hell. Sun Simiao was a decent person. He was not like Li Zixuan who had a bad heart. He waved his hand and laughed. "You were just shocked and fainted. It's not a big deal. I didn't save you. You don't have to thank me." Ha! Song Xiaoxi was stunned. Wasn't he on the verge of death because he drank cold water and was invaded by parasites? Why did Sun Simiao say that he was just shocked? Wouldn't that be too embarrassing? At the thought of this, Song Xiaoxi's face turned as red as a monkey's butt. Young master. Faubert should need help. I'll go over now. Song Xiaoxi lowered his head and said to Li Zixuan. Then he quickly ran away. Hey. Stop right there, Xiaoxi. Mo Lingwei quickly stopped Song Xiaoxi. She smiled and asked, Xiaoxi, what happened to you just now? Why did you faint? Song Xiaoxi turned around and scratched his head awkwardly. No. Nothing, Professor Mo. Hee. Nothing. If it's really nothing, why would a man like you faint? Tell me. Mo Lingwei said in disbelief. Well, Song Xiaoxi was at a loss for words. He did not know where to begin. Who had not spoken all this while, opened his mouth at this moment. Sister Wei, don't make things difficult for Xiaoxi anymore. I reckon that he should have been frightened by young master's words just now? Song Xiaoxi nodded and said, Yes. Young master said that there are parasites in the river that can kill people. When Xiaoxi brought young master some water, he was thirsty and drank a bowl. So I felt a little pain in my stomach just now. When I thought of what young master said, I thought I was going to die. Kakik. When Lana heard this, she was so happy that she couldn't stop giggling. Xiaoxi, my brother must have lied to you just now. Look at how scared you are. Lana also drank the water from the river when she was young. Wasn't she still fine? Although the little girl felt that the little bugs in the water were disgusting, she didn't think that drinking unboiled water would kill people. There were many people who drank unboiled water in this world. It had to be said that although Lana was young, her logical thinking ability was not weak at all. When Song Xiaoxi heard this, he said with a face full of surprise, Young master, is what Miss Lana said true? You were lying to us just now? Li Zixuan shook his head and said with a serious face. Who said I was joking? There are parasites in the river that can really kill people. From what I know, some linear parasites, once they enter the human body, will reproduce in large numbers. Other than the human bones, they can't enter the brain, eyes, heart, liver and so on. They can enter everything. Do you think it will be fatal? When these words came out, everyone was shocked. Lana's little face was pale with fright. She said with tears in her eyes, Brother! Then did the water that Lana drank in the past have those parasites? Lana doesn't want my head to be full of bugs. Li Zixuan couldn't help but rub Lana's little head and comforted her softly. Lana, don't cry. How can you encounter those parasites so easily? As long as Lana doesn't drink unboiled water in the future, nothing will happen. Lana won't drink unboiled water in the future. Lana heard and hurriedly promised. Actually, ever since the cholera in Chang'an City last year, everyone in the Li family had stopped drinking unboiled water. But after today's incident, Lana probably wouldn't dare to touch unboiled water in the future. This was more effective than repeated warnings. Young master. Xiaoxi also won't dare to drink unboiled water in the future. Song Xiaoxi also promised with a face full of fear. Li Zixuan nodded satisfactorily. Sun Simiao looked at him and asked, Xiaoxian, you said that other than parasites, there are also bacteria in the water. What are bacteria? Are they harmful to the human body? What he had seen and heard today had brought great shock to Sun Simiao, a doctor who had been practicing medicine all his life. It could be said that it was an eye-opener for him. He felt that the door to a new world was slowly opening up to him. Sun Simiao had studied medicine, pathology and pharmacology his whole life. But from Li Zixuan's words, he could discover some new knowledge. Inside the room, Dr. Qin, Dr. Wang, and Hu Jingjing all looked at Li Zixuan at that moment. Li Zixuan thought for a moment and said, From what I know, there are many types of bacteria. On one hand, bacteria are the source of many diseases, including tuberculosis, gonorrhea, anthrax, plague, trachoma, and other diseases. They are all caused by bacteria. On the other hand, there are also situations where we use bacteria. For example, when making wine, we use distiller's yeast. There are some bacteria that are beneficial to the human body. These bacteria can convert the sugar in the ingredients into alcohol. The more bacteria there are in distiller's yeast, the fuller the taste of the wine. Dr. Wang stroked his beard and said in amazement, "This is really a big world. There are all kinds of strange things. I've lived my whole life and thought that I'm knowledgeable. But today, I realize that I'm just a frog at the bottom of a well. But I'm a little curious. How did Yamacho know about these things?"
Ahem.
Li Zixuan blushed and said hurriedly, "Well, this is what my master told me in the past. As for the truth, we'll have to wait for the students of Yanhuang College to verify it one by one. Speaking of which, isn't the medical school going to be established soon? Let's leave these questions to the future medical students." "Master, you wouldn't mind having another title as a microbiologist, right?" Li Zixuan sighed in his heart. Dr. Wang didn't doubt him. He cupped his hands and said, "Don't worry, Mountain Elder. In the future, the medical students will definitely verify everything that Mountain Elder said." At this time, Sun Simiao closed his eyes, as if he was sleepwalking, and slowly walked out of the room without saying a word. "Hey, Priest Sun, where are you going?" Li Zixuan felt that something was wrong and quickly chased after him. "Master! Young master!" Hu Jingjing screamed and also chased after him. Everyone in the room looked at each other. Dr. Qin could not help but ask, "What's wrong with Dr. Sun?" Dr. Wang thought for a moment and said, "I think Dr. Sun must have been inspired by Mountain Head's germ theory and wanted to use it to verify it with the medical theories we learned from medical books in the past. I think Dr. Sun's medical skills will have another breakthrough soon." Sun Simiao had hit the nail on the head. Although Li Zixuan's theory of bacterial pathogenesis was contrary to traditional Chinese medicine's theory of evil energy entering the body and harming people, Sun Simiao felt that the two seemed to have something in common. They could complement each other and corroborate each other. Now, Sun Simiao's mind had entered a state of war. He didn't even notice that Li Zixuan and Hu were calling out to him. "That's enough. Don't shout anymore." Li Zixuan shouted twice and found that Sun Simiao did not move. He guessed that Sun Simiao might have entered a magical state similar to a martial artist's epiphany, so he stopped Hu Jingjing and said, "Priest Sun should be thinking about his medical theory now. Let's not disturb him. Let's quietly help him walk for a while. Just don't let him trip on a stone." "Okay, young master," Hu Jingjing responded. She grabbed Sun Simiao's right arm and began to carefully help Sun Simiao walk forward. "Young master, I guess it must be the germ theory you just talked about that made my master doubt his medical skills. That's why he's like this now. I've never seen my master frown like this before," Hu Jingjing said after walking for a while. Li Zixuan heard this and nodded thoughtfully. He said, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have told your master these things that haven't been verified yet. Your master's medical skills are unparalleled in the world. If he doubts his medical skills because of a few words from me, then I'm really a sinner." Hu Jingjing hurriedly said, "Young master, don't say that. I didn't have any intention of blaming you just now. Moreover, I believe that what young master said is definitely true. Actually, outsiders say that my master's medical skills are unparalleled in the world. But in private, my master often laments that his medical skills are still shallow and that he still needs to improve. But he has traveled all over the world and still can't find a way to improve his medical skills. Master used to teach me that there are 6 qi in a person's body. They are wind, cold, heat, humidity, dryness and fire. There were 2 sides to the 6 qis. One side was beneficial to the human body. As for the other side, if the 6 qis became too restless and went beyond what we could bear, then it would become the 6 obscenities, also known as the 6 great evil qis, which would cause harm and illness. For example, tuberculosis. According to the medical books, tuberculosis is caused by heat entering the body, causing the body's vital energy to be damaged. But young master, you just said that tuberculosis is caused by a bacterial infection. What you just said is completely different from what I know about medicine, pathology and pharmacology. But my master is not an ordinary person. Who knows, he might be able to comprehend something from it. Who knows? Li Zixuan was silent. In his previous life, the Western theory of bacteria and viruses went against the theory of evil qi causing illness and the theory of yin, yang, and 5 elements in Chinese medicine. Many people used the fact that Chinese medicine did not understand bacteria and viruses to attack Chinese medicine. But was Chinese medicine really that bad after 5,000 years? Of course not. At the very least, from the perspective of Li Zixuan, who had personally transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, Chinese medicine wasn't just for show. Famous doctors like Sun Simiao, Dr. Qin, and Dr. Wang would definitely be able to kill all the medical experts in the modern era. But could it be said that Western medicine was inferior to Chinese medicine and had no redeeming qualities?
Of course not. Western medicine was more direct than Chinese medicine.
If a virus caused a disease in the human body, then it would be killed directly. Therefore, Western medicine usually took effect faster than Chinese medicine. Chinese medicine placed more importance on the management of the internal environment. Cleaning up phlegm, sludge, moisture, heat, and toxins meant cleaning up the environment where all kinds of harmful parasitic bacteria grew. Just like removing garbage, all kinds of pests and diseases would be greatly reduced. Therefore, it was more important to treat a chaotic situation when it was not chaotic. To replace the sewage, it was more important to take care of dredging the river. The origin of life was symbiotic with the internal and external environment.
Chinese medicine's concept of the unity of man and nature and the human body as a whole would always be the navigation mark of medicine.
The reason why Li Zixuan proposed the theory of bacteria and viruses was that he hoped that with Sun Simiao's superb talent and medical skills, he could find a new way to combine Chinese and Western medicine.
Oh no, there was no Western medicine now, so it should be said that he had found a new way to evolve Chinese medicine.
Chapter 1345.
So that's how it is. Ha ha ha.
I finally understand. Sun Simiao's meditative state was very strange. It was different from a martial artist's meditative state. When Sun Simiao was meditating, he actually liked to close his eyes and walk leisurely. Li Zixuan and Hu Jing supported the old Taoist all the way out of the workshop. When they reached the foot of the Cloud Mountain, Sun Simiao finally recovered from his meditation and laughed out loud. In Li Zixuan and Hu Jingjing's impression, Sun Simiao had always presented himself as an otherworldly expert in front of the world. It was the first time they had seen him lose his composure and laugh out loud like today. It seems that Taoist Sun's meditation must have been very fruitful. Li Zixuan sincerely felt happy for Sun Simiao. Sun Simiao heard him and looked around. He couldn't help but be shocked and said, "This? Xiaoxian. Shouldn't I be in the workshop? Why am I here? Oh, it seems that my old habits are acting up again." After saying that, Sun Simiao suddenly realized something and couldn't help but pat his forehead and sigh. Li Zixuan heard him and thought, well, this isn't the first time old Sun has closed his eyes and walked leisurely like this. He couldn't help but be curious and asked, "Taoist Sun, from what you said, it seems that you've been in this situation before?" Sun Simiao nodded with a blush and said, "Ah, that was when I lived in seclusion in Taibai Mountain and studied medicine. In those years, I would often stay up all night thinking about a sentence in a medical book. I also often thought about some diseases. But now when I open my eyes, I find that I don't know where I am. Although I lived a hard life in those years, it was the time when my medical skills improved the fastest." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Taoist Sun, you've been thinking hard for a long time today. It seems that your medical skills have improved again." Sun Simiao smiled and said, "It's all thanks to you, Xiaoxian. Your theory about bacteria causing diseases reminded me of the relevant records in the Neijing. Back then, the Yellow Emperor wrote in the Neijing, 'The intestines and stomach are the market. There is nothing that they can't accept and contain.' Also, he ate too much, which hurt his stomach and intestines. If the husband is not careful with his food and drink, he will be injured in the morning and injured in the evening. His injuries will accumulate, and after accumulating for a long time, he will become hot. Hot tears will form, and all kinds of strange insects will be born from the energy of the 5 elements. Symptoms such as coughing, fatigue, chafing, venomous venom, fox confusion, typhoid fever, etc., are all signs of parasites. Doctors are apt to make all kinds of deductions and treatments. After accumulating for a long time, it became hot, wet, and hot tears formed, and all kinds of strange insects were born from the chi of the 5 elements. Aren't the strange bugs here similar to the disease-causing bacteria that you've mentioned? Just now, I was wondering if the Yellow Emperor had already discovered this kind of bacteria that could make people sick, but at that time, there was no microscope like the one we used just now, so he called it a strange worm, to explain the relevant pathology. Since ancient times, when doctors treat patients, they mostly adjust the yin, yang, and 5 elements qi in the patient's body. This Taoist guesses that once the 5 elements qi in the human body is balanced, the bacteria in the body will not be able to survive. On the contrary, when the 5 elements qi is in chaos, the bacteria of various attributes will multiply and destroy the human body's functions, causing the person to fall sick or die. Haha. Of course, all of this is this Taoist's private guess, and it needs to be verified one by one. However, once it is verified, the medical skills passed down from the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors will undergo major changes and improvements. This is a huge project, and this Taoist will definitely not be able to complete it alone. Little Xian, would you be willing to lend this Taoist a hand? After listening to Sun Simiao's analysis, Li Zixuan couldn't help but prostrate himself in admiration. The theory of bacteria and viruses was originally mutually exclusive with traditional Chinese medicine, but Sun Simiao was able to find the similarities between the two so quickly, corroborate each other, and seek common ground while shelving differences. He was truly amazing. In fact, not only Sun Simiao, but he had also thought about these problems in private. In his previous life, he had received modern education. Although he wasn't a medical major, he still knew some basic theoretical knowledge in Western medicine. In this life, the body that he had been reborn in had followed spiritual master Lingshu since he was a child. After a long period of illness, he had become a doctor, and he knew a lot of medicinal herbs. Later, when Sun Simiao lived in Yunshan, he had consulted Sun Simiao about many medical skills. It could be said that if he was in the 21st century, he would be considered an old Chinese medicine, and he would be able to treat common illnesses. As someone who knew both Western medicine and Chinese medicine, Li Zixuan had recently thought about the differences and similarities between the two. First of all, Chinese medicine paid attention to external and internal causes. When external and internal causes coexisted peacefully, the person would be able to maintain a normal state. If there was a problem with one side, the balance would be broken, and there would be problems with one's health. When external and internal causes were maintained within the tolerance range of the human body would be able to maintain its health. If it exceeded the tolerance range, the human body's health would not be guaranteed. Bacteria and viruses could be seen as external causes. This was within the treatment range of Chinese medicine, so Chinese medicine could treat them. Chinese medicine's treatment was to adjust the body's environment, allowing the body to adapt to the weather and making the human body unsuitable for bacteria to survive. Western medicine's treatment was to use antibiotics to eliminate bacteria. The two methods were different, but the goal was the same. Thinking of this, Li Zixuan looked at Sun Simiao and said with a serious face, "Taoist son, you're treating me as an outsider. You're my elder and also a great divine doctor revered by tens of thousands. It's reasonable for me to support you in continuing to study medicine. Don't worry, the medical school's microscopes will become more and more advanced in the future. The medical school will also recruit more outstanding medical students to assist Taoist Sun in developing the medical skills of the Great Tang Empire to a height that surpassed the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Human resources, material resources, and financial resources. As long as I, Li Zixuan, have it, I will definitely not be stingy." Good. 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 Little Xian, with your words, this poor Taoist is relieved. Spiritual Master Lingshu really didn't misjudge you. Sun Simiao smiled with a gratified face. The news that the workshop had developed a microscope quickly spread to the palace. This time, it was Li Zixuan who took the initiative to inform Li Er of the news. Old Li had sent 2 experts to be his bodyguards, and they could help him search for ores in the future. As the saying goes, a plum for a peach. Li Zixuan had no reason to deliberately hide such a good thing as the successful development of the microscope from Li Er. When Old Li heard the news, he led a few of his trusted officials to Yanhuang College to see the microscope with their own eyes. That's right, after the microscope was completed, they immediately moved back to Yanhuang College. After all, although there were guards around the workshop, it was far less safe than the college. Li Zixuan not only showed them a sample of the river water, but also a cross-section of the plant's root. Li Er and the other officials didn't expect that in the world where humans lived, there was a microscopic world that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. After Li Er and the others saw it, they couldn't help but click their tongues in amazement. Of course, these people definitely wouldn't dare to drink unboiled water in the future. After all, when they thought of the many little bugs in the water, who would dare to drink it directly? On the other hand, after experiencing this, Li Er was more confident in the scientific research ability of Yanhuang College. Thinking about the current technology of Yanhuang College. Far away, they could see the sun, moon and stars. Near, they could see the dust of the mortal world. What couldn't they do?
At this moment, Li Er was incomparably glad that he had agreed to Li Zixuan to establish Yanhuang College. Otherwise, even if he dominated the 4 seas, he would still be a frog at the bottom of the well in terms of knowledge.
Zhenguan first year. April 15th. The tens of thousands of troops that attacked Jianghu to quell the rebellion finally returned in triumph. Li Er, who had received the news in advance, didn't go to the morning court today. Instead, he led the court officials out of the city to personally welcome the victorious army. This was because this victory was too important to Li Er. Just think about it, if the Cui family really took down Luoyang with lightning speed, with Luoyang's large amount of grain, the Cui family and the imperial court army would probably be in a stalemate for 3 to 5 months. That would damage the prestige of the imperial court, and it would also make the other aristocratic families think that the imperial court was useless. They would all copy the Cui family and form their own army. At that time, with the huge influence of the 5 families and 7 hopes in the people, the imperial court would definitely be in a terrible state and Great Tang would be torn apart. When the Turks in the north saw this, they would definitely take advantage of the situation and attack Chang'an once more. At the same time, facing internal and external problems, even if the imperial court could deal with it and win, it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. This was something that Li Er didn't want to see no matter what. Today, Li Jing led 3 armies and completely suppressed the rebellion in Jianghu in less than half a month. The Cui family of Qinghe, the Zheng family of Xingyang, and the Cui family of Bowling were all wiped out. The other aristocratic families who were watching in the dark didn't dare to do anything when they saw how quickly the imperial court army suppressed the chaos. A few days ago, the family heads of the Li family of Zhao Prefecture and the Lu family of Fanyang had all come to Chang'an City to meet Li Er and express their loyalty. At this point, the 5 families and 7 hopes were destroyed: Cui family of Qinghe, Zheng family of Xingyang, and Cui family of Bowling, and surrendered, Li family of Zhao Prefecture, Lu family of Fanyang. The Wang family of Taiyuan had already submitted to Li Er, and as for the Li family of Longxi, they were the current royal family. The 7 aristocratic families had completely become the support of the imperial court, and Li Er could be said to be satisfied. He was only waiting to sharpen his blade and attack the Turks. Greetings, Your Majesty. Chang'an City, outside the illustrious Virtue Gate. Li Jing led the army to Li Er and the officials. He hurriedly got off his horse and cupped his fists towards Li Er. Pharmacist, no need to be so polite. Pharmacist, you have worked hard in this battle. Li Er laughed heartily and personally helped Li Jing up with a sincere expression. For Your Majesty, for the Tang Empire, this old official is willing to die 1,000 times. Li Jing cupped his fists and lowered his head as he said in a deep voice. Greetings, Your Majesty. The soldiers behind Li Jing immediately followed suit and bowed towards Li Er. In an instant, their voices were deafening. Li Er looked at the densely packed army in front of him. It was them who fought a bloody battle in Jianghu and wiped out the rebels, causing the other aristocratic families to not dare to make a move. Thinking of this, he said loudly, "Soldiers, rise. All of you went to Jianghu and quickly quelled the rebellion. After hearing the news of victory, I was very happy. All of you are good men of the Tang Empire. Today, the 3 armies have returned in triumph. I am very happy. Men, prepare good wine and meat. I want to reward the 3 armies tonight." Haha. When the soldiers heard Li Er's praise, they were all elated. At this moment, all of them said loudly, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Li Er nodded and said, "Return to the city. All of you have worked hard in the Battle of Jianghu. Today, I want to reward you according to your contributions." Thus, the civil and military officials and soldiers of the 3 armies all followed Li Er into the city. The citizens in the city had already seen the news of the army's triumphant return on Datong Daily. At this moment, they were all lined up on both sides of the streets to welcome them. Everywhere the army passed, it would definitely attract the most enthusiastic cheers. Because the Tang Empire had won another battle, this meant that the lives of the citizens would be even better. Of course, it was not all cheers. There were also curses. In the middle of the army, there were many prison wagons. Inside the wagons were the captured war criminals. When the common people saw the people inside the wagons, they started cursing, throwing rotten eggs, stones, bricks and so on. Then they all came. "This is the old grandfather of the Cui family?" "Yes, it's him. I saw him last year when the Cui family was wreaking havoc." "Bah, Cui Junchuo, that old fart, is still thinking of rebelling at such an old age? He has harmed the lives of so many good men for no reason. That old thing really deserves to die. 2 days ago, I saw on Datong Daily that Guangqing County was clearly surrounded and the rebels were bound to lose. However, not only did Cui Junchuo not surrender, he even captured the elderly, women, and children in the city to defend the city for him. He wanted to drag the entire city down with him. How despicable! Hiss. There was such a thing? Then what happened in the end? Heh. It is said that good and evil will be repaid in the end. In the end, a reporter from Guangqing County called Li Yu from the Great Tang Daily used the telegraph invented by the Marquis of Yong'an to contact the army outside the city. They agreed to open the city gates at night. It was because of this that the army of the imperial court was able to enter the city without losing a single soldier. Whoa! It was the Marquis of Yong'an's telegraph machine that contributed greatly? Isn't that so? This telegraph machine is amazing. It is said that it can send news to the other party from 100 li away in an instant. Why does this Li Yu have the Marquis of Yong'an's telegraph machine? Heh! You don't know Li Yu? She is the most famous reporter in Datong Daily's editorial department. Most of the news that we have seen in the past were written by her. Tisk tsk. Then why did she go to Jianghu? How would I know? Anyway, it is all thanks to her that we were able to quell the rebellion in Jianghu. Otherwise, all the citizens of Jianghu would have been killed by Cui Junchuo. The citizens were discussing fervently. The more they scolded, the angrier they became. They threw all the rotten eggs and bricks in their hands. Then, many of them took off their shoes and threw them at Cui Junchuo and the others. Soon, the civil and military officials, as well as the main generals who were responsible for quelling the rebellion, arrived at the palace. As for the tens of thousands of soldiers, they returned to the barracks. Say, do I really have to go in? But His Majesty didn't let me in just now. At the back of the group of officials, little Yuer tugged at Li Zishuan's arm and said, timidly. Today, Li Zishuan also came to the morning assembly. Hearing this, Li Zishuan found it funny and said, of course you have to go in. Uncle Li's request for merit has your names on it. If you don't go, His Majesty will blame you. Who can bear the consequences? Go, go. Go in quickly. Chapter 1346. Within the Ganlu Hall. At this moment, a reward ceremony was being held. Li Er's face was filled with joy as he sat on the dragon throne. Below him, the officials stood according to their ranks. As for the generals whose ranks were not high enough, such as Li Yu, Meng Wenhao, and Iron Egg, they were all waiting in the side hall. After a round of greetings, Li Er looked at the officials in the hall and said, half a month ago, Cui Junchuo plotted a rebellion, trying to secretly take down Luoyang and fight against the imperial court. Luckily, Datong Daily's Li Yu and Nanyang Yi family's Yi Fashion discovered the Cui family's plot and sent the news back to Chang'an through the telegraph. After which, Li Er led 60,000 troops to attack Luoyang. Duan Jishuan fought the reinforcements of the Cui and Zheng families outside of Guangqing County. In the end, Li Er and Lu Rengue, who was hiding in the city, worked together and easily entered the city without losing a single soldier. This was the fortune of the imperial court and the people of Jianghu. As they say, merit should be rewarded and wrongdoings should be punished. The frontline soldiers did well in suppressing the rebellion and naturally should be rewarded. Cui Junchuo, Zhang Shuwu, and Cui Wenji rebelled against their superiors and bewitched the people's hearts. This time, Hunan Circuit's military chief, Li Jing, led the troops to suppress the rebellion. In just half a month, the rebels were completely wiped out, solving a huge problem for the imperial court. Li Jing was given the title of Zhua Guanglu Daifu, 1,000 pieces of silk, and 400 households. Li Jing quickly went up and cupped his hands. Thank you, Your Majesty. However, how can this old subject receive such a great reward? I hope Your Majesty can take back the order. At the end of the day, Li Jing still felt that the annihilation of the Cui family was not a challenge for the imperial army that had the telegraph. He felt that the victory of the imperial army was to be expected. On the contrary, it would be abnormal if they were defeated. In layman's terms, Li Jing felt that the difficulty of this dungeon was too low. Even if they won, Li Er did not need to reward him. This was what he should do. It was not that the enemy was too weak, but that our army with the telegraph was too strong. Li Er smiled.
The army wiped out the rebels. Li Er, as the commander of the 3 armies, why shouldn't you be rewarded? If I don't reward you, wouldn't the world say that I'm stingy? When Li Jing heard that, he could only cup his hands and say, "Thank you for your reward, your majesty."
Yes.
Li Er nodded his head and continued, "Qin Qiong, the deputy commander of the marching army, Xianxia, the commander-in-chief of the right army, Niu Jinda, the commander-in-chief of the left army, for their meritorious service in leading the army to kill the enemy and killing the enemy's general. Each of them will be conferred the title of Junior Guardian of the Crown Prince, 500 bolts of silk, 100,000 coins, and 300 fiefs." Qin Qiong, Chang Yaojin, and Niu Jinda stepped forward and cupped their hands. "Thank you, your majesty, for your reward." Li Zishuan, who was standing below, couldn't help but feel happy for these 3 old generals. Yuqi Jingda, on the other hand, was a little jealous. This time, Li Er had dispatched a large army to battle, but he didn't let him participate in the battle, causing him to only be able to anxiously wait for news from the front lines in Chang'an. However, although he was a little jealous, he did not go to the extent of being jealous of Qin Qiong and the others. After more than 10 years of friendship, how could he be jealous of such a small reward? Next was the rewards for the local provincial governors and military officials who had contributed to quelling the rebellion. For example, Suizhou Provincial Governor Wang Yu, Bianzhou Provincial Governor Zhao Kai, Hunan Ambassador Ren Kan, and so on. Old Li's rewards were usually empty positions or meritorious titles, along with some monetary rewards. It was rare to directly promote one's official rank. It was clear that Li Er knew that with the lineup of the army, as long as any general was not muddle-headed, they would be able to win. The award ceremony lasted for a full 30 minutes before it finally reached the content that Li Zishuan was more concerned about. Marquis Yong and Li Zishuan, although he did not participate in the battle this time, the telegraph he created, as well as the Datong Daily editorial office Li Yu, all played a crucial role in this battle. Without the telegraph and without Li Yu, the court would not have been able to rush to Jianghu in time and would not have been able to coordinate with the new army in the city. Although he was not on the battlefield, he contributed a lot to quelling the rebellion. "I have decided to confer Li Zishuan the title of Crown Prince's Junior Guardian, give him 1,000 horses, and reward him with the right to mine 3 mineral veins." Li Er, who was sitting on the dragon throne, said slowly. "A generous reward. This was a generous reward." It was not that Li Zishuan received more rewards than Li Jing and the others, but the rewards that Li Jing and the others received were all obtained from fighting on the battlefield. However, Li Zishuan did not go to the battlefield at all, but in the end, he received a generous reward. It really made others envious and jealous. Li Zishuan was delighted. He had originally been waiting for Li Er to reward his students and Li Yu. He did not expect Li Er to give him such a thing in the end. It was really out of his expectations. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your reward." Li Zishuan stepped forward and bowed respectfully. He would not be as polite to Li Er as Li Jing. Li Zishuan did not care much about the promotion from the original 3rd-rank Crown Prince Zhan Shi to the 2nd-rank Crown Prince's Junior Guardian. However, the reward of the right to mine 3 mineral veins scratched Li Zishuan's itch. He did not lack power or money, he only lacked mineral veins. Old Li gave him the right to mine 3 mineral veins at once. It could be said that it was not a big deal. Although Old Li did not say what mineral it was, in the ancient times when salt and iron were monopolized, it was already very good to have a private mine.
Yes.
Kid, don't be complacent. I have high hopes for your Yanhuang College. In the future, you must continue to work hard and create an even better divine weapon. Li Er looked at Li Zishuan and said meaningfully. Li Zishuan understood that Old Li was urging him to quickly improve the telegraph. He bowed and replied, "Yes, Your Majesty." Li Er nodded and ordered, calling for Lu Rengue of Bian Province to enter the hall. As Lu Rengue was only a 7th-rank army officer, he did not have the qualifications to enter the imperial court. Therefore, he was only waiting in the side hall for the summons. Calling for Lu Rengue of Bian Province to enter the hall. Naturally, an attendant passed on Li Er's words. After a while, Lu Rengue walked in excitedly. He was just a small army officer in a local area. He had never thought that one day he would be able to enter the hall that symbolized the supreme power of the world. When he was in the side hall, he had already said to himself hundreds of times, "Don't be nervous, don't be nervous." At this time, walking on the smooth stone tiles of Taiji Palace, Lu Rengui's previously restless heart suddenly calmed down. This general, Lu Rengui of Bian province, pays his respects to your majesty. Walking to the center of the officials, Lu Rengui bowed and saluted. His voice was full of energy, neither servile nor overbearing. Lu Rengui's appearance was not bad. On the contrary, he was quite handsome. At this moment, he was not in a hurry and looked neither servile nor overbearing. Li Er could not help but secretly nod and say, Lu Rengui, in this rebellion in the city, you first rescued Wei Zheng in the chaos, then assisted Li Yu to send the news of the Cui family's rebellion back to Chang'an. Finally, you went deep into the enemy's camp and joined the new soldiers to open the city gate from inside the city, allowing the army outside the city to enter the city. You saved hundreds of thousands of people in Guangqing County from danger. It can be said that you have made great contributions. I have decided to promote you to the right commander of the right Wu Wei, and give you the title of Ningyuan Army General, 100 pieces of silk, and 100,000 yuan. Promotion made an exception. At this moment, in the hearts of all the officials in the whole, these 4 words appeared at the same time. A 7th-rank army officer in the local area was promoted to a 4th-rank army officer in the capital's right Wu Wei camp. This kind of treatment could only be described as an exception. Lu Rengui was a little confused at this moment. After all, although he knew that he had made a contribution in this battle, he did not expect Li Er to reward him so heavily. This feeling was like a pie falling from the sky. I, Lu Rengui, thank your majesty for your kindness. In the future, I will do my best for the Tang Empire until my death. Lu Rengui bowed deeply and expressed his thanks. Li Er nodded and said, Summon Han Li, Meng Wenhao, and Li Yu to the halls. Lu Rengui knew that Li Er would continue to reward others, so he wanted to retreat to the back of the officials and find a place to stand. Unexpectedly, a young official beside him coughed lightly, looked at him, and pointed to the place beside him, indicating for him to stand there. Lu Rengui looked at the person's appearance and was shocked. Wasn't this the person that little Yu called Mr. outside the hall earlier? He clearly remembered that Li Yu had told him when he was in Jianghu that her Mr. was Marquis Yong and Li Zishuan. Lu Rengui knew that his rank was not high enough, so how would he dare to stand together with Li Zishuan? Wasn't this breaking the rules? Thus, he clasped his fists at Li Zishuan with an apologetic expression, and then slipped to the last row of the general's camp. Right at this moment, Bruiser, Meng Wenhao, and Li Yu walked into the hall as well. After they bowed to Li Er was just about to speak when he suddenly caught a glimpse of Li Yu's face, and he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. A trace of confusion and reminiscence flashed across his eyes. He looked at Li Yu quietly, which made Li Yu a little uncomfortable. The officials in the hall did not hear Li Er speak for a long time. Many of them could not help but raise their heads and look at Li Er. Cough cough. Zhang Sun Wuji did not want his brother-in-law to lose his composure too much, so he coughed heavily. Li Er finally woke up from his deep thoughts. He straightened his face and said in a deep voice, Meng Wenhao, Li Yu, during this rebellion in Jianghu, the 2 of you used the telegraph to exchange information for the imperial court and the frontline army. You have contributed greatly. I hereby confer Meng Wenhao the title of Civil Linlang and Li Yu the title of Datong Daily's Gold Medal Reporter. You have the right to listen to memorials. If you encounter any injustice among the people, you can directly report to me. Civil Linlang was a 9th-rank civil official. Although the control was small, the significance was significant. This meant that although Meng Wenhao had not taken the imperial examination, he already had the title of an official. This starting point was not ordinary. The reward given to Li Yu was even more impressive. The right to listen to memorials was a privilege that only imperial censors had. Now it was given to a girl. This made all the officials in the hall stunned. I, Meng Wenhao, my daughter Li Yu, thank you, your majesty, for your reward. Meng Wenhao and Li Yu bowed and thanked him. At this moment, Li Er continued, Where is Han Li? Chapter 1347. This kid is here. In the Sweet Dew Hall, after Li Er rewarded Meng Wenhao and Li Yu, it was Iron Egg's turn. Meng Wenhao and Li Yu took a step back and made room for Iron Egg. Li Er looked at Iron Egg and slowly said, Han Li, during the Jianghu rebellion, you not only cooperated with Meng Wenhao to send information through the telegraph, but also killed Ming Huan, an expert from the Cui clan's Hall of Worship, on the night we invaded Guangqing County. Ming Huan was one of the most wanted criminals of the Supreme Court. I didn't expect you to kill him with your sword, so you deserve a great reward. I have decided to make you a deputy lieutenant of Ranyong and reward you with 50 bolts of silk. Thank you for your reward, Your Majesty. Iron Egg cupped his hands and said calmly. His expression didn't change much, because his ambition wasn't to become an official. He only wanted to learn from Li Zishuan and protect his family in the future. Unexpectedly, Li Er did not ask Bruiser and the others to leave. Instead, he continued, I heard that Ming Huan was a famous expert in the Jianghu, but you killed him with your sword. You are indeed a young hero. Your father accompanied the imperial army and fought with the Turks in the north for many years. He fought bravely and killed countless enemies. At the critical moment, he blocked an arrow with his body and saved Minister Qin's life. I have also heard of what happened after that. Although your father violated military discipline, he left alone because he didn't want to be a burden to the army. Therefore, I will make the decision today to pardon your father's desertion and make him a deputy lieutenant of Jianghu. Li Er, who had won the battle, was very enthusiastic, as if he wanted to grant amnesty to the world. He even dug up Han Tianhu's old case, which was very surprising. Hearing this, Bruiser was pleasantly surprised. It could be said that this was one of his greatest regrets. Han Tianhu was a great hero in his heart, but this hero had never received the treatment he deserved. Instead, he had always been treated as a deserter. Now that this injustice had been cleared, Bruiser was even happier than when he had received his reward. He excitedly cupped his fists. He cupped his hands and said excitedly, Hanli thanks your majesty on behalf of my father. Yes, all of you can leave for now. Since the meritorious officials have been rewarded, the next step is to punish the guilty officials. Li Er nodded his head in satisfaction and waved his hand to signal them to leave. The award ceremony officially came to an end. Li Er's eyes darkened and he said coldly, Lu Dui. The Chancellor of the Supreme Court, Lu Dui, had a solemn expression. He cupped his hands and said, Here. Li Er said in a deep voice, A few days ago, I asked you to thoroughly investigate the matter of suspicious officials colluding with the enemy and betraying the country. How is the progress? When the officials in the hall heard this, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. They thought that old Li was going to bring up old scores. Lu Dui saluted with a solemn expression and said, Your Majesty, these days, the Supreme Court, together with the Ministry of Justice and the Censorate, have tried 42 guilty officials and confirmed a total of 38 officials. They secretly sent messages to the Cui family of Qinghe, the Zhang family of Xingyang, and the Cui family of Bowling. Most of these people are the direct descendants and collateral descendants of these three families. There are also some who used to be hanger-ons of these three families. The other 4 officials were sending news to the Lu family of Fanyang that the imperial court was preparing to encircle and annihilate Jianghu. In addition, this old official also found out that there were 12 other officials who were their accomplices. These people didn't have time to send a message, but they realized that Baichi's people were hiding in the dark. However, they were exposed by the others. The Lu family of Fanyang? Lu Sideo, what do you have to say? Li Er's eyes flashed as he looked at one of the officials in the hall and asked. An old man with white hair and beard walked out shakily. This person was the current head of the Lu family of Fanyang. After the news of the Jianghu rebellion being quelled spread throughout the world, he came to Chang'an City a few days ago to show his loyalty to Li Er. Lu Sideo cupped his hands and said, Your Majesty, I never asked anyone to send a message to the Lu family. The Lu family lives peacefully in Fanyang and definitely has no intention of disobeying me. When I learned of the Cui family's rebellion, I even wanted to bring all the servants of the Lu family to quell the rebellion for your majesty. However, when I just left, I heard that the imperial army had destroyed the rebels with a thunderous force. I could only give up. However, the Lu family's loyalty to the imperial court can be seen by the sun and moon. I hope that your majesty can see through this. Li Er was speechless. Lu Sideo's excuses completely denied that the officials were related to the Lu family. He couldn't do anything to the Lu family because of this, so he said with a cold gaze, Whether the Lu family is loyal or not, I will let people investigate this matter clearly. Lu Dui, listen up. All the officials who colluded with the enemy are to be removed from their positions and sent to Yuzhou. Let them guard the borders for me. Guarding the borders meant that there was a slim chance of survival. Ever since Li Er ascended the throne, there were very few officials who were given such heavy punishments. Take Wei Zheng for example. Although he was Li Jianqing's top strategist and had suggested Li Jianqing to assassinate him several times, after the Xuanwu Gate incident, Li Er still let bygones be bygones and used Wei Zheng. From this, one could see how magnanimous Li Er was. However, these dozens of officials were different from Wei Zheng. They were colluding with the enemy and betraying the country. If they succeeded, the Cui family would attack Luoyang in advance before the imperial army arrived in Jianghu. In that case, it would bring immeasurable losses to the imperial court. This was something Li Er couldn't tolerate. This old official obeys. Lu Dui cupped his hands and said. Li Er's eyes flashed and he asked again, "Where is Lu Zhenghui?" Lu Zhenghui was born in the Lu family of Hunan. At the end of the Sui dynasty, Lu Zhenghui was the Yingyang prefecture secretary of Taiyuan. Later, he led his troops to join Li Yuan and was sent to Taiyuan to report Wang Wei and Gao Junius' rebellion. After the Tang dynasty was established, he was ordered to stay in Taiyuan and manage the rear. After Lu Wuzhou attacked Taiyuan, Lu Zhenghui was captured, but he remained loyal. After being rescued, he served as the Minister of Justice. "This old official is here." An old official walked out from the civil officials' camp and bowed respectfully to Li Er. Li Er asked in a deep voice, "Cui Zhenchuo, Zhang Shuwu, and Cui Wenji rebelled against the imperial court. According to the Tang dynasty's laws, what are their crimes?" Lu Zhenghui cupped his hands expressionlessly and replied, "Your Majesty, rebellion is a capital crime with 9 familial exterminations. Cui Zhenchuo abducted hundreds of thousands of people in Jianghu, which is a capital crime of capital crimes." All the officials felt a chill in their hearts. Capital crime. Now there were no more than 20 or 30 prisoners on death row executed in the Tang dynasty every year. The main reason was that after the war at the end of the Sui dynasty, the population of the Central Plains sharply decreased. Instead of killing the prisoners on death row, it was better to exile them to the barren land like Jianghu, which could be regarded as a contribution to the Tang dynasty. Now, if Li Er executed all the children of the 3 great families who rebelled, Chang'an would really be a bloodbath. Li Er thought for a moment and said, "Put the culprits Cui Zhenchuo, Zhang Shuwu, and Cui Wenji in the death row and choose a day to behead them." Pan Zhenyue, the governor of Jianghu, and Cui Quan, the commandant of Zhichang's mansion in Jianghu, are accomplices to the evildoers and rebelled against their superiors. They will be stripped of their official positions and executed immediately. All the children of the Cui family in Qinghe, the Zhang family in Xinjiang, and the Cui family in Bowling will be exiled to Yuzhou and Yunzhou to guard the border. All the women will be demoted to slaves and sent to the musical house. Ruthless. Li Er was really ruthless. After what he did, the 3 great families were completely uprooted. At least for hundreds of years, they would not be able to rise again. Li Zishuan stood among the officials and couldn't help but fall silent after hearing that. The culprits like Cui Zhenchuo were not worthy of sympathy. What he sympathized with was the women of the 3 great families. As women of the 5 great families, these women were originally the partners of men in the world. Now, because of Cui Zhenchuo and others, they suffered an unexpected calamity and were sent to the musical house. They were bound to become the playthings of the officials and their end was miserable. But in fact, Cui Zhenchuo's rebellion had nothing to do with them. If Cui Zhenchuo's rebellion succeeded, the ones who benefited the most were the men in charge of the families. But if the rebellion failed, these women would also suffer an unexpected calamity. This was the ancient times. The fate of women was always attached to men, and they could never be the masters of themselves. Li Zishuan inexplicably felt some sympathy from the bottom of his heart. But even if he sympathized, what could he do? This was a culture that had been passed down for thousands of years. He could not change it in a short time and could only let it be. "Your Majesty." Although Cui Zhenchuo and others have committed a serious crime of rebellion, these people are old. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to execute them. At this moment, Feng Xianling stood out and cupped his hands to Li Er. Old Feng didn't want to plead for mercy for the aristocratic families, but just out of a humanitarian spirit. After all, in ancient times, the old people were respected by the whole society. Li Er frowned when he heard that. He must kill Cui Zhenchuo and others, but what Feng Xianling said was reasonable. After a moment of silence he said, "Then give each of them a white silk and leave their bodies intact." "Your Majesty is wise." Feng Xianling also understood that this was the biggest concession that Li Er could make, so he didn't continue to press. Today, the army returns triumphantly. I not only want to reward the army in the barracks, but also intend to lift the curfew tonight and celebrate with the people. My dear officials, if you have something to report, I will withdraw from the court. Those who should be rewarded had been rewarded, and those who should be punished had been punished. Li Er was in a good mood and said loudly. None of the civil and military officials said anything. Li Er decisively announced the withdrawal of the court. The officials took their leave one by one. Chang Yaojin, Qin Qiong, Niu Jinda, and Li Jing, the generals of the southern expedition, walked together with Li Zishuan. Chang Yaojin patted Li Zishuan's shoulder and laughed. Ha ha! Xiaoxian, although you didn't personally go to the battlefield, you still got a lot of credit. Many generals are envious. That's all because of your majesty's kindness, Li Zishuan said modestly. Li Jing waved his hand and said, Little Xian, you can't say that. If it weren't for your telegraph, the army definitely wouldn't have been able to take down the 3 aristocratic families so smoothly in Jianghu. No one can find fault with your contribution. Qin Qiong also stroked his beard and said, Haha, that's right, if it weren't for your telegraph machine and your student, we would probably be fighting in Luoyang in Hunan province. Chang Yaojin suddenly turned his head and patted Lu Rengue behind him. He said proudly, Haha, Lu Rengue, you little brat. You've finally become a soldier under old Cheng's command. It wasn't easy for me to snatch you from that old brat Wang Yu. You better perform well for old Cheng. Chang Yaojin was the general of the right Wu Wei, and Lu Rengue was now the right commander of the right Wu Wei. It was not wrong to say that he was Chang Yaojin's soldier. This general obeys. Only then did Lu Rengue realize that he had been promoted because of Chang Yaojin behind the scenes. Chapter 1348. Zhao Song, do you know where Liu came from? After the morning court session, Li Er came to the Sweet Dew Hall. Recalling the scene from the morning court session, his gaze darkened. He suddenly looked at Zhao Song and asked. Zhao Song was stunned. Clearly, he did not expect Li Er to suddenly ask such a question. He quickly gathered all the information he knew in his mind, then stepped forward and answered, Your Majesty, according to what I know, Liu came to Chang'an City last year. The first person she met was Meng Wenhao. Later on, by chance, she met the Duke of Yong'an. The Duke of Yong'an saw that she was smart and had no one to rely on in Chang'an City, so he arranged for her to work in the Datong Daily editorial department. The girl behind him is also very hardworking and studious. She stood out from the group of literary talents in the editorial department of Tang Dynasty Daily, and became the best reporter there. Li Er nodded and asked again. Then do you know where Liu came from? Who are her parents? Where do they live? Zhao Song frowned and thought for a while. He shook his head and said, Your Majesty, I only know that Liu came from Zhongnanyuezhou, but I don't know who her parents are. Then he asked tentatively, Your Majesty, do you think there's something wrong with Liu's identity? He was not stupid. For Li Er to be so concerned about someone, that person's identity was definitely not ordinary. Li Er frowned and asked, Zhao Song, don't you think Liu looks like someone? Forget it at that time, you weren't at my side yet. Send someone to investigate Liu's father and mother, but don't alarm Liu and the Duke of Yong'an. For a moment, Zhao Song was confused. Was he investigating Liu as a bad person or as a good person? Although he was full of doubts, Zhao Song knew what to ask and what not to ask after accompanying Li Er for so many years. He bowed deeply and replied, Yes. I'll arrange for someone to go to Zhongnanyuezhou. Li Er nodded. Zhao Song saw that Li Er did not have any other orders, so he left. Similar to similar. But how is this possible? In the hall, Li Er sighed faintly. Haha. Wenhao, your parents must be worried about you. Go back first. We'll go to the academy tomorrow. After leaving the palace, Iron Egg, Meng Wenhao, Li Yu, Pang Feiji, Lu Rengue, and the others all walked together with Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan generously gave Meng Wenhao a day off. After all, he knew about Meng Wenhao's family situation. At this moment, Meng Wenhao was also a little homesick. After all, he had never been away from home for so many days in his life. Moreover, after experiencing war and life and death, he undoubtedly cherished family and loved ones even more. Then sir, I'll go home first. Tomorrow morning, I'll go to Yunshan. I'll make the best use of my time to make up for all the missed lessons this month. Meng Wenhao cupped his hands and said, "Yes, go." Li Zishuan nodded. Meng Wenhao turned to look at Li Yu and the rest. These were his comrades in Jianghu. Taking a deep breath, Meng Wenhao cupped his hands and said, "Little Yu or Iron Egg, we will meet again at Cloud Mountain. Big brother Lu, it's all thanks to you in Jianghu this time. If you have time, you can go to Yunshan to take a look. See you at Yunshan." Iron Egg and Li Yu also cupped their hands and said goodbye. Lu Rengo laughed and cupped his hands and said, "Little brother, take care. I'll definitely go to Yunshan to take a look at the Immortal Academy." Meng Wenhao nodded and turned to leave. Li Zishuan looked at Lu Rengui and said with a smile, "I've heard the details of the battle from little Yu, Adjunct Lu. Oh no, General Lu, thank you for saving my cousin, Yi Fashion. I don't like to owe people favors. If you encounter any trouble in Chang'an City in the future, feel free to come to Yunshan to find me." This was a kind of promise to repay a debt of gratitude. At the same time, it was also a kind of appreciation for talent. After all, the person in front of him was the first hero in China's history to resist the Japanese. Lu Rengui was flattered. He quickly cupped his hands and said, "Marquis, you can't say that." That night, Brother Fashion was being hunted down. It's true that I saved him, but without Brother Fashion, I wouldn't have been able to meet Miss Li Yu, and I wouldn't have been able to send the information about the battle to the Imperial Court. Therefore, rather than saying that I saved Brother Fashion, it's better to say that Brother Fashion saved me. Li Zishuan nodded in his heart. This Lu Rengui's character was not bad. He didn't force others to repay his kindness. He smiled and said, "Haha. Anyway, I owe you a favor. What I said earlier still works. General Lu, do you have a place to stay in Chang'an City? If not, I can send someone to arrange it for you." Lu Rengui cupped his hands and said, "I don't dare to trouble you, Marquis. I'm currently staying with Governor Zhao in the post house. After reporting to the right sentinel tomorrow, I'll be staying in the barracks. As for settling down in Chang'an City, I haven't considered it yet." It wasn't that he hadn't considered it, but that he couldn't afford it. Although the housing prices in this era couldn't be compared to modern housing prices, this was Chang'an City. It wasn't something that a newcomer like Lu Rengui could afford after joining the army. However, Li Er had rewarded him with 100,000 copper coins this time. Lu Rengui pondered in his heart that after he stabilized his foundation in the right guards, he would take out some of his savings and perhaps be able to buy a residence in Chang'an and bring his family over. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "If that's the case, then we'll part ways here. We'll meet again in the future. Marquis, take care." Lu Rengui cupped his hands and left in the direction of the post house. Although he was now a soldier under Chang Yaojin, Zhao Kai was his old superior. He had to say goodbye before he left. "Haha, Iron Egg. I didn't expect you to have improved after going to Jianghu. You actually dared to go against the fourth of the four Tai Bai ghosts, Ming Huan?" Li Yu, Iron Egg, and Pang Feiji were all going back to Yun Mountain. Li Zishuan came in a carriage today. Therefore, after Lu Rengui left, the four of them got on the carriage. On the way, Li Zishuan looked at Iron Egg and said with a faint smile. The details of the battle in the city that night weren't revealed in the report that Meng Wenhao sent to the Imperial Court through the telegraph. Li Zishuan only heard about Iron Egg killing Ming Huan from Li Yu today. When he heard the news, a layer of cold sweat seeped out of his back. "Master, Iron Egg was wrong. Don't tell sister, or she'll be worried again." Iron Egg heard the dissatisfaction in Li Zishuan's words. He didn't explain anything and directly admitted his mistake. "Humph. You still know how to worry about your sister? Do you know that while you were gone, although your sister didn't tell me, I don't know how many tears she shed for you behind your back? Don't you know how much you're worth? Ming Huan is one of the four Tai Bai ghosts. How can you deal with him?" Li Zishuan scolded mercilessly. Although the battle in the city had eliminated the remaining three of the four Tai Bai ghosts and solved one of Li Zishuan's problems, he didn't want to eliminate the three ghosts in this way. Han Yushi only had this one brother, and he only had this one disciple. How could Ming Huan's life be more valuable than Iron Egg's? "Master, I just wanted to practice. Big brother Lu was helping me from the side. I'll be fine. Besides, I know the Taiji sword. It won't be a problem for me to block Ming Huan for a while. Please don't tell my sister about this, okay? Iron Egg will definitely finish his homework and practice hard in the future. Iron Egg hurriedly begged. To him, Han Yushi could be said to be both his elder sister and his mother. After he was born, his mother passed away. It was Han Yushi who raised him single-handedly, so in his heart, Han Yushi was very, very important. Li Zixuan pondered for a moment and said, "It's good that you know you're wrong. Since you're back, go to the courtyard and accompany your sister. You and Wen Hao will go to the academy tomorrow. Since you can survive Ming Huan's attack, it means that your martial arts have improved. In the future, you'll have to double your training." After saying that, Li Zixuan's face suddenly showed a devilish smile. "Ah, master. I still have a lot of homework to do in the academy." Iron Egg's face turned bitter when he heard that. Ever since he started studying at Yanhuang College, his martial arts hadn't fallen behind. He would complete the training tasks Li Zixuan gave him every day. It was a habit he had kept for a long time. Then find some time. You can't fall behind in martial arts or homework. You said it yourself just now. Li Zixuan didn't care. At this time, he looked at Li Yu and smiled. "Little fishy, now that you've become a gold medal reporter in the editorial department, what do you think?" A gold medal reporter had the right to report to the emperor. It could be said that the current Li Yu could go anywhere. Even the county magistrate and provincial governor wouldn't dare to provoke her. Little Fishy smiled sweetly and said, "Of course I'm happy. With this identity, I can do a lot of things for the people. However, saving Wei's watching this time is what I'm most happy about. By the way, I have to thank you for the telegraph." Li Zixuan waved his hand and smiled. "Haha, why are you thanking me? You did well this time. I'll host a banquet tonight at Yunshan to welcome you and Iron Egg." "Hee, thank you, sir. Marquis, you're back." Back at Yunshan, Li Zixuan and the other two jumped down from the carriage. Lu Feng and Lu Yun came up to them. Li Zixuan hadn't given them the task of searching for ores, so they took the dozens of imperial guards with them and acted as Li Zixuan's bodyguards. Li Zixuan nodded and then walked into the courtyard with Iron Egg. However, Pang Feiji, who was at the back, had a strong sense of vigilance in his heart. He sensed an inexplicable sense of danger. "You are?" Pang Feiji stared at Lu Feng and Lu Yun and asked expressionlessly. "Oh, you must be Pang Sigi? I'm Lu Feng and this is my brother Lu Yun. We are from the Imperial Guards of the Northern Government. His Majesty sent us to protect Marquis and help Marquis search for ores." Lu Feng saw that Pang Feiji's posture was steady and he walked like a soldier. Furthermore, Pang Feiji came down from the carriage with Li Zixuan. He thought for a while and guessed Pang Feiji's identity. Hence, he took the initiative to introduce himself. Pang Feiji's expression changed slightly and he felt a little disappointed. He forced himself to calm down and saluted Lu Feng. "Oh, so you two are from the Imperial Guards. Sorry for the disrespect." In the past, he was only a Sigu of the right Marquis household, while Lu Feng and Lu Yun were the Imperial Guards of the Northern Yamen. They were the elites of the elites in the Imperial Guard. Therefore, in terms of background, Pang Feiji was unconsciously lower than them. Lu Feng saluted with a smile. "Haha, since we're all here to protect Marquis, then we'll be brothers in the future. There's no need to be polite." "Hee, you're right. Brother Lu is right. I've just returned from Jianghu and have some matters to attend to. I won't keep you company." Pang Feiji forced a smile and saluted with a salute before taking his leave. "Big brother, this Pang Feiji doesn't seem very happy to see us?" Lu Yun scratched his head and looked at Lu Feng in confusion. Lu Feng looked at Pang Feiji's back and said lightly, "No matter what, he was the first to follow Marquis. Now that he saw that we're here to protect Marquis, of course he would feel uncomfortable. This is human nature." Lu Yun suddenly understood. He frowned and said unhappily, "But big brother, we didn't want to come. It was His Majesty who ordered us to come. Why is he angry with us?" Sigh. "Second brother, don't speak nonsense and offend others. We came to Cloud Mountain under His Majesty's orders to follow Marquis orders. Don't cause trouble. Go and tell the brothers to be respectful when they see Pang Feiji. Don't cause trouble," Lu Feng said sternly to Lu Yun. "Yes, big brother." "Hey, Big brother, you're finally back. Pang Feiji returned to his house. After putting down his luggage, he met his brothers at the side of the courtyard. Xiongda, Xiong'er, come here. Pang Feiji had a question to ask. When he saw the two of them, he quickly waved his hand. Hey, big brother. You didn't get hurt in Jianghu, right? A fat soldier came over and held Pang Feiji's hand. He looked at him from head to toe. Hey. Let go of me, I'm fine. Pang Feiji waved his hand and said seriously, let me ask you, when did Lu Feng, Lu Yun, and the rest arrive? Xiongda thought for a while and replied, Big brother, they've only been here for 5 or 6 days. Then why did they come to protect Marquis? Could it be that someone tried to assassinate the Marquis while I was away? Pang Feiji asked doubtfully. Xiong'er shook his head and said, No, big brother. No one tried to assassinate Marquis. They came here under His Majesty's orders. Other than protecting Marquis, they also have to help Marquis look for ores in the future. It's said that Lu Feng and Lu Yun's ancestors were Taoist geomancers who specialize in searching for ores. However, Marquis hasn't assigned them a task yet, so they're staying here temporarily. Searching for ores? Pang Feiji's face became gloomy. At this moment, he felt like he was about to lose his job. Oh no, he was about to fall out of favor. This was because the person who stole his job seemed to be more talented than him. Chapter 1349. 2-in-1 Chapter. When Iron Egg and the others came to the front yard, Han Yushi was sitting quietly in the front yard reading the newspaper. In recent issues of Datong Daily, almost all the news was about the specific plot of the Battle of Guan City. Because of Iron Egg, Han Yushi did not miss a single piece of news. Although there was not a single piece of news in it, there was a detailed record of Iron Egg's situation in Guan City. Sis! At this moment, a shout came from the courtyard door. Han Yushi's body trembled, and she quickly looked towards the source of the sound and saw Iron Egg running over. Iron Egg? You're back. Han Yushi stood up in surprise and went over to greet him. Iron Egg, you didn't get hurt in Guan City, right? Han Yushi pressed Iron Egg's shoulder and looked up and down at Iron Egg seriously. She asked with a face full of concern. Iron Egg thought of what Li Zishuan said in the carriage and couldn't help but feel a lump in his throat. He said with red eyes, Sis, I'm fine. I didn't get hurt either. Don't worry. Han Yushi held back her tears, patted Iron Egg's shoulder, and said, It's good that you didn't get hurt. It's good that you didn't get hurt. Iron Egg, you must not have eaten well these days in the army, right? Sis will make you something delicious for lunch. Yes. Iron Egg nodded, and then he smiled happily and said, Sis, I have an official position this time. His Majesty made me the Deputy Commandant of Ranyong and gave me a lot of silk cloth. Silk cloth could be used as currency in this era. Han Yushi opened her eyes wide and said with a face full of surprise, His Majesty gave you an official position? Haha. Iron Egg, you've finally grown up. You're finally promising. If Dad knew, he would definitely be happy for you. Iron Egg said excitedly, Sister, not only did His Majesty give me an official position, he also pardoned Papa's crime of desertion. His Majesty said that there was a reason for what happened back then. Papa was a righteous man, so His Majesty gave Papa the rank of 6th rank Deputy Captain of Jianghu. The grievances that Father has suffered all these years have finally been avenged. Han Yushi was stunned. She said in disbelief. What? His Majesty had pardoned Papa's crime of desertion and even bestowed Papa with an official position? Iron Egg, is this true? If that's really the case, then I'll send a letter to Father today to tell him the good news. As his daughter, Han Yushi knew the bitterness in Han Tianhu's heart all these years. Now that she suddenly heard that Han Tianhu's grievances were cleared and he was unexpectedly rewarded with an official position, her heart was immediately filled with joy. Ahem. Of course it's true. I say, wife, if you too want to reminisce, why don't you go inside and slowly reminisce? You don't have to rush anyway, right? Li Zishuan, who was standing at the courtyard door, saw that the two siblings in the courtyard were about to have a long conversation and quickly interrupted them. As for Li Yu, who came back with them, she had already gotten off the carriage at the foot of Yunshan Mountain. Although Li Zishuan had prepared a celebratory banquet for her in the evening, it was only noon. She had come all the way back, so her colleagues in the editorial department were all worried about her.
Husband, you're back too?
Han Yushi seemed to have woken up from a dream, but she regretted it as soon as the words came out of her mouth.
Li Zixuan was speechless.
He suddenly felt like he was hit by 10,000 points of critical damage. It turned out that he had been standing at the courtyard door for a long time, and his wife didn't even notice. He couldn't help but say sourly, "Ahem.
That's fine.
Since my wife thinks that I'm back too early, then I'll go out for a walk again." After saying that, this fellow really turned around and prepared to go out.
Han Yushi quickly came over to stop him.
She looked at him unhappily and said, "Husband." It was a slip of the tongue. "Why are you still so angry? Iron Egg followed the army for more than half a month.
Haha.
My wife, you don't have to explain, I understand.
Haha.
Stop fooling around, let's go back to the house and talk. Don't let others see us as a joke."
Li Zixuan didn't mean to be angry with his wife.
Hearing this, he laughed and turned around to pull his wife into the house. On the opposite side, Lan had already started arguing with Iron Egg. "Iron Egg, is it fun to fight a war?" "It's not fun. People will die in war."
"Oh.
Then is there any fun place in Jianghu?" "Oh, other than many Buddhist temples there doesn't seem to be any fun places." "Then did you meet any great masters in this war? How was it? Are they powerful? Are they as powerful as my brother?" "Iron Egg. If they were more powerful than my master, would I still be alive and standing in front of you now?" The army returned in triumph. The victorious side was naturally happy, while the defeated side was disheartened and dejected. The Tang imperial court used this war to prove that its fangs were still sharp, and even stronger than before. Those forces that were secretly waiting for an opportunity to stir up trouble were now hiding in dark corners, trembling. They had to re-evaluate the imperial court's strength. Celestial lamp, telescope, and now a telegraph. The imperial court's army is getting more and more powerful. Chang'an City, Yanshou Square, in a house. Feng Zhidai stood on the red attic, looking at the houses in the distance and sighing. "Young master, the current emperor was able to eliminate the Cui family of Qinghe, the Zheng family of Xingyang, and the Cui family of Bowling in less than half a month. The imperial court's strength is indeed much stronger than 2 years ago. But why did the imperial court suddenly become so powerful for no reason? I really can't figure it out." Feng Zhidai's guard, Amu, couldn't help but say. Feng Zhidai sneered and said, 2 years ago, Xieli Khan led the army to Chang'an City, and the emperor emptied the Chang'an treasury in exchange for a temporary peace. Since then, the imperial court had no money and no food, and its strength was naturally not as strong as before. But since last year, Li Zixuan encouraged the emperor to send a fleet to the south for sea trade, and then the imperial court set up a department of shipping in the Guangdong coastal area to trade with the Nanyang countries. It could be said that the imperial court made a lot of money. Now the imperial court doesn't lack money or food, and the annual income from sea trade is even comparable to the tax income of the previous 5 years. Plus, the imperial court doesn't lack good soldiers at all, so how can it not be strong? The 3 aristocratic families were also unlucky to choose to go against the imperial court at this time. No doubt they were digging their own graves. Not to mention, in this war, Li Zixuan's celestial lamp and telescope foresight, as well as the telegraph from thousands of miles away, the imperial court's army is like a tiger with wings. How can the aristocratic families fight against it? Now, in the whole world, I'm afraid only the Turks, Goryeo, and Tibetans can fight against the imperial court of the Tang Empire. The guard's expression changed, and he hesitated. "Then, young master, will our Lingnan also completely submit to the imperial court?" Feng Zhidai nodded and said, "After the emperor destroyed the 3 aristocratic families with a thunderous force, the other aristocratic families will definitely not dare to do anything. The Tang Empire's territory is basically completely stable, and the imperial court's next target is the Turks in the north. The Tang Empire's edge is getting stronger and stronger, and with the current state, the chances of winning against the Turks are very high. When the Turks are destroyed, it's probably time for father to completely hand over the military power of Lingnan, otherwise." At this point, Feng Zhidai didn't continue speaking, but everyone understood what he meant. The guard didn't understand and said, "Young master, the imperial court of the Tang Empire is indeed tyrannical, but the Turks are known to have millions of soldiers controlling the strings. Once the war starts, I'm afraid the outcome will be difficult to predict, right?" Feng Zhidai looked towards the cloud mountains in the east and said faintly, Although the Turks are strong with Li Zishuan, the Tang Empire's army will only be stronger. 121, 121, 121, 123, 4. The next day, after Li Zishuan woke up, he was practicing his sword in the front yard when he heard the sound of orderly footsteps and chants from outside the yard. His heart skipped a beat, and he walked out of the yard. Looking in the direction of the sound, he saw Pang Feiji leading a few dozen soldiers running over from the mountain path not far away. When Li Zishuan saw this, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. What was wrong with Pang Feiji? Why did he suddenly become so diligent? Coincidentally, Pang Feiji also saw Li Zishuan, so he quickly increased his speed and ran over. In a short while, he was in front of Li Zishuan. He clasped his fist and bowed to Li Zishuan. "Marquis, good morning." His voice was full of vigor and vitality. Li Zishuan was stunned and asked, "Spring is here." The subtext was that spring was here, and it was time to XX? Pang Feiji was instantly stunned. "Ah? Marquis? What spring is here? Hasn't spring been here for a long time?" Facing such a humorless subordinate, Li Zishuan couldn't help but roll his eyes, and then said unhappily, "I'm saying what's wrong with you today. Why are you leading people to train so early?"
Marquis, you're talking about this.
Pang Feiji scratched his head, gave a silly laugh and replied, "This time when your subordinate was following the army, I saw a few of the great general's soldiers. Even if they were fighting outside, they would still persevere in their training every morning. Your subordinate thought, ever since we brothers of the Wu Ho government followed you, Marquis, we have been slacking in our training. But you, Marquis, have always been so kind to our brothers. Your subordinate is really ashamed, so I thought from today onwards, I will turn over a new leaf and become a new person. We must also persevere in our training every morning. This way we can better protect Marquis." After hearing this, Li Zishuan couldn't help but widen his eyes, as if it was the first day he met Pang Feiji. He seriously looked at this guy and said with a smile, "Ah, I didn't know that a non-gay like you would have this kind of awareness." Pang Feiji immediately straightened his back, and said loudly with a serious face, "As Marquis's personal guard, of course we have to train hard. If not, when Marquis is in danger, how can we protect Marquis?" Seeing how serious he was, Li Zishuan almost believed him, but taking the initiative to train was a good thing, as it could reduce one's laziness. He didn't want to discourage Pang Feiji's enthusiasm, so after pausing for a moment, he waved his hand and said, "All right. I am very satisfied that you guys have this kind of heart. Then you guys train hard. I will go to the academy later."
"Yes, Marquis."
After receiving Li Zishuan's affirmation, Pang Feiji shouted excitedly, then turned around and said, "Everyone listen to my orders. From here to the foot of the mountain, run another 10 rounds.
10 rounds? Boss, are you joking?
Below, there was a wave of complaints.
Brother Pang, isn't 10 rounds a little too much? At this moment, Lu Feng happened to pass by and couldn't help but interrupt.
It was fine if he didn't say anything, but once he did, Pang Feiji instantly became anxious.
He shouted excitedly, "What do you mean by too much?"
It's not too much at all. For this rebellion in Jianghu, the brothers from the left and right guard camps could march hundreds of miles day and night.
Why didn't they shout too much? Why didn't they say they were tired? Everyone, turn back. Start running.
These words seemed to be directed at Li Zishuan's personal guards, but more like they were directed at Lu Feng.
Bang bang bang.
Dozens of personal guards, under Pang Feiji's lead, began their training again, sweating profusely.
Li Zishuan immediately understood.
It turned out that Brother Chicken was so diligent today because Lu Feng and Lu Yun's arrival made this fellow feel a sense of danger.
Thinking of this, he couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Although he could see it, he didn't intend to interfere.
Healthy competition was good for mutual improvement, and this was something he was happy to see. As long as these two parties didn't do anything out of line, it would be fine. After breakfast, Li Zishuan left the courtyard and walked toward the academy. Yesterday afternoon, he informed Yen Silu to gather the students at the field after breakfast. He had something to announce. Speaking of which, when he first transmigrated, he especially liked to sleep in. However, ever since he broke through to the Grandmaster realm in the second half of last year, he couldn't sleep in every morning even if he wanted to. He also seriously thought about this problem and came to a conclusion. First, there were no mobile phones or computers in ancient times. Other than hugging his wife to sleep at night, there seemed to be no other way to pass the time, so he went to bed early. Second, ever since he became a martial Dao grandmaster, the time he needed to sleep every day became less and less. Now, he usually only needed to sleep for 4 hours a day. After sleeping for 2 hours, his mind would become extremely clear. Therefore, in the past, he would still sleep in bed in the morning, but later, he would wake up early every day to practice martial arts. He wanted to do something else, but early in the morning, he had nothing else to do except practice martial arts. Therefore, Li Zixuan had now become a hard-working martial arts maniac. Although his martial arts realm had not increased, his martial arts foundation had become even more stable. The current him was like a treasured sword with a restrained edge. On the outside, he looked simple and unadorned, but once the treasured sword was unsheathed, it would definitely be cold and threatening. When he arrived at the academy, the sun had just risen. When Mo Zhong saw Li Zixuan, he greeted him from afar and said, "Yamacho, the students have already gathered at the field. All the teachers in the academy have just gone there. You should be just in time." Li Zixuan nodded and said, "Well, I'll go there now." After that, he walked straight to the field on the left. Chapter 1350. On the sports field of Yanhuang College. The students stood in 16 square formations according to their classes. The sun had just risen, and the rays of the morning sun shone on their backs, elongating long shadows. "Hey, why do you think Yamacho called us here today?" "I guess they have something to announce." "What is it?" "How would I know?" "Hey, have you heard? Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg, who went with the Imperial Army, have returned to the academy today." "Really?" "Of course it's true. I just saw them in the dining hall." "Wah! I heard they won the battle in Jianghu and were rewarded by His Majesty yesterday." "That's amazing." "They are indeed amazing, but they deserve the reward. After all, they exchanged their lives for merit." "By the way, did Yamacho call us here today because of this matter?" "Hey, that's possible. Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg are in the limelight this time. They were just rewarded by His Majesty in front of all the civil and military officials, and today they are praised by Yamacho in public." "How enviable." "It's useless to be envious. If it were you, would you dare to go to the battlefield?" "Ah, forget about going to the battlefield. I am the only son of 3 generations in my family. My father and mother will never let me go to the battlefield." The students whispered in private, guessing the purpose of Li Zixuan calling them here today. After all, a gathering of all the teachers and students was not common. Generally, only the opening ceremony, midterm, or final exam commendation meetings would gather all the teachers and students of the academy. "Wenhao, Iron Egg, tell me honestly, did Yamacho call us here to praise you?" In the group of students in Class 1, Sun Zifan nudged Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg on the right, and in front of him with his shoulders and asked in a low voice. Meng Wenhao tilted his head back imperceptibly and replied in a low voice, "We don't know about this. Yamacho didn't tell us about this yesterday." Chung Chumo curled his lips like a resentful wife and said pitifully, "Humph, it's a pity that they didn't let me go this time. If they let me go, I might be the one who killed the enemy generals." "Hey, Yamacho is here. Yamacho is here. Be quiet." At this moment, Li Zixuan walked up to the rostrum, on the west side of the sports field. The students who had been whispering a moment ago immediately quieted down. Only the sound of the wind and the chirping of the birds could be heard in the huge field. Li Zixuan was silent for a moment before speaking. A few days ago, Jiangzhou's Qinghe Chui clan openly rebelled against the imperial court. His Majesty ordered Duke Wei to lead his troops down south to quell the rebels. I'm sure all of you have heard about this matter, right? Yes. When the students heard Li Zixuan mention this, they understood what Li Zixuan was going to say next. He was going to commend Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg for their outstanding contributions in this war. Li Zixuan nodded and continued, Chui Junchuo, the old master of the Chui family, has gone against the law and tried to instigate the people to rebel. For his own selfish desires, he even wanted to sacrifice the lives of millions of ordinary people. How sad and crazy he is. Fortunately, Li Yu, a reporter from Datong Daily, brought the news of the Chui family's rebellion back to Chong and in time. That was why the imperial court had the chance to rush to Guan City before the Chui family arrived at Luoyang. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Speaking of Li Yu, Some of you know her, but some of you don't. Although she is a girl and can't study at Yanhuang College, I have always treated her as my student. People say that women are inferior to men, but speaking of Li Yu, how many of you are better than her? When the chaos of war comes, how many of you will be able to rush to the battlefield without hesitation? And not be afraid in the face of danger, wholeheartedly looking for a way to break out of the situation, and silently passing on useful information? As soon as he said this, the students were all silent, and many of them lowered their heads. If they asked themselves honestly, if war broke out in the world, there would be very few of them who dared to rush to the front line. After all, they were literati, not military men. Most literati cherished their lives. Seeing this, Li Zishuan said in a deep voice, "Do you still remember what I said to you during the military training last year? As long as Yan and Huang do not die, the Han family will not be destroyed. Blood inscribed on the dagger axe. Blood will never stop flowing. Do you still remember these 16 words?"
Yes.
Previously, when they were criticized by Li Zishuan, the students felt guilty at first, but then they were not convinced. When they heard Li Zishuan mention last year's opening ceremony, all the students' thoughts involuntarily drifted to last year's September. On the rostrum, Li Zishuan said loudly, "Since you all still remember, then shout it for me again. As long as Yan and Huang do not die, the Han family will not be destroyed. Blood engraved on the dagger axe. Blood will never stop flowing." More than 600 students, hearing this, all shouted in unison. Their shouts seemed to pierce the sky and tear the earth apart. It could be described as magnificent. Under the influence of this atmosphere, the students' blood was thoroughly stimulated. Each of them looked at Li Zishuan with a determined gaze, as if they were on a pilgrimage.
Good.
Li Zishuan laughed and said, "These words, I hope you all can remember them for the rest of your lives. Not only do you have to remember them, but you also have to use practical actions to practice them. This time, our academy has 2 students who participated in the Jianghu rebellion, and they have obtained great military merits. They are Meng Wenhao and Han Li from Class 1. In this war, although they were behind the enemy, they relied on their skillful control of the telegraph and celestial lamp to exchange information between the army and Li Yu in Guangqing County, making considerable contributions. In order to commend their contributions, yesterday, His Majesty has conferred Meng Wenhao the title of Wanlin Lang, and Han Li the title of Ran Yong Deputy Lieutenant." When this was said, the students below the stage exclaimed. They were all students of Yanhuang College, but Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg were both officials. This made most people very envious. After all, in this era, who didn't learn civil and martial arts, and sell goods to the emperor's family? In addition to Meng Wenhao and Han Li, there is also Li Tai. He is responsible for the communication between the imperial palace and the army at the front line, and his contributions are great. In the future, as long as the students of the academy have achieved great military merits, regardless of whether the imperial court rewards them or not, our academy will reward them. Depending on the merit, the reward will range from 100 to 1,000 Tang Yuan, and also a Yamacho honor medal. This is because not only did they earn honor for themselves, but they also earned honor for Yanhuang College. Therefore, I announce that the 3 students who contributed to the rebellion will each be rewarded with 300 Tang Yuan and a Yamacho honor medal.
Wow!
The students below the stage exclaimed again. What was the Mountain Chieftain Medal of Honor? Let's not talk about it for now, but 300 Tang Yuan was a real benefit. Logically speaking, it was not a small amount. One must know that the key person in this rebellion, Lu Rengue, was only rewarded with 100,000 copper coins in addition to his official position in the imperial court. How much was 100,000 copper coins? It was only about 100 strings of coins. However, Li Zishuan rewarded 300 Tang Yuan, which was considered a big deal. Now that we are done talking about the rewards for the 3 of them, let's talk about the rest of you. Li Zishuan saw the envious expressions of the students below the stage. He paused for a moment and said, "I know that many of you are envious of Meng Wenhao and Iron Egg for having such a good opportunity to contribute. It is a good thing that you can emulate them. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general will never be a good soldier. However, you don't have to be envious, and you don't have to be discouraged because what I am going to talk about next will give you a chance to contribute in the future. Last year, I went against the opposition of the imperial court and founded Yanhuang College. Until now, many people still don't understand what Yanhuang College is for. Actually, the purpose of Yanhuang College is very simple. and that is to benefit the world. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. Unlike Confucianism, Yanhuang College aims to bring the most direct benefits to the people. To put it more bluntly, Yanhuang College aims to equip the Tang dynasty's army to be even sharper. Why were Meng Wenhao and Han Li able to contribute this time? Other than having a brave and fearless heart, it was also because they had telegraphs and celestial lamps. These were all created with the knowledge of Yanhuang College. But it was simply impossible to rely on these two things to make the Great Tang invincible. Therefore, there must be thousands of divine tools similar to telegraphs and celestial lamps. Today, I will give this task to you. I will give it a sacred name, the 100 Trump Cards Project. As the name suggests, this mission consists of 100 small missions, and the effective period of each mission is 20 years. Within these 20 years, all students of Yanhuang Academy, as long as you have a good idea, pay attention, it must be the kind that can make the Tang Empire stronger, you can come to me with your proposal. I will evaluate the practicality and feasibility of your proposal. Once your proposal is valued by me, it will be listed as one of the 100 killer projects. At that time, you can gather the strength of all the teachers and students of the Academy to complete your proposal. During this period, the Academy will provide you with all the manpower, material, and financial resources. As long as it is useful to complete the project, the Academy will support you unconditionally, no matter how much it costs. Once the project is completed, all the teachers and students who participated in the Trump Cards project will not only receive a huge reward from the Academy, I will also ask the Imperial Court for a reward. At that time, the Imperial Court will also give you a reward. It may be a promotion or a life of wealth. No matter which it is, you will be famous all over the world. In addition to your own proposals, the Academy will also regularly release some predetermined Trump Cards projects. At that time, outstanding students with excellent grades and abilities will be selected to join the Trump Cards project. Therefore, if you want to stand out, you must study hard and take every exam seriously. In short, the Trump Cards project can be a good idea for the people, such as the curved plow, or it can be a good idea for the military, such as the celestial lamp or the telegraphs. No matter what it is, since it is called a trump card, it must ensure that the Tang dynasty is far ahead of the rest of the world in a certain aspect.